I'm telling you, I don't lawyers are looking at that. They go, there's no case here. They take down the internet as OJ Simpson. How about that? Right, is right. And lawyers just want money, so they're like, bitch, you ain't gonna settle. With all the facts and everything. I looked into this lawyer too, like he's like super cool for 3 decades, but the journalists, they reported this over 3 decades. No lawyer. I'm sure Spanish. Spanish journalist. This one report, yeah, I'm sure. Trying to speak because that's what they. Yeah. Spain thing, dude. He's also. He's off. Sure. Yeah, dude. Soccer's the most one. Sports. And soccer players are fans of fighting. Especially they're fans of that's like how fancy of course she's probably doing it in Spain or is this not because how much Benson is a basketball player. He's taking a little bit of a hiatus from the NBA. Sport fishing. I'm a fan. Competitive sport fishing Australia. It never came to like fruition. No. Was he? He was good, right? Yeah. Wow. He dated the Kendall or something. Yeah, someone supposed to be such a stud. I just never really worked out. Wow. Philadelphia. Yeah, you watch it. Yeah, my Broncos, AFC West champs. Baby. Oh, you gotta pick up your kid, right? How about this one? This fire football coach? Yeah, that looks like stalking. He broke into this girl's house, I think. Yeah, so he was on his wife. He was making like $5 million a year, so all of a sudden, paid her $100,000. So yeah, you get that's called broken Copenhagen. I'll get you. So you gotta be like Will. Just go for dick. Go for dick, bro. That's sure. Hey guys, this weekend. Actually, what am I saying? Not tomorrow, but the next day. I am going to be in, over New Year's, I'm at the Tacoma Comedy Club. And I'll be at the Spokane Comedy Club, the second and third. So I'll see you soon. You gonna jump on over, huh? Oh, yeah. You gonna drive? No, it's nice. It's a long flight. Alright. I'm excited, kids. That's it. Love you. If you guys enjoy this episode, you get ad-free episodes, just episodes, bonus content. I'll do the Q&A soon on there. It's Patreon Shop Show ad-free. Do my other vehicles this month. We had show and tell. I brought my work. It's like $5 a month, right? Ad-free episodes every month. Usually 23 minutes longer per month. Bonus all Shop Show episodes ad-free. Fan questions, extra the scenes content, only $5. a month. That's it, kids. This is the fire kid.
Once filled with admiration, penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, and seeing a doctrine so logical, so simple, and at the same time so absolute. The necessity of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by the primitive characters. The Trinity, words, letters, and numbers is a philosophy as simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the word. Theorems more complete than those of Pythagoras. Theology counting on one's fingers. And infinite, which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand. 10 ciphers are 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. These are all the elements of the Kabbalah. These are the elementary principles of the written word, a reflection of that spoken word that created the world. Hebrew theology was divided into 3 distinct parts. The first was the law, the second the soul of the law, and the third was the soul of the soul of the law. The law was taught to all children of Israel, and the Mishnah, or the soul of the law, was revealed to the rabbins and teachers. But the Kabbalah, the soul of the soul of the law, was cunningly concealed, and highest initiates among the Jews were instructed in its secret principles. According to certain Jewish mystics, Moses ascended Mount Sinai 3 times, remaining in the presence of God each time. During the first 40 days, tables of the written law were to the prophet. During the second 40 days, he received the soul of the law, and during the last 40 days, God instructed him in the mysteries of the Kabbalah, the soul of the law. Moses concealed of the Pentateuch, secret instructions that God had given him, and for centuries, students of Kabbalah have therein the secret doctrine of Israel. As the children of man is concealed, so the unwritten law, the Mishnah, and the Kabbalah is concealed within the written teachings of the Mosaic Code. Kabbalah means the secret tradition, the unwritten law, and according to an early rabbi, it delivered to man in order that through the aid of its abstruse principles, he might learn to understand the mystery of both the universe about him and the universe The origin of Kabbalism is a legitimate subject of controversy. Early initiates of the Kabbalistic theories believed that principles were first taught by God to a school of his angels before the fall of man. The angels later communicated the secrets to Adam, so that through the knowledge gained and understanding of its principles, humanity might regain a lost state. The angel Raziel from heaven to instruct Adam in the mysteries of the Kabbalah. Different angels were employed to initiate the succeeding patriarchs in this difficult science. Tophiel, teacher of Shem, Raphael of Isaac, Menon of Moses, and Michael of David. Ginsburg has written, from Adam, it passed over to Noah and then to Abraham, the friend of God, emigrated with him to Egypt, where the patriarch of this mysterious doctrine comes out. It was in this way that the Egyptians obtained some knowledge of it, and the other Eastern nations could introduce it into their philosophical systems. Moses was learned in all the wisdom of Egypt, was first initiated into it in the land of his birth, but became most proficient in it during his wandering wilderness, when he not only devoted to it the leisure hours of 40 years, but received a lesson in it from one of the angels. Moses also initiated 70 elders into the secret to hand. Of all who formed the unbroken line of tradition, David and Solomon were most books of Kabbalism. The Sefer Yetzirah, also known as the Book of Formation, the Sefer HaZohar, the Book of Splendor, and the Apocalypse, the Book of Revelation. The dates of the writing of these books are by no means thoroughly established. Kabbalists declare that the Sefer Yetzirah was written by Abraham, though it is by far the oldest of the Kabbalistic books. It was probably from the pen of the Rabbi Aki. The Sefer HaZohar was written by Simeon ben Jochai, a disciple of Akiba. Rabbi Simeon was sent to Tiberias, Emperor Mark Aurelius Antoninus. He escaped with his son, and hiding in a cave, transcribed the manuscript of the Zohar with the essence of Elias, who appeared to them at intervals. Simeon spent 12 years in the cave, during the time he evolved the complicated symbol of the greater face and the lesser face. Causing the disciples, Rabbi Simeon expired, and the lamp of Israel was extinguished. His death and burial accompanied by many supernatural phenomena. The legends ought to relate that the secret doctrines of Kabbalism had been in existence since the beginning of the world, but that Rabbi Simeon was the first man permitted to reduce them to writing. 1,200 years later, the books which he had were discouraged for the benefit of humanity by Moses de Leon. The probability is that Moses delay on himself, compiled the Zohar, drawing material from the unwritten secrets of earlier Jewish mystics. The apocalypse, accredited to St. John the Divine, is also of uncertain date, and the identity of its author has never been satisfactorily proved. This rare cut shows the name of God in 72 languages inscribed upon the petals of a symbolic sunflower. Above the circle are the 72 powers of God according to the Hebrew. Below are two trees that on the left are the symbols of the planets, and on the right the signs of the zodiac, and the names of the tribes. The esoteric doctrines of the Kabbalah are in alignment with the secret teachings of all the schools of philosophy, but the method by which its secrets are revealed to the wise and concealed from the ignorant is most unusual. As the religious world interprets its scriptures with 20th century educational facilities, it becomes ever more apparent the sacred books were not historical documents, but that the kings, prophets, and saviors, Bible students for ages, as once existing personality, only attributes of man himself. The Zohar contains a vast number of philosophical tenets and a paraphrase of its salient points is embodied in this work. Few realize the influence exerted by Kabbalism over medieval both Christian and Jewish. It taught that there existed within the sacred writings a hidden doctrine which was the key to those writings. This is symbolized by the crossed keys upon the papal crest. Scores of learned minds began to search for those arcane truths by which the race should be redeemed, that their labor was not without its reward, as their subsequent works have demonstrated. The theories of Kabbalism are inextricably interwoven with the tenets of alchemy, Rosicrucianism, and Freemasonry. The words Kabbalism and Hermeticism are considered as synonymous terms, covering all the arcana and esotericism of antiquity. The simple Kabbalism of the first centuries of the Christian era gradually evolved into an elaborate theological system which became so involved that it was next to impossible to comprehend its dogma. The belief divided the use of sacred science into 5 sections. The natural Kabbalah was used solely to assist the investigator study of nature's mysteries. The analogical Kabbalah was formulated to exhibit the relationship that exists between all things in nature, and it revealed to the wise that all creatures and things were one in essence, and that the little universe was a replica in miniature art, the great universe. The contemplative Kabbalah was evolved for the purpose of revealing through the higher intellectualities the mysteries of the celestial spheres. With its aid, the abstract reasoning faculties recognize the measureless planes and learn to know the creatures existing within them. The astrological Kabbalah instructed those who studied its law in the power, magnitude, and actual substance of the sidereal bodies, and also revealed the mystical constitution of the planet itself. The fifth, or magical Kabbalah, was studied by such who desired to gain control over the demons and subhuman intelligence of these worlds. It was also highly valued as a method of healing the sick by talismans, amulets, charms, and invocations. The Sefer Yetzirah, according to Adolf Frank, differs from other sacred books in that it does not explain and the phenomena of which the stage by not the idea of God, or by setting itself up as the interpreter of the supreme will. As the narrativalism firm is antiquity, it reveals itself not merely as a repository of ancient wisdom, but as a dynamic force that continues to evolve and adapt to the changing contours of spiritual inquiry and human consciousness. Far from being an arcane relic, Kabbalism's core tenets resonate with contemporary quests for deeper understanding and integration of the diverse aspects of existence. In the modern era, where the dichotomy between science and spirituality increasingly blurs, Kabbalism offers a unique framework for exploring the interplay between realms. Its mystical interpretation of the universe, grounded in symbols, numbers, and letters, parallels modern scientific discoveries in quantum physics and cosmology, suggesting the profound interconnectedness of things. This synthesis of ancient mysticism and contemporary science invites a re-evaluation of our understanding of emphasizing the underlying unity and coherence of the cosmos. Kabbalism's emphasis on personal transformation and enlightenment also finds echoes in modern psychological theories, particularly those exploring the depths of the unconscious mind. Of life, with its sephirotic emanations, can be viewed as a map of the human psyche, offering insights into the journey of self-discovery and the integration of aspects of the self. Guides in a tract of the Kabbalah, the remarkable idea is developed that man is destined to become God in the attempt to restore the vessels that were broken when God created the world. Only a few weeks ago, I came across this impressive doctrine that gives meaning to man's status, exalted by the incarnation. This psychological dimension of Kabbalism bridges the spiritual and the therapeutic, provides for navigating the complexities of the human condition. The Kabbalah, more than a mere system of esoteric thought or a relic of bygone ages, remains a living bridge to the transcendent, offering keys to unlock the mysteries of creation and the human soul's place within it. Its principles, though shrouded in secrecy and symbolism, resonate with the universal search for meaning, the interconnectivity of existence. Through the study of its sacred texts, the Sefer Yetzirah, Zohar, and the Apocalypse scholars and seekers alike delve into the depths of metaphysical speculation, exploring realms beyond the grasp of ordinary consciousness. The venerable sages serve not only as conduits to divine wisdom, but also as mirrors reflecting the multifaceted aspects of human understanding. The influence of Kabbalism extends beyond the confines of Jewish mysticism, permeating the fabric of esoteric traditions. Its concepts and symbols have been woven into the tapestries of Hermeticism, alchemy, Rosicrucian, and Freemasonry, revealing the shared heritage of human endeavors. Influence of streams of thought, Kabbalism emerges a fundamental force, enriching the philosophical and mystical insights and revelations. The Kabbalistic journey, characterized by the pursuit of esoteric knowledge and the transformation of the self, embodies the internal aspiration to bridge the finite and the infinite. It teaches that within the heart of the mundane lies the seed of the divine, that through contemplation, study, and the practice of virtue, individuals can ascend the ladder of spiritual enlightenment. As we stand at the crossroads of the past and the future, the teachings of the Kabbalah invite to look inward and upward to unravelries that bind the universe. In this quest, the Kabbalah serves not as an end, but as a beginning clue to the boundless realms of spirit, infinite vistas of understanding. Thus, the legacy of Kabbalistic wisdom endures, a beacon of light illuminating the path toward universal truths and the harmonious unity of all beings. Each thread of Kabbalistic thought contributes to the unfolding pattern of cosmic and human evolution, affirming the timeless relevance of this ancient yet ever new philosophy. Thank you for venturing with us through the shadowed corridors of the unseen. Give whispers from beyond of curiosity within you. Bless them with a light, and embark further on this enigmatic journey by subscribing to them.
Everything is about the narrative we assume ascribe to my actions. If someone sees me really here on color my narrative will attach to that. That's the narrative. You want to be my young kid here, you give the young kid. Because you know most again that's a drink that people drink all the time. So again, somebody sees me doing here on young kid. Now again, when I say calamite, it's came to calamite. So what's saying? So again, the narrative is simple. Here for young kid. Therefore, again, because of that, my actions stand on their own, and as long as that here is technically simple, but I see her not as being irrelevant, I can tell you. On the flip side, Haka will come will say, but in the case of the strainer, right, when someone sees me putting a strainer on top of the valve, they say, what's the narrative? What's the assumed narrative? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm straining wine. I'm straining wine. No one is going to right? So because of that, everything is what your action looks like. Basically, the action looks fine. In the case ultimately of the strainer, it does. Therefore, Bashi says you can put the strainer on the barrel to some on the barrel. But what? But what? You know, just have to put it on the barrel. Although I still bought it. But didn't you see this come from? So again, it's the whole issue is what did he do? Brought the guys that he done up. He took a probe and he stuck it in the spigot of the barrel. But Amar, this literally come and happen. He said, I was saying again, that act of going ahead and looking up the barrel, I was saying, it seems to be like a case of fixing a utensil. Yet the Kamkakam did it.
Yo, I don't know that you're gonna be able to even see me. I spent like 8 fucking hours trying to upload 20 video yesterday. It was just fucking believable. Kabbalah sucks, and everything else sucks. Does it? Yeah, it. So does everything, though. So it's just in line with the cosmos of everything sucking. Anyway, today's lesson. This is day fucking 5. This is unbelievable. It's just incredible. Anyway, so fucking long. So if you're watching, number one, I don't know if it's gonna fucking upload. Number two, well, I know this is dead fucking nuts. This is really good shit, but all right, good question. Who was the first human to write Hebrew? Well, how does Hebrew come out? Like, who gets it, who writes it, etc. So, Adam Harishon, like a person, he spoke Hebrew, the holy tongue, to name creation and communicate with God. However, there's no tradition that Adam wrote down anything, only that he spoke. Avraham Avinu, this is all traditional, of course, because as we know, Hebrew is like a it's a like Semitic language that has a vast history, but this is just Jewish tradition. Avraham Avinu, Avraham traditionally created with preserving and transmitting the holy tongue, writing mystical teachings, Sefer Yetzirah, the formation. We'll talk about because it sucks, so we gotta go over it. Anyway, sources, Talmud, and later Kabbalistic texts attribute Sefer Yetzirah to Abraham. This is considered the first instance of written Hebrew in a structured mystical context. Torah, canonical Torah given to Moses is Sinai. Abraham did not write Torah itself, we know that, only or proto-scriptural texts. So, in summary, the first to speak Hebrew is Adam. The first to write in Hebrew traditionally is Abraham, and the first to write Torah is Moses. All right, we've got a lot to go over, so I don't even know. I might have to do multiple videos because that makes me like a real teacher. I just wanted to bang these things out and then fucking do other shit. All right, so here's another great question. So for how many days was Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai? Oh, well, so Kabbalah really comes from Abraham, Avraham Avinu, not from Moshe, but Moshe includes a lot of it in like different sections traditionally. All right, so it was given to Moshe at Mount Sinai, but Moses was on Mount Sinai for a total of 120 days, traditionally understood as 3 separate periods of so that's the first 40 from the 7th of Sivan to the 17th of Tammuz. Was received tablets and calf. Then broke the Luchot. Is from the 18th of Tammuz to the 20th of Av. Moshe went back up to pray and plead for forgiveness for B'nai Yisrael. And if you're ever like, why did you just stop randomly? Sometimes my notes to refresh. It's just absolute, just part of sucking, and everything sucks. So expect nothing less. Then the third 40 days from the first of Elul until the 10th of Tishrei, Yom Kippur, Moshe received the second set of tablets. He came down on Yom Kippur, which became the Day of Atonement. So in total, 40 plus 40 plus 40 is 120 days. If you here's another question: why is Kabbalah sometimes with a K or a Q, maybe a C? So it's a transliteration. So it's transliterated letter by letter. Kuf, Bet, Lamed, Hey. So the Kabbalah, why you sometimes see other letters, so it just depends on the source. Kabbalah, Kabbalah, as is the most common today. Kabbalah, Kabbalah, sometimes shown Bbalah. That's academic and scholarly, and since I'm like an academic, I might use that. I like that. Just Q. You can just call me Q. That's my fucking nickname, baby. Anyway, Kabbalah, Cabala, sometimes used in a cult. And I watched something today, like my daily Kabbalistic learning on the occult, and will like this is all I'm like Mason, and a foundational knowledge for. All right, so the bottom line is there's no different tradition in the different spellings. All right, another question: academic writing, Kabbalah Q is used precisely consistently. So Hebrew has two K sounds. English has one. Hebrew distinguishes between kaf and kaf. In modern pronunciation, they both sound like K, but academically they are different letters with different history. So scholars want a one-to-one mapping. So kaf is Q, kaf is K. This lets the reader reconstruct the original Hebrew spelling just from the transliteration. All right. YQ specifically, this comes from Semitic linguistics and Arab transliteration, where kaf is translated as Q. Hebrew kaf is the same historical letter Arabic kaf. So Q signals a back of the throat consonant hysteropic. That's uh, 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 and a different phoneme than cough, even if modern Hebrew merged with the sound. Academic transliteration prioritizes precision, not pronunciation. So academia cares less about how English speakers say the word and more about covering the original language, comparing Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, Akkadian, etc. Avoid ambiguity across text. So Kabbalah is precise. Kabbalah with a Q is precise, technical, reconstructible. Kabbalah with a K is readable, popular, English friendly. But I like Kabbalah with a Q if you want a preference, because I'm precise, technical, and reconstructible. It's about details, baby. The minutia of the shit. All right. Same reason why you'll see Qumran, the letter Q O L, letter of Kadosh in some words. You know what? That's an interesting one, because Kadosh, the um, well, at least like in the Council of America's um, let me see if I can find it. This is slightly different, but um, the Rabbinical Council of America's Siddur. It is spelled with a K, definitely not a Q. Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. Everybody knows that. Different Siddur. It's still relevant. All right. So I can't see really well right now. But let's see here. Dog, I should have this shit. Okay. All right, here we go. So Mita, it's in the repetition. I mean, it's just transliterated, but technically, they should not use a K. And like, this isn't that important. I don't know why I'm going through it, but and um, I can tell you at least in the most recent uh, Rabbinical Council of America's uh, consider on the left hand side, in a little box, kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. Anyway, holy. If you're wondering why this is taking me so long, I can't see. The lighting isn't very good at my vision. Isn't very good either. You can just take my word on it. Once you have to do that, let's find it in the text. All right. Well, I mean, I'm even seeing it here in the modem of the Rabbi Hakadosh or the K. That's fine. That's cool. Um, I love the modem of the rabbis, by the way. A lot of people fight through it, but I really fucking get into that. It's one of my favorite parts of the Amida. What's Amida? Stand. All right. Are you done? No, dog. So we found it, but I want to find it in this one part. I love it. You're like, you stand on your tippy toes. It's a thing, kind of. Um, anyway, they don't use Q because theirs is precise from an academic standpoint. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Like from your Rosh Hashanah, Hakadosh to Yom Kippur and spell the. This doesn't really matter, but in the Modium, it's with a K. I mean, I know it's not with a Q. I don't know if in any of the transliteration rating there. All right. Really? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not always looking at the transliteration, but or I should just say even though I have this light, it's still hard. You're running out of time, big dog. Fuck it, man. We'll do it live. I I misspoke. We not Amida. It's Kadosh is in Amida, but um, really stuck on this thing. Yeah, dog. Because I know exactly where it is in a different sitter, and this is it's bothering. So it's from Isaiah 6:3. Holy, 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 Hashem, hosts, whole earth is full of His glory. Oh, dude, it is in the Amida as well. Yeah, it's in the Kedusha section. All right. Exactly. It's in this. It's in the repetition. Exactly. All right. And it's in the daily Amida and Chakra, but it's often quieter or skipped to praying alone. Well, I like. All right. All right. Well, I see it. Holding your name is holy. Okay, why is this important? Well, this one time, it was during. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the story in time. Okay, it was during. So we were in the sukkah. We were in the sukkah, and I was there with some rabbi, and, talking about Chol Homa, Chol Homa, Chol Homa, and there's a bunch of fucking Jews that didn't know Adam from Moshe to a hole in their fucking asses, and so um, no, that's not bad, but we all have to start somewhere. But they should have known this stuff, and they were fucking lazy, and I tell them that. Anyway, they were like, "What's Chol Hamoed?" And um, it's the period like during and took out had some special rules, and dude, she's gonna end. Um, anyway, she's good. I'll finish the story. It's just this motherfucking thing didn't work, did it? This motherfucking thing didn't work, did it? Okay, yo, dog. I don't think this shit worked. Some of this other shit got it. Sucks. I, I can't do this.
I don't know that you're gonna be able to even see me. I spent like 8 fucking hours 20-minute video yesterday on fucking believable. Kabbalah does it. Yeah, everything though. So
Record. Motherfuckers. I'm so pissed. This shit is so bad. I spent all, all fucking day trying to upload this shit. Oh, this just angers me to no avail. Anyway, I'm trying to figure this out. Dog. This shit is... Dude, I'm so pissed. Dog, this shit is so fucking stupid. I'm so pissed. This shit. Dude, I'll just do it in little pieces. This is the worst. This shit is unbelievable. This is the worst. Come on, you little bitch. Dog, what the fuck is taking so long? Shit sucks. Fuck. Dude, these things are such pieces of shit. This is the worst. Come on, you little bitch. What is this bullshit?
As the religious world.
Come on.
Do that because that makes me like a real teacher. I just want to hang these things out in this fucking. Who was the first human to write Hebrew? Well, how does Hebrew like?
Dog. Are you fucking serious? This shit takes. It makes me not want to teach. It really makes me want to fucking not teach.
Anyway, in today's lesson, this is day fucking 5. Okay. Anyway, in today's lesson. I spent like
This is such bullshit. It didn't record on my fucking device. I don't know how. If you ever look on Down Detector, how many fucking crashes there are on Instagram? It's like, do they even pay attention to fixing this? And this is all apps. When I'm chief, Down Detector, everything's gonna be fine, running perfectly all the time. We're gonna fix all this shit. But right now, this is worst.
I don't know that you're gonna be able to even see me. I spent like 8 fucking hours trying to upload a 20-minute. It was just fucking believable. And everything else sucks. Does it? Yeah, it does. So does everything. Though. So it's just in line with the cosmos of everything sucking. Anyway, in today's lesson, this is day fucking 5. This is unfucking believable. Just anyway, this shit is so fucking long. So if you're watching this, I don't know if it's gonna. Number 2, nuts teaching. This is really good shit. All right, so here's a good question. Who was the first human to write Hebrew? Well, how does Hebrew come about? Like, who gets it, etc. So Adam Harishon, like Adam, the first person, he spoke Hebrew, Lashon HaKodesh, the Holy Tongue, to name creation and communicate with God. However, there's no tradition that Adam wrote down anything, only that he spoke. Abraham Avinu, this is all traditional, of course, because as we know, Hebrew is like a it's a Semitic language that has that. This is just Jewish tradition. Abraham Avinu, Abraham is tradition preserving and transmitting, writing mystical tea for Yetzirah, the book of formation. Talk about that because it sucks. So we gotta go over it. Anyway, sources, Talmud, and later ballistic texts attribute Sefer Yetzirah to Abraham. This is considered the first instance of written Hebrew in a structured mystical context. Torah writing, the Torah was given to Moses in Sinai. Abraham did not read Torah, so we know that. Only mystical knowledge or proto-scriptural texts. So, in summary, the first Hebrew is Adam. The first to write Hebrew traditionally is Abraham, and the first to write Torah is Moses. We've got a lot to go over, so I don't even know. I might have to do multiple videos, and I didn't want to do that because that makes me like a real teacher. I just want to get these things out and fucking do other shit. All right, so here's another great question. So, for how many days was Moshe Rabbeinu Mount Sinai? Oh, well, so Kabbalah is from Abraham Avinu, not from Moshe. Moshe, a lot of it, in like different sections traditionally. All right, so it was given to Moshe at Mount Sinai, but Moshe was on Mount Sinai for a total of 20 days, traditionally understood as 3 separate periods of 40 days and 40 nights. That's the first 40 days from Zan to the 17th of Tammuz. This is when Moshe first goes up and receives the tablets. He came down and found the golden calf, then broke the Luchot. Second 40 days from the 18th of Tammuz to the 29th of Moshe went back up and pleaded for forgiveness for B'nai Yisrael. If you ever like, why did you just stop randomly? Sometimes my notes have to refresh. It's absolutely good. I'm just part of sucking. And everything sucks. So it's less. The third 40 days from the first of Elul until the 10th of Tishrei, or Moshe received the second set of tablets. He came down on 4, which became the Day of Atonement. So total 40 plus 40 plus 40 is 120 days. If you here's another question: why is Kabbalah sometimes with a K or a Q? Maybe a C. So it's a transliteration. So it's transliterated letter by letter. Kuf, Bet, Lam, Pei. So the core Kabbalah. Why you sometimes see others. So it just depends on the source. KABBAH is the most common. KABBALA, sometimes shown QABBALAH. That's academic and scholarly, and since I'm like an academic, I might use that. I like that. Just Q. You can just call me Q. That's my fucking nickname, baby. Anyway, CABALA is just a cult. And I watched something today, like my Kabbalistic learning on the occult, and I'm like a Freemason, and you know, a Kabbalah. We're gonna see how this all works out. I've got good foundational knowledge for some of this, like maybe all of it. All right, bottom line is there's no different tradition applied to the different spellings. All right, Jen. Kabbalah with a Q is used for one main reason: to represent the Hebrew letter Kaf precisely and consistently. So Hebrew has 2 K sounds. English has 1. Hebrew distinguishes between Kaf and Kaf. In modern pronunciation, they both sound like K, but academically they are different letters with different histories. So scholars want a one-to-one mapping. So Kaf is Q, Kaf is K. This lets the reader reconstruct the original Hebrew spelling just from the transliteration. Right. YQ specifically is from Semitic linguistics and Arab transliteration, where Arab Kaf is translated as Q. Hebrew Kaf is the same historical letter as Arabic Kaf. So Q signals a back, the throat, consonant, that's and a different phoneme than Kaf, even if modern Hebrew merged with the sound. Academic alliteration prioritizes precision, not pronunciation. So academia cares less about how English speakers word and more about recurrent language, comparing Hebrew, Aramaic, Akkadian, avoiding ambiguity of text. So Kabbalah is precise. Kabbalah with the Q is precise, technical, reconstructible. Kabbalah with the English friendly. But I like Q if you want to know my preference, because I'm precise, technical, and reconstructible. It's about detail, baby. The minutia of the shit. Alright, same reason why you'll see Qumran and Kaf for the letter, like QOF for the letter Kaf, and Kadosh instead of Kadosh in some linguistic words. You know what? That's an interesting one, because Kadosh in the at least like in the Rabbinical Council of America's see if I can find it. This is it is spelled with a K, definitely not a Q. Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. Everybody. Well, this is a different siddur. It still is relevant.
All right. So, fuck. All right. So fuck, dog. Come on.
Now,
I can't see that well. Hit pause.
but
I paused this bitch. This shit sucks. Dog, I hit pause.
let's see.
Dude, I hit pause. Wait. Are you fucking serious? It's paused.
Let's see here.
Dog. Dog.
Right, here we go. So, Amida, it's in the repetition.
Come on, you little bitch. Okay. If this fucking crashes, I'm flipping shit. Technology sucks, kids. This is like I'm like the first motherfucker to rub And well, actually, I'm like everybody's been trying to rub two sticks together, and all their sticks keep breaking, and they give up. But I don't give up. And then we'll have maybe a big bonfire. Anyway, I gotta end this video. I struggle a little bit to find this one pass. I found it. Because of the lighting. Also, it's in at least version of the sitter. It's not the usual. I can tell you exactly where this motherfucker is in a Rabbinical Council of America one. I can even tell you the differences in the different Rabbinical Council of America. Actually, the Rabbinical Council of America sponsors uh, a book, a sitter formally. This changed around. Um, changed around like 2019, 2020 or so. 2019. I don't know when the contract was up in a fucking room, but I can tell you that Shul started to get different versions that were slightly different, very, very slightly. And this, and, but then people wanted to go back to it because they hated the new version. Anyway, it's on a page. It's in a little gray box. It's well, hold on. I should say in the Hebrew it's on the right, but we're talking about transliteration and why it should be with a Q. There's a lot of shit in Hebrew and in Judaism in general that needs to be aligned. We're about details, baby. Minutia.
Come with me to try the dog pound.
Damn bitch.
From like LA back in 2020. Why are nuts ever available? They're really not enough are available, guys. What's going on? I'm showing up so like here. I dropped my phone. It was a shit show. It was a shit show. And it got for a screen. Also, Welcome to Black Jeopardy. Every single viewer fully understands halftime performance. Today is yes, Tracy Morgan. Now wait a minute. You already have a lot of money. No, you gotta have a lot of money. If you're gonna look like I live, I ain't. I got 3 G's eating it. Okay, we hear you, Tracy Morgan. They ain't just 3 G's. Tracy, y'all seem like y'all might be. James L. Jones was logical father. I'm on the set. That's what he said. Raising Cuba. No, you said. Yeah. I said. Why though? Yeah. Well, I am in Miami. So, now we're going to eat with it. You should not say that word though. Because y'all not black people. So you shouldn't say it. Like, I would never say that. What is it? I'm just telling you, it's not cool. I'm just saying, it's disrespectful to black people. So, if I say it, no, not here saying it's stupid. Oh, so everyone else is stupid, but black people, you should say it. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, but the black people here say so. They can't give that guy a minority. They can't give you a part. But I'm a bigger minority. There's more blacks than Cubans in Miami. Say the word. That's why I'm gonna say the word. Nothing you do about it. Because nobody else had an issue with it. I have an issue with it. It's just you. Yeah, but you're not the light minority than you. I'm a fan. We do. I do a lot of business with that. Yes, I do. President of the UN voting against corner for 30 minutes because he thought he was a glass of orange juice. Spill himself. That is not weed. But it gotta be from your continental. Our leadership of U.S. immigration department was actually created during slavery so that only white people could be citizens of the United States. Every ounce of U.S. immigration history are United States citizens. The Naturalization Act was created. The same trademark office was created. Immigration is white supremacy. That other culture. There's no such thing as white, like a Ukrainian or immigrant, or Castile as in the late 1800s. Because of whiteness. It works. Second largest ethnic group because he was German. Hey, don't worry, I'm this truck up, bro. You gotta do it. Yep. They got me fucked up. Oh, man. Bro, fuck out of here. Oh, I'm about to go crazy. This is why, like, put in 2 weeks' notice, you feel me? Play on your own terms. Fuck this, bro. Because they not even like, that's why me, make sure you got the next job set up and then just blow this shit. And don't try to get a new job rapid before. I was trying to help niggas out. I know they go, what you talking about, whatever. Nah, I'm really trying to get, get.
Bro, where you been for? It's been a minute. I ain't seen you since you beat my Hellcat.
Nah, man, I'm going on vacation. Take my family on vacation.
That's perfect. We get a little roll on the way.
Nah, man, nah. Nah, see, now you got me. So I get it. Go ahead. Right.
Yeah. I get it. I'm a dick.
Alright. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2. It's all good.
Expect us to fight back through debate and through conversation become already in place. That's why like white people get so excited about, ooh, let's fight.
Obama's black. And like, see, I am a black Italian. I am that exactly. My father is Italian. I'm an example of that. When I went to school, I was by blacks because my name was Giancarlo Esposito. It's an Italian black high school. You know, so my friends became the Jew. You know, so I think this film somewhat showing us that we all have this problem somewhere. Why don't you make
They didn't record on it. I don't know how. Listen, this is all I have. When I'm worst,
Fucking A. Dog, I see straight. This shit is. It's taking forever to upload this.
I mean, this is transliterated. Technically, okay, and, like, this isn't that important. I don't know. I'll go through it, but Council of as sitter. So on the left hand side, a little box, kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. Anyway, holy.
Stand on your tippy toes. Knows that.
If you're wondering why this is taking long, I can't see. The lighting isn't very good, and my vision very good either. Let's check my word on it. But I don't want you to have that. We're gonna find the text. All right. Well, I mean, I'm even seeing it here in the Modem of the Rabbi. I love Modem of the Rabbis, by the way. A lot of people throw it, but I really get into that. It's one of my favorite standing. All right. No, dog. So we found it. I want to find it in this one part. Tippy toes, it's kind of. Anyway, they don't use Q because theirs is stem point. Hold on. From Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur, and it's spelled with K. I mean, this doesn't really matter, but in the Modem, it's with a K. I know it's not with a Q. Any of the translator that they ever use a Q. All right. Really? So, I mean, I'm not always looking at the transliteration, but I just say the. Fine, big dog. Fucking do it live. I spoke.
It is.
But
it's the repetition.
dog, because I know exactly where it is. Sitter, and this is bothering me. So it's from Isaiah, holy, holy, holy. Hashem, host. The earth is full of his glory. Oh, dude, it is in the Amida. It's in the conception. All right. Exactly. It's in the repetition. Exactly. And it's in the daily Amida and Shabbat. But it's often quite skip just praying alone. Well, I like it. All right. Alright, well, I see you're holy. Your name is holy. Okay, why is this important? Well, this one time, it was during, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this story in time. Okay, it was during Sukkot. We're in the Sukkot, we're in the Sukkah, and I was there with some rabbi, and he was explaining, I was thinking about Chol Hamoed, and with the fucking Jews that didn't know Adam for Moshe and their fucking asses, and no, that's not good. We all have to start somewhere. They should have known this stuff, and they were lazy, and I would tell them that. Anyway, they were like, Chol Hamoed, and and Sukkot has some special rules, and dude, this better hasn't it? Anyway, this bitch is done. I'll finish it. This shit sucks. This motherfucking thing didn't work. This motherfucking thing didn't work, did it? I'm so fucking pissed. This other shit got it. This sucks. Can't do this. I don't know that you're gonna be able to eat. I spent like maybe a video yesterday. It was just Kabbalah sucks. It all sucks. That's it. Yeah. Dude, this shit didn't fucking record. It fucking forever to upload this.
Back on the balcony, I'll go upstairs. And I'll go upstairs.
This is just. It didn't record on my fucking device. I don't know how. Cheap. Down to that. No. Home alone when I noticed something.
Who knows? The war in the Middle East is just on the internet. The whole 3 hours of the war in Iraq. And after the first hour, I found myself there. Watch those guys. Those are just normal fucking dudes. Second, they look like me trying to fire a gun. Their feet move when they shoot. This ISIS is out there having fun. They answer
Does that feel like the first time you made love?
No.
You had sex or back? Okay, now pick them all up.
Yes, that was a miracle, wasn't it? Now, what does the story about Jesus making water into wine teach us?
It's an enormous amount of trouble.
school in Finland, but they mostly teach words. D-O-B. No explanation for the IRS. Well, what the fuck? The second level of divorce is heterosexuals. The lowest level of divorce is gay. Did you? If you know this news, the highest. We had my mom go pick up our daughter recently at a friend's house.
So I was thinking as I waited like an hour for this fucking video, the Rabbinical Council of America's sitter. Shout out to Art Scroll, like with a cough, and Sukkot Shabbat meal, and anyway, really, oh, um, so we're there, and this bit, how pissed off I am to this day. And he stands up and he's like, it's a Pesach and the last 2 days of Pesach, and the period between the first two, Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret / on one day, because you assholes don't know what the fuck you're doing. Anyway, no, Israel doesn't know that. I was working with this Israeli. She was cool actually, but I'm just saying that to be funny. And I was like, we were launching in Israel and giving her my schedule, and I'll be, I won't be at work these 2 days, and it's there, Simchat Torah on one day, and Shemini. Really, you stupid cunt. Anyway, I'm like, so literally the project had to be delayed a day. That should not be a fucking line. That this was a thing back in the day, yada yada yada. Or rabbis I know, wonderful people, but there are Shondas. They're just their whole existence is Shondarific. Like that's not true. I say I thought kadosh meant holy. Does not mean holy. It is usually a festival. Examples in the Torah Passover. There, it's about special timing, not inherent holiness. And then whole rabbis who I've been around, I've seen every single rabbi I've ever. So what about the kadosh part? Well, I mean, at least I'm catching my mistake. A disagreement. It just got political. It's repetition. It's in Hebrew in a gray box, and it's a translation. And all right, what do you mean? You didn't know where kadosh was? And it's like of multiple sitters, and people have been like shocked. They're like, "Oh my word, you're right." Every single person, it's true, and I've shown it to people in the text, and they're like, "There, who I've interacted with, whom I've interacted." I mean, I've had showdown and seen the shock on their face when they recognize that they're wrong and that they. It's not like that. It's not like that. This is the fact that you knock a girl up, and there's no alignment, and I know what Rabbi Moshe finds rule. And you don't know, all rabbis make mistakes. So if you're like, just listen to me right now, and maybe my teaching shit don't stink, baby.
How pissed off are you? I'm so pissed off I can't see shit.
All right, I could bitch and moan about fucking rabbis all effing day, but for now, let's continue with our Kabbalistic study. Again, in my own way, I love you all. Some of you are better than others. Okay, so are you done? All right, so Q is cough, K is cough, That's just a transliteration. That doesn't really matter, but whatever. So you're normally going to see Kabbalah with a K, but academically it's with a Q. And if you ever see me use a Q, it's because it's more precise. All right. So we're talking about how Abraham Avinu was the first Kabbalist in his own way. But in Torah, it doesn't talk about him ever writing anything. So, but according to tradition, he wrote Sefer Yetzirah. This means Book of Formation. This is very early, attributed traditionally to Abraham Avinu, academically 3rd to 6th century Common Era. What it covers: creation through letters, numbers, and the Sephirot, the 32 paths of wisdom, 10 Sephirot plus 22 Hebrew letters, cosmology, time, space, so why it matters. It's the earliest systematic mystical cosmology in Judaism. It influenced both philosophers, Rambam, and other Kabbalists. Sefer HaZohar, that's the Zohar. We know about this, the 13th century Spain, attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. But again, this was Moshe de Leon and Reverend Moshe de Leon. Again, he was hard on his luck. He might have this one might not have been as always on the up and up. And you can't hustle. Don't forget about that, baby. If you don't know what that means, you only have 5 other days to watch. No big deal. Mystical commentary on the Torah concepts of Ein Sof. Sof, don't forget its secret. Shekhinah, Sephirotic dynamics, divine masculine, feminine, exile and repair. And he could have been influenced by perhaps other belief systems when he was coming up with something. So just keep that in mind. Why it matters, it's a central canonical text of classical Kabbalah, foundation of almost all later mystical interpretation. The writings of the Ari Lurianic Kabbalah, key work is Etz Chaim, that's the tree of life. Author Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari, recorded by Rabbi Chaim Wetal, 16th century Sfat. What it covers: Zimtzum, contraction; Sefirat HaKelim, shattering of the vessels; Tikkun, cosmic repair; detailed spiritual psychology and cosmology. Why it matters: it reshaped all later Kabbalah, dominates Hasidic and modern Kabbalistic thought. How they fit together: Sefer Yetzirah, structure of creation; Zohar, inner meaning of Torah and divine life; Ari Etz Chaim, how the cosmos is broken, how humans fix it. Everything else, Ramak, Hasidot, Gra, modern Kabbalah, is commentary development on these. And I guess this would be a commentary on Kabbalah as well. Common misconception: people sometimes say Kabbalah is one book. That is incorrect. We know that there is no single book called Kabbalah. It's a tradition with these texts as its pillars. If you so Sefer Yetzirah, this is the book formation, the earliest foundational text of Jewish mysticism, and one of the core pillars of Kabbalah. Here's an explanation without hype. What it is: it's a very short but extremely dense mystical work, only a few pages. It describes how God created reality using 10 Sifrot, not yet the later full Kabbalistic system, 22 Hebrew letters. Focuses on structure, order, and mechanics of creation, not stories. What creation means here: Sefer Yetzirah is not about ex nihilo creation in a philosophical sense. It's about how form, time, space, and consciousness are organized, how divine speech and letters shape reality. The architecture of the cosmos. Think blueprint, not narrative. The core ideas inside the book are the 32 paths of wisdom, the 10 Sifrot, numbers and dimensions, 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Together, these are the channels through which existence unfolds. Hebrew letters as creative forces. The letters are not symbols, they are active forces, combined, weight, permuted. Create planets, elements, seasons, and aspects of the soul. The idea later becomes central to all Kabbalah. 3 categories of letters: the 3 mother letters, air, water, fire; 7 double letters, life, death, wisdom, foolishness, etc.; 12 simple letters, zodiac, amongst human faculties. This is one of the earliest letter cosmos mapping systems in Judaism. Sephirot here does not equal later Sephirot in Sefer Yetzirah. Sephirot are more like dimensions, measures, or directions, not yet divine attributes of chesed, gevurah, etc. This develops later in the Zohar. When and by whom? Traditional attribution is Abraham Avinu. Talmudic reference is Sanhedrin 65b. Academic dating roughly 3rd through 6th century CE. It existed long before the Zohar and influenced Rambam philosophically, Saadia, Gaon, the Vilna Gaon, and the Ari indirectly. How it's read, it's studied with commentaries, none are alone generally, sometimes linked to advanced practices. The famous Golem passages, in reality, mostly studied as theoretical cosmology, not magic. Why it matters? Without Sefer Yetzirah, no Sephiroth system, no letter mysticism, no Kabbalah as we know it. It's a skeleton. Later, Kabbalah adds flesh. One sentence summary of it: Sefer Yetzirah is the Jewish mystical blueprint of creation, explaining how God structured reality through numbers and Hebrew letters. All right. So Abraham Avinu is the traditional attribution of this. This is a classical Jewish attribution found in early rabbinic tradition and medieval sources based on the book's focus on creation, astronomy, and language. Abraham being portrayed as Chazal, as a master of cosmic wisdom. We'll go into Chazal in a moment, perhaps. Talmudic hints, for an instance, Sanhedrin 65b, associating early sages with Sefer Yetzirah type knowledge. Important nuance: traditional sources often mean Abraham received or originated his wisdom, not necessarily that he practiced, wrote the text in its current form. Academic view: who likely composed the text? We have an anonymous late antique Jewish author or school, date roughly 3rd to 6th centuries, Common Era. Scholars base this on Hebrew style, post biblical, pre medieval concepts that reflect Greco Roman cosmology, absence of later rabbinic terminology, multiple textual versions, short, long, Saadia version. Most academics think it was composed of a small circle of Jewish mystics or philosophers, possibly edited over time, rather than written in one sitting, likely connected to Merkaba early mystical circles. How traditional thinkers reconcile this? Many classic Jewish authorities do not see a contradiction. Model one is ancient wisdom, later redaction. The core ideas go back to Abraham. The textual form was written down centuries later. This is similar to how oral Torah was transmitted before being written. Zohar is attributed to Rashbi but written later. Model two, symbolic attribution, written by Abraham, means the wisdom originates at the spiritual root associated with Abraham. This is common in mystical literature. What everyone agrees on: it is older than the Zohar. It is one of the earliest systematic mystical texts. It has enormous influence on both Kabbalah and Jewish philosophy. It was never meant as a standalone book. All right. So one line comparison: traditional perspective is written by Abraham Avinu. Academic is anonymous Jewish mystics, late antiquity. Reconciliatory is ancient tradition, later written form. Bottom line: tradition answers where the wisdom comes from. Academia answers when the text was written. They're answering different questions, not necessarily contradicting each other. Okay. All right. So another good question, I think, is: was there Kabbalah before Abraham at all? The short answer is no, not as a transmitted system. Long answer is yes, though, as primordial divine wisdom, but not yet taught to humans. So here's how Jewish tradition understands it. Before Abraham, wisdom exists, but it's not called Kabbalah. In Judaism, Kabbalah means that which is received, like Fred Bolitnikoff, don't forget that, kids. A tradition passed from teacher to student. Before Abraham, there is no recorded chain of transmission, no structured system of Sephiroth, letters, or cosmology, therefore no Kabbalah in the technical sense. But the content predates Abraham. Chazal teach that God used the Torah as a blueprint for creation. Zohar, Bereshit. This implies the inner dimension of Torah existed before the world. Concepts later revealed in Kabbalah were already embodied in creation itself. Examples: the 10 utterances of creation, the root of the 10 Sephiroth, Hebrew letters as creative forces, divine attributes governing reality. This is cosmic wisdom, not yet human accessible. Adam, Noach, and early humanity. Traditional sources say Adam HaRishon was given profound divine knowledge. Some midrashim speak of angelic instruction, but this knowledge was non-systematic, not transmitted as a formal tradition, mostly lost after the generations of corruption. So while Adam knew deep truths, there was no Kabbalistic school. Where Abraham is the turning point, Abraham is the first to independently rediscover divine unity through reason and contemplation, receive structured wisdom about creation, language, divine order, transmit it to disciples, Yitzhak, Yishmael, others. This is why Sefer Yetzirah is attributed to him. He transforms cosmic truth into received tradition. After Abraham transmission begins, the chain continues. Abraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov, Shevet Levi, Moshe at Sinai, where mystical knowledge becomes embedded in Torah. From here, Kabbalah exists as hidden, selective, integrated into Torah and Halakha. Academic perspective, briefly, academia would say Kabbalah is a term that system develops much is a term and system that develops much later. Every Israelite religion, like formal mysticism, texts like Sefer Yetzirah, emerged in late antiquity, but this doesn't address the traditional theological question, only the textual one. Bottom line, before Abraham, there were divine wisdom existed, but not Kabbalah. With Abraham, wisdom becomes received, teachable, and transmissible. After Sinai, mystical knowledge is embedded in Torah itself. Or in one line, Kabbalah begins when wisdom becomes tradition, and that starts with Abraham. All right, that's good for now. Well, we have more to go over, but this video is going to fucking crash, no doubt.
Fuck, I literally told you this. I don't fucking know.
God, this is really good.
Pissed off. How pissed off are you?
Sommer bedeutet Familienzeit. Darum reisen Kinder bei TUI im Sommer schon ab 149 Franken. Unvergessliche Ferien für Gross und Klein. Jetzt buchen auf tui.ch oder in deinem TUI-Reisebüro.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a great holidays. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Maybe you want to give a gift to old Gerald and Cooney and join the Patreon. I don't know, just throwing it out there. But anyways, that's not why they're here. Oh, I forgot to mention on the Patreon you get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Show. But how you doing, Gerald?
I've been waiting for this all day, dude. How am I doing, dude? I don't know. How's Kawhi Leonard doing, dude?
I have no idea.
How are the Detroit Pistons doing, Daddy?
He's on the Detroit Pistons.
No, he scored 55 points against them. Like, how are they doing? They got fucked.
Oh, he scored. Wow. That's
55 points, dude. That's why I'm wearing Mr. Daddy's shirt today, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a big Clippers fan.
No, don't say that. I disavowed the Clippers, but he did score 55 points yesterday.
It's hard to keep up with your, who you are into in sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, because
I'm like Aaron Rodgers. I'm going from team to team towards the end of my career, I'm going to die any day now.
oh, well, the Rodgers is a bad, they lost. I don't know if you heard.
Well, I lose every year.
Okay, so you're a loser. No, I mean, the Steelers lost to the Browns, and they're maybe out of the playoffs, but not Sure, but sorry to go ahead.
Dude, 55 points on the Detroit Pistons. Are you kidding me? Anyways, I'm doing great, dude. I had a great holiday. I just wanted to say that. We don't have to talk about it. I had a great holiday, dude. You know, dude, what did I do? Ask me what I did.
What did you do?
Jack shit, dude. Next question.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. I did do something though, and I wanted to talk about it here with you. I started playing a fucking card game on my iPad, which is no bueno. Don't do what I did, dude. Don't get stuck.
Solo card game?
Solo card game. No money involved. It's
Okay.
$10. You buy it and you play it. That's it.
And what's the game called?
Balatro, dude.
Balatro.
It's insane.
All right.
Oh my god, dude. If you ever start playing Balatro, I think you'd understand, but guess what? I don't think you have the balls to even start, dude.
I don't see myself wanting to play a card game. My mom used to play solitaire all the time. And she would try to get me, it's fun. And my grandfather would play solitaire. So I played that for a while, and it's just frustrating after a little while. You get to a certain point, you don't win, you're like, fuck. That sucks. Why didn't I read a book or play another, like a fun game?
Dude, I'm not even making this up right now. This is exactly what happened to me.
The same thing with solitaire?
Right. I was in the guest room at my mom's house playing solitaire, and my brother came home in the middle of the night because he was out with his girlfriend. Ever heard of it? And sorry, I wanted to do that, but he came home in the middle of the night from going out with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
I don't stay there. You know what I mean? I'm in the middle of a speed run on solitaire, trying to beat my time, which was like a minute, right, dude? So I'm locked in, dude.
Yeah.
I am fucking locked into my iPad, going, and then. So I'm hearing noises at the house. I'm not used to living there. I'm not used to this Dallas, whatever, right?
Yeah. You don't live there yet.
Yeah, I don't live there, and I live in her basement. But my brother's walking towards the room, and I'm like, "Hey, that's you, right, Thomas?" You know, it's pitch black too,
Right.
and he doesn't say anything. I guess he's been drinking a little bit on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
Right. And I'm like, "That's you, right, Thomas?" I'm still like
Playing Balatro.
I'm playing solitaire.
Oh.
This is before getting introduced to Balatro.
Okay.
And I'm playing solitaire. I'm about to beat my speed. You know what I mean? I'm about to beat it. But I'm like about to die too. This fool's like coming towards my, and he's not saying anything. And so at the last minute when he's finally in there, I freak out and I look, and it's my brother. He's like, "Oh, you're playing solitaire? You ever heard of Balatro, dude?" And then he showed me Balatro. I was hesitant for a whole day. I was like, "I'm not gonna play that. This looks stupid." And then all day Christmas Day, dude, I played Balatro.
Do you know what Balatro is?
What?
Solitaire with salsa on it. What is it like? It's like Latino solitaire? Pull it up, Jen. No, but it's kind of funny thinking about, because this is not you at all, but your brother's out there with some girl that he's going to bang, and he comes home and she sees you and she doesn't know that you don't live there. So yeah, that's my brother. He's like probably upstairs playing Balatro or something. So he's 45 years old. He lives at home, and he just plays solitaire. But he's a good guy.
Yeah, so it's Balatro is a Latin word meaning a professional clown, jester, or buffoon. Yeah.
Okay, what are you doing? Is it just similar to kind of like solitaire?
It's like poker with salsa on it, basically. I can show you. Tell me what you think it is.
I'll think about my fiance does a similar kind of thing with some weird like cube game. But what she does is she plays it's not like, what is it? What's the old Game Boy game where Tetris? It's kind of like that. She plays some version of Tetris. Anytime she's like not really into a show or a movie, I look over. I'm like, we picked this movie, and she's over there doing this on fucking, or she's either doing that or TikTok. I'm like,
yeah.
What was the whole point? You don't want to watch. We agreed we'd watch Top Gun Maverick. We agreed to it, and now you're fucking getting your high score on Jumbo's fucking Tetris or whatever the fuck.
She's like, "But Cootie, we watch this movie every week."
Yeah, well, I'm gay. I like Miles Taylor, dude. Oz. But do you do that? Do you like play solitaire while you're doing, or Balatro while you're doing other stuff?
No. Podcast.
You gotta be on it.
Dude, no. I hate it. I hate when people, dude, do not ever. This is another thing I wanted to talk to you about. You know why, dude? Because I was with some girl last night, and I was complaining about you, dude.
About me?
Yeah.
What's
and she was like, "Yeah, why does he do that?" And stuff like this, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. Contempt prior to investigation, dude.
Oh, that's your narrative that you do.
No, you
love to say that.
Wait, I never
didn't watch it. Oh, you didn't watch it. I love LeBron James. He parties with Diddy. Okay, that's who you are. You love guys that party with Diddy and all that.
Ain't no cootie like a Brendan cootie.
What specifically were you talking about that time?
I forget, dude, but then it's just like saying, she said the words contempt prior to investigation, and I was like, that's exactly what this fucking
Yeah,
guy
like
does.
you're fucking some attorney that you.
Yeah, dude.
But you know what I did? I did do some contempt. Well, I'm glad you brought it up.
Oh, guess what? I'm not surprised.
You know what's baller is like I'm making all this and nobody knows about it, and it's like our little secret. Side, baby. Oh, look at that. Look at my cock. Calm down, woman. All right. So we were talking about some bullshit. Why? Because all this shit sucks. And I really have to say, I can't do this every fucking day. Like, I need to be fucking faster or just not go over as much material. But I have stories to tell, and we have to look in Sitter for some shit, and compare Sidorum, and all kinds of other shit. Okay. So, one thing that you're going to hear is Chazel. What is Chazel? Chazel is an acronym. It stands for Hakamienu Zechronam Levracha. Our sages, may their memory be a blessing. It refers collectively to the rabbinic sages of the classical Jewish period. Like if this were college football, we'd be like, oh yeah, like the coaches of old, of coaches of old, or yeah. Anyway, the coaches of yore, whatever the fuck yore is. Yeah. So who Chazal includes? Chazal is not one person, not a single book. It is a broad term covering several generations of sages, roughly a time period from 300 before the Common Era to 600 Common Era. Groups include Tanaim, the 1st and 3rd century Common Era sages of the Mishnah, Hillel, Shammai, Rabbi Akiva, Amoraim, the 3rd to 5th century Common Era sages of the Gemara, Rab, Shmuel, Abai, Rabbah. Sometimes included early Saraim, who finalized the Talmud. What Chazal produced, their teachings appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Talmud Bavli, and Yerushalmi, Midrash, Halacha, and Agada. What the text says, Chazal say, it means the teaching comes from one of those rabbinic sources, even if the exact sage isn't named. So, like, if this were like a college football team, we'd be like, oh yeah, coaches of yore. Who? Just like all of them, dog. Anyway, why the term matters, especially in Kabbalah. In traditional Judaism, Chazal are the authoritative transmitters of oral Torah. Kabbalah is seen as the inner layer of that same tradition. So when people say, according to Chazal, they're grounding an idea of pre-medieval rabbinic tradition, not later mystics or philosophers. In one sentence, Chazal is the collective body of rabbinic sages from the Mishnah and Talmud era, whose teachings form the foundation of Judaism. All right. So some other words that you may not know. So Chazal, language is Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew with Aramaic influence. What it stands for, it's an acronym, Rashi Tevot. It expands to Hakamenu, Zechronam, Levracha, word by word. Hakamenu, our sages. Hacham is wise person. Zechronam, their memory. And Levracha, for blessing. Like Zechrona Levracha. When I reference the Revits in Zechrona Levracha. Literal meaning, our sages, may their memory be a blessing. If you don't know who the Rebbitzin is, you got a lot to learn. Zechrona Levracha. If you don't know who the Rebbitzin is, Zechrona Levracha, you got a lot to learn. All right. Instead of listing hundreds of rabbis, Jews say Chazal as shorthand for the entire classical rabbinic tradition. Kabbalah, language Hebrew, root is Kaf Bet Lamed, to receive. Kabbalah, that which is received, like Fred Biletnikoff. i.e., a transmitted tradition, not personal invention. Torah, language is Hebrew, to teach, point, instruct, meaning instruction, not just law. Midrash, Hebrew, to seek, inquire. Midrash, interpretive, seeking meaning in the text. Mishnah, Hebrew, to repeat. Mishnah, that which is learned by repetition. Gemara, Aramaic, uh, uh, to complete, meaning the completion or analysis of the Mishnah. Talmud, Hebrew, to learn, learning, study. Halacha, Hebrew, means to walk, the way one walks, how to live. Agada, Hebrew, to tell, relate. Agada, narrative, teaching, meaning. All right. So we're talking about Sephirot Yetzirah, or Sefer Yetzirah, I should say. So here are the books within it, Sephirot and Sefer Yetzirah. First, what the word means here. Sephira in Sefer Yetzirah comes from Sephar, to count, Sephir, boundary. They are called Sephirot Belima, without substance, without whatness, meaning abstract dimensions, not divine personalities. The 10 Sephirot of Sefer Yetzirah, one beginning and end, the axis of origin and conclusion. God's unity frames all distance. 2, good and evil, moral polarity, potential for direction, not dualism. 3, above, below, vertical structure of reality, heaven, earth relationship. 4, east, 5, west, 6, north, 7, south. The 4 spatial directions establish a physical extension. 8, depth of height, vertical dimension, height. 9, depth of depth, vertical dimension, depth. 10, depth of time, temporal flow, past, future. How they function. These sephirot are dimensions of existence, boundaries that form the framework within which letters operate. They do not correspond to chesed, gevurah, etc. That comes later. Emotional, psychological traits. Relationship to the letters. 10 sephirot structure, 22 letters, energy, and articulation. Together, they form the 32 paths of wisdom. Why this matters. Sefer Yetzirah is mathematical and architectural, describes how reality is arranged. Later Kabbalah is symbolic and relational, describes how divinity flows. So in one sentence, in Sefer Yetzirah, the Sephirot are abstract dimensions that give reality structure, not divine attributes. All right, so what's it about? It's not really a story in the usual sense. It's more of a cosmological and mystical manual, but it does contain a kind of narrative framework describing creation. Here's a clear breakdown. The theme, the book explains how God created the universe through numbers, letters, and sephirot. It's about the mechanics of reality, not human drama. Creation, according to Sefer Yetzirah, the book describes creation in stages roughly as follows. Step 1, God's thought. The universe begins with divine thought. Everything starts as abstract potential. What happened before that? No, not right now. The 10 Sephirot, God structures reality using 10 Sephirot, which act like dimensions, channels, or measures. These Sephirot give boundaries and order. Step 3, the 22 letters. God then uses the 22 Hebrew letters to articulate creation. 3, mother letters, air, water, fire. 7, double letters, opposites, life, death, joy, sorrow, etc. 12, simple letters, zodiac months, human faculties. Step 4, formation of the cosmos. Combinations and permutations of letters create time, seasons, months, hours, space, directions, dimensions, matter, elements, physical objects. Key idea: everything in the universe is expressed through. Key idea is everything in the universe is expressed through letters and numbers. Letters are creative tools, not symbols. Human beings, as creations, also reflect the structure. Purpose of the text, not storytelling, but teaching a mystical system. Understand creation, contemplate God's wisdom, possibly use the letters for spiritual meditation or practical mystical application. Style, extremely concise and cryptic. Many lines are poetic formulas. For instance, with 32 paths of wisdom, God engraved the universe. No plot, characters, or events in the usual sense. So one line summary. This is important. Just get to the point, big dog. Sefer Yetzirah is a mystical blueprint of creation, showing how God structured the universe through Sephirot and Hebrew letters. All right. So another, I think, good question. Who taught Avraham Avinu to write in Hebrew? Who invented Hebrew traditionally? Does Avraham write? Because I'm thinking, like, I don't remember Avraham ever writing anything down in traditionally, at least in Torah doesn't. All right, so who taught Avraham to write in Hebrew? Traditionally, it's assumed that Avraham had innate knowledge of God's wisdom, including letters and language. Okay, the Torah itself does not describe anyone teaching him, but Chazal, rabbinic sages, say that Avraham studied divine wisdom directly, especially astronomy, creation, and letters. He may have used letters for mystical contemplation, but there's no mention of a teacher. So in traditional sources, Abraham is considered a natural sage and prophet, not a student of someone else in human terms. Who invented Hebrew? Traditionally, the Hebrew language is traditionally seen as divinely given to humanity. The language of creation itself, see Sefer Yetzirah, where letters create the universe. Some key points from tradition. Adam HaRishon spoke Lashon HaKodesh, the holy tongue, often identified as Hebrew. After the Tower of Babel, humanity dispersed the lost and original language, but the patriarchs preserved it. Abraham spoke and wrote Hebrew as part of the divine tradition passed down from Adam. So, in tradition, Hebrew is God's language, not a human invention. Did Abraham write in the Torah? No, Abraham does not physically write Torah as we have it. I know he didn't write it. That's attributed later. But Torah is traditionally given to Moses at Sinai with oral teachings earlier. Abraham is the recipient and transmitter of divine wisdom, but the actual text appears later. Some midrashim suggest he wrote down portions of divine wisdom, perhaps the Proto Sefer Yetzirah, but these writings are not canonical Torah. They were mystical and secret teaching passed orally in many traditions. So, who taught Abraham Hebrew? No human divine wisdom endowed him. Who invented Hebrew? God. Adam and the patriarchs preserved it. And does Abraham write Torah? No, he transmits wisdom. Torah is given at Sinai to Moshe Rabbeinu. So let's stop right there, and we'll move on to the next one. You fly, go fuck yourself. Oh fuck! You know what?
So today is day 2 of
Off. How pissed off are you? I'm so pissed off.
Please tell me why you stopping me? Yeah, I'm about to. Huh? I'm about to. What? I'm about to tell you. Stop sign? No. I said, what stop sign, man? I said, I'm about to tell you. What? You say stop sign? No one said stop sign but you. Why you stopping me? You made it the proper right answer. When you turn to a door, you got to turn that closest way. So. Let me get an idea for your partner. Can you hand me the beer as well? Huh? Can you hand me the beer? Who? The beer? Can you hand me the beer? There's no beer there. I can see it. Hey, hold it. Don't be searching my car. What's going on here? You know, the beer in the car. Wow. Mr. Robinson, come over here. How much you have to drink tonight? Sir? How much did you drink tonight? How much did you drink tonight? I don't really drink. That was the beer you were just trying to grab out of my hand. I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't drink. Why is y'all making me do this? Put your hands behind your back. So what? Because you're under the influence of operating motor vehicle. Sir, can I take my phone? You arrested me? Yes, you're under a deal, man. For what? DUI. DUI? Yes. Please tell me
bitch and moan about fucking rabbis all effing day. But for now, let's continue with our Kabbalistic study. Again, in my own way, I love you all. Some of you are better than others. Okay, so, are you done? Alright, so, Q is cuff, K is cuff. That's just transliteration, that doesn't really matter, but whatever. So, K, but academically it's because it's more precise. Alright, so we're talking about how Abraham Avinu was the first
Dude, yeah, I did do some contempt before investigation. I said Marty Supreme, which I'm happy to see. I'm just doing a character.
It was because of Marty Supreme.
Really?
She was like, "Have you seen Marty Supreme?" And I'm like, "No, but my homies online hating on it."
You fell for it. You're one of the fucking cucks that I troll. I troll cucks like you and your girlfriend.
I'm a cuck.
Yeah, you and
She
your
was also
girlfriend.
getting fucked by some guy while we were talking.
You and your girlfriend are both cucks. I'm the king troll, and I cooked you both. But what I do is I just like say shit. I don't necessarily mean it.
Yeah.
And because I do want to see Marty Supreme. I love Timothy Chalamet, but and there is a part of me that's like, I don't want to watch a movie that, I don't give a shit about ping pong. But so I said, I love Chalamet, but I'm not gonna go see something with ping pong. And then I'm getting, comment on. One guy was kind of funny. He retweeted it or re-threads it, whatever the word is for that, repost, I guess. And he was like, Marty Supreme has as much about ping pong as that hockey show, the gay hockey show now. Oh, have you heard about that?
No.
It's huge.
Is it literally gay people doing hockey?
It's like the storyline. My fiance is very into it. She said it's two guys that play hockey, they're professional hockey players, and for years had a relationship that's secret because in hockey you can't be gay. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
So and it's like a comedy where they have sex and all. But anyways, he said it's, and then I was like, wait, is this guy calling me gay? And I clicked on his profile and he's gay, and I was like, that's kind of funny. So I liked it. But then from there's all these other comments like, oh, how could you see, Marty Supreme's rules? So then I said something else about Marty Supreme. I forget what it was. And people got even more mad, like even more comments like, fuck you. And, although I didn't read the comments, I never did.
So, I mean, I can imagine the comments here. Fucking Kawhi Leonard sucks. She's like this.
Hopefully, please do that because the NBA sucks ass. I'm not going to rant about how boring it is, but he's like, they scored 55 points against the Pistons. That's a shit. How about the Detroit Pistons? Not even Detroit.
They're the second best team in the league. Anyways. Okay.
Exactly. They shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be fucking jacking off.
The last time the people cared about the Detroit Pistons was when Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Ben Wallace.
All right, let me tell you something, Sonny. Back in 2004 was
when
the
basketball
best
was
time to be
good.
alive.
When basketball was entertaining. Yes. Yeah. Now it sucks. Is there a Ben Wallace on the Pistons now? No.
Is there a cock in my living room? Yes, dude. You're looking at
You're the cock. But so then I forget what I said exactly. But then as a bit, I said I am now at the movie theaters actively stopping people from seeing Marty Supreme. And it was like, damn. I'm like, what's going on Threads? People really interact. You get like you get thousands of people looking at your shit. Where on Twitter it's a dead zone, and maybe people see your tweet, or maybe you just see endless Nazi memes. So Twitter sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I was hating on Marty Supreme, and I have not seen it.
Yeah, dude, that's insane. I don't get it. You get off to it. And I you know what? One day, maybe when I'm 39 or however old you are, maybe I'm going to take a little dose of that and get off to it too, dude.
All right, for the shout. 38, first of all. Second of all, Marty Supreme sucks ass.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it. I want to see it.
What's up, baby? It's everybody's favorite pimp here. All right, I just can't teach as much as I am. Not with this bullshit. Anyway, I have to make things faster and whatever. So I was wondering. Well, I know. I mean, I don't have the Bible fucking memorized because I don't think anybody does perfectly, but um, there are people who have a lot of it memorized. I mean, I have a good amount memorized to some extent, but like more than most people. But I don't remember Abraham writing in Torah, like putting pen to paper. Like, did he ever run out of ink, or like did he have a quill? There was none of that. So, in traditional Jewish sources, there are no stories about or in the Torah itself of Abraham physically writing anything. The Torah mainly describes his actions, journeys, covenant, and interactions with God, not his authorship of text, which is like, well, but if he wrote Sofer Hatzira, don't you think that would be included? But no, because it's like there may be some inconsistencies. Anyway, I don't want to get into that right now. But Abraham is depicted as a prophet, a monotheist who debates with idolaters, and someone who enters covenants with God. There is no verse saying he wrote anything, letters, Torah, or otherwise. In Midrash and mystical literature, some Midrashim suggest that Abraham studied divine wisdom from God, recorded his insights in secret mystical texts, which may have been linked to Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Formation, teachings about letters, creation, divine structure. But I'm a realist, motherfucker. Like, did he write it or not? Like, why didn't he fucking like talk about it or anything? Or why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu talk about it? That's fucking really important. And it's just like there's no real good answer because it's inconsistencies that have been kind of tied together. And you got to live with that. This isn't perfectly imperfect. The Bible could be described as perfectly imperfect, and you could describe myself as perfectly imperfect, or perhaps I'm perfectly imperfect, or maybe people describe the Bible as imperfectly perfect, and I know I'm not perfect, so I'm perfectly imperfect. But I don't know. Maybe someone's perfectly imperfect is another person's imperfectly perfect. I'm sure there's some Rebbitzin out there who could get down with what I'm saying. All right. So, in Midrash and mystical literature, some Midrashim suggest Abraham studied divine wisdom from God, recorded his insights in secret mystical texts, which may be linked to his Sefer Yetzirah. All right. So these texts are considered esoteric, often oral, and not part of the Torah. Well, we know that. So, example, Sefer Yetzirah is traditionally attributed to Abraham in Jewish mystical tradition. Some Kabbalistic commentaries say Abraham engraved the wisdom of creation in letters, but these are symbolic mystical acts, not literal Torah writing. Why there's confusion? The Torah records Abraham's life and covenantal acts, not textual authorship. Later mystical texts ascribe writings to him to emphasize he had direct knowledge. Hold on, because my notes are loading and it's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't understand this. Um, I can't. No, I can't do this much teaching. At least not on Instagram because it sucks. It's the worst. Um, it is so bad. It crashes so much. Just random fucking pop ups everywhere. It's like, dog, we need to align this shit. I don't need pop ups, pop ups, pop ups, pop ups. Just like give me a message in the corner, and I'll fucking take care of it when on my time, baby. Um. All right. So where were we? So Sefer Yetzirah is traditionally attributed to Abraham. In Jewish mystical tradition, some Kabbalistic commentaries say Abraham engraved the wisdom of creation in letters, but these are symbolic mystical acts, not literal Torah writing. And I'm a realist, so I want to be like, no, I want a fucking timeline. You're gonna hear what I talk about later, perhaps in this video or maybe another, where I'm gonna get into like the minutia of the fucking text and like the journey that the sages went through, step by step. Literally, I want to know like how long it fucking took them to walk and shit. And it's just there's no answer for that. So we're gonna at least attempt to um, somewhat hypothesize. Okay, so why there's confusion? The Torah records Abraham's life and covenantal acts, no, not textual authorship. Okay, we know that. Bottom line, canonical Torah, Abraham does not write anything. Midrashic Kabbalistic tradition, he may have written or recorded secret mystical knowledge, especially about letters, sephirot, or patient, but these are not part of the Torah. So can you understand, like, I get asked questions sometimes of people, and all rabbis do it, it just depends on their knowledge and stuff, and somebody would be like, yeah, did Abraham ever write anything? And you'd be like, fuck no, that's not in Torah. And then, but like it Kabbalah, like, oh, well, maybe he did. Huh? Well, then why didn't they put it in the fucking original books? Like, whatever. Anyway, so who was the first person to use Hebrew traditionally? That is Adam HaRishon, the first human. Here's the breakdown according to Jewish sources. Adam in Hebrew languages, Hebrew, often called Lashon HaKodesh, the Holy Tongue. Sources, Midrashim, and rabbinic texts. Function, Adam used Hebrew to name all of creation, Bereshit 2:19 to 20, and whatever Adam called each living creature, that was its name, communicate directly with God, meaning Hebrew was seen as original divine language inherently connected to creation itself. After Adam, early humans supposedly spoke variations of Hebrew before the Tower of Babel. After Babel, humanity dispersed and languages diversified. Noah and the descendants preserved some of the Holy Tongue in secret. Abraham's role, Abraham inherited the Holy Tongue from his ancestors, not from a human teacher. He used Hebrew for prayer, teaching his family, mystical writings, for instance, Sefer Yetzirah, according to tradition. So in tradition, Adam is the first speaker. Abraham is the first known transmitter and writer of Hebrew wisdom. One sentence summary. Break it down for me, baby. Adam is traditionally the first person to speak Hebrew, and Abraham later preserved and transmitted it as a medium for divine wisdom. All right. So anything else? Yeah, real quick. We're going through like so Hashem gave Torah to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, and traditionally, well, like Moshe Rabbeinu, he ascended Mount Sinai 3 times, and I wanted to get like how long did it take him to like climb it, and we don't really even know where it is. I think I know where it is, but who knows? So traditionally, Moshe's ascent of Mount Sinai is understood in terms of days spent on the mountain, not physically climbing itself. The Torah doesn't describe a literal number of hours or days to climb the mountain. It focuses on the duration of the day of the stay. Here's the breakdown. First descent, 40 days and nights. Event, receiving the first set of tablets. Duration, 40 days and 40 nights. Shemot, Exodus 24:18. Details. Moshe ascends the mountain and enters God's presence. Stays there for the full 40-day period, receiving the laws. Comes down after the Israelites make the golden calf. What a fuck up. Not Moshe Rabbeinu, the Israelites. Okay. Second ascent, 40 days and nights. Event, receiving the second set of tablets. Duration, another 40 days and nights. Shemot, Exodus 4:28. Details. Moshe ascends after pleading for forgiveness for Israel, receives the replacement tablets, comes down on Yom Kippur. All right. So 3, the total time on Mount Sinai. 3 periods of 40 days, 120 days. First 40 were the first tablets, second 40 intercession, pleading. Third was the 42nd tablets. I feel like we're missing something here. There we are. So we don't really go into the third, but that's when he gets the second set of tablets. All right, so 120 total days. So my question was this: like how tall is Mount Sinai? Estimated altitude 2,285 meters. That's like 7,500 feet above sea level. A little taller Mount Big Bear. Base elevation 600 to 700 meters. Total vertical climb 1600 to 1700 meters. So it's like 55 to 5600 feet. So maybe a little shorter, a vertical climb. Distance and terrain: hiking trail from base to summit 7 to 8 kilometers, 4 to 5 miles. Terrain: steep, rocky, desert environment, uneven paths. Average hiking speed. Typical hiker. I mean, he's doing it like sandals or some shit. Anyway, 300 to 400 meter vertical per hour in steep terrain on rough desert paths with breaks, 250 to 300 meters per hour. Calculation: 1600 meters divided by 300 meters per hour is 5 to 6 hours. Add breaks for rest, prayer, or stopping. So it's like 6 to 8 hours. I thought that, like, if you've ever seen people climb Everest, it's like a whole fucking deal. So, I mean, I know it's not as tall as Everest, but I figured it would be like, it would take a little longer. But we don't really go into that. And that to me is really interesting. Traditional ritual perspective, the Torah emphasizes 40 days on the mountain, not the physical ascent. Scholars agree the actual climb could have been done in a single day, while the 40 days refer to the spiritual communion with God. So physically, it's like 6 to 8 hours of an average person tied from the base to summit. Spiritually, 40 days and nights according to tradition. All right. Anything else? Yeah. The let's do this really quickly. Yo, dog. So Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Sinai 3 times. Give me a breakdown of the dates. Like, starting with actually start with Passover and go through the Omer and all that stuff. All right, here we go, babies. And if you're like, oh, that's cheating, dog, trust me, the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and Rabbi Avigdor Miller and Rabbi Soloveitchik, they'd all be jerking themselves off raw if they had AI. They'd be jerking themselves off raw. Their fucking wives are like, knock, knock, knock. Hey, you still in there? And they'd be just like, I'm busy. Because that's how sick AI is. So I'm just using it to my advantage. All right, so here's the timeline. Passover is 15th to the 22nd of Nisan. 15th of Nisan, Exodus from Egypt, first day of Passover. 16th of Nisan, second night of Passover. That's the start of the Omer counting. Israelites begin counting 49 days until Shavuot, symbolizes spiritual preparation for receiving the Torah. First descent, Moshe receives the first tablets. 7th Sivan, traditionally, Moshe ascends Mount Sinai. Duration 40 days and 40 nights, Exodus 24:18. Event receives the first set of tablets, returns to see the golden calf, late Tammuz, according to tradition. Omer connection: the Israelites are counting the Omer during these days. The 7th of Sivan is within the Omer day 50 would be Shavuot. Second ascent, pleading intercession. Date after the golden calf incident, roughly mid Tammuz. Duration 40 days. Event: Moshe pleads with Moshe pleads for Israel's forgiveness, intercedes with God. Purpose: spiritual preparation for receiving the second tablets. Third ascent, receiving the second tablet state, late Elul, culminating on Yom Kippur, 10th Tishrei, and according to tradition, duration 40 days. So it'd be like around 1st of Elul to 10th of Tishrei. I don't know why it says late Elul. It should be early Elul. 1st of Elul. Receives the second set of tablets, descends on Yom Kippur to give Torah back to Israel. Omer and Shavuot connection. Okay. Yo, dog, you said late Elul. Wouldn't it be early Elul? Wouldn't it be like the 1st of Elul? Because it has to be 40 days to Yom Kippur. So you watch. Sometimes I catch AI and doing stuff incorrectly. So even AI, like nothing's perfect. But we'll see. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, come on, you little bitch. Ah, good catch. You're right. Oh, yeah, bitch. This bitch. See? Even I'm like, even AI is not perfect. Okay, good catch, right. If we're coming back from Yom Kippur, for the third ascent, the start would be the 40-day period, which would be much earlier. Not late Elul. Let's work it out carefully. So it's early Elul. So not only am I proving all the fucking rabbis wrong, and all of Judaism with the footwork of the Amida incorrectly, and Chabad because they've got some pages that are off, but also AI. All right, so third ascent, receiving second tablets, endpoint Moshe descends on Yom Kippur, 10th Tishrei for the second tablets, duration on mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Step one, coming backwards, 10th of Tishrei, Yom Kippur, 4 days, 1 to 2 Elul, approximately. That's exactly what I was saying. They said late Elul, and I said, no, it should be like the beginning of Elul. All right, so the start of the third ascent is the beginning of the Elul. End of third ascent, 10th Tishrei. Baby, we're gonna end on that. I'm too fucking hot. Too hot. Hot damn. Call the police and the firemen. I'm too hot. Hot damn. All right. Are you done? Dude, I've got some amazing stories to tell too, but this isn't what we're gonna say. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. Oh, this sucks.
What did he see? He said, no, I'm not fixing the barrel. I'm just throwing my garlic over here. And yet, again, nobody said anything to him. Also, Benamimaba, Baruch, he said, first of all, also, what did he do? On Shabbos, right, he decided to take a nap on the boat, even though again, he knew that the boat was going to go to the other side of the river. The Seer period, and he had a vineyard, right? Or he had orchards on the other side of the river. He wanted to get to the other side of the river to check on what did he do? He took a nap on the boat, even though he knew that the boat was going to go to the other side of the river. And he said, all I have in mind is to do is take a nap. So we'll say, so again, these are cases where Chacham is going ahead and doing something. So right, clearly when he puts the global garlic in there, he does so in order to what? To go ahead and fix the utensils. Then we'll say, we'll stop over here for today because I don't want to rush these things that these are important. We'll stop here. We'll pick up, and we'll have a lot to do tomorrow. But we'll pick up with the spread on the Chacham in the session tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Let's say Rosh Hashanah. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Seeking by thanking our sponsors, like the amount of assistance for dedicated quarters to you and judges this month. Remember to prepare. Honor all the commanded as a proposed respect to Goldberg, for all the as a film sponsor today, is Shmuel Davis, and then mother, Sarah, father, Sarah Ben Lee, whose grandchild is today, also in America, about 9 years Shama or Hazan Aliyah of the family, of the first dedicated our learning of the Jewish table. For we come as we go back to Hannah, for that's why you do this back to the American we will have a work together with the Lord. And once we that, let us continue. So, today I'm going to make sure that Americans get a chance to see some of the halachas of Maisa because I know the sugyas could be a little bit incredible, it can also be a little bit challenging, especially now it's kind of splitting off into a number of sub-discussions. So remember again, we're still focusing on the topic here of Tumas Mashki. Right? Literally again, the halachas concerning the ability of liquid both to acquire Tumah as well as to transmit Tumah. That is our fundamental discussion. Also, remember again, we have an incredible amount of machlokas governing that in general. That machlokas actually began on Daf Zayin, just reorienting us, reorienting did. So that Makovis began actually on Daf Hassan. So remember again, that was with first the testimony of Yosef and Yoezer, and then Rav Yosef and Yoezer said the mashkidim bachya. Literally again, the liquids of the Twitter chamber are taller. So we have a machloket between Rav and Shmuel. What does that mean? Right? What does that mean? So is that tar mamish literally no tumah? Can't acquire tumah, can't transmit tumah. Does it perhaps just mean that they can acquire tumah but can't transmit tumah? Then about say we saw there was a girsa machloket. Is it they bachya? Is it they mid bachya? Is it the liquids there? Is it the liquids of the slaughter chamber? And again, so on and so forth. So we'll say we're continuing this a little bit today. The Gemara is picking up today on the statement of Rabbi Yehuda. Remember again, it was towards the end of yesterday's daf. This was in the middle of a giant of days. So Rabbi Yehuda said as follows. Rabbi Yehuda said, made a statement, Lakol Tomei. So Rabbi Yehuda said to Kavach Lamaisa, any item that touches Tmeim, so any item that touches liquid, which is coming, pure liquid, even with something is going to be coming. Therefore, I will say, which is another way of saying that the whole that mashkin must be coming with the oraisa, right? It must be biblical for that they have the ability to go ahead and acquire and control. And therefore, even if something touches something mashkin, is something. About Kalamaisa, they become coming. The item becomes coming. What's it? The Gemara then empties, remember, the empty
People that consistently
how
do
did
it, then you can,
retracted that?
do it back with them and get more than that 100 and expand it to 200 or something like that, so.
Of that distraction. See, by the
But
way,
yeah,
most of the
that's how we run it up,
or picking up 6 lines up in the
I
bottom.
see
See,
some
by the way,
listeners in here. Oh shit, hey, if you guys aren't, I see that
see,
BG
by the
where
way,
you followed
the
me,
Gemara
I'll
says
follow you
as
back
follows.
real
By the
quick.
way, the king
Yeah,
of the
there's no
Hadar
quick
Abba
focus, but
Oakland, Rabbi
if you're in this
Yosef,
space,
Zirlai,
and
or Gimel Agame Hadar.
you
What's
know,
the
an active neutral and you're engaged,
says as follows. The King of
locked in,
Yehuda
for the
retracted.
most part, every single damn
So
day.
what is it that retracted?
Drop everyone in here, follow. We're all gonna follow you back. It's
Ultimately,
all
again,
connect. Let's not waste our time
the
in
ability,
spaces.
ultimately, again,
Make sure
the
you're
liquid
following the
to
co-host,
go
the
ahead
co-host,
and
all the speakers,
come
everyone
on
in here.
to Caleb, but ultimately,
If
again,
you're not a blue
ultimate
check account,
food,
you know,
ultimately, again,
if you want to,
hold
see
that
growth,
liquid
bro,
have
I'm
the
gonna be
ability
honest,
to
you want to see,
transfer
eventually
like
maybe
Rabbi Yossi
20,
that is
50
saying,
bucks every 2
or
weeks if you want.
perhaps, like
Gotta
one
get
may
that
have to
blue
make
check
or
cooked.
perhaps
You're literally cooked, bro. Like, I have an alt account, bro.
and
I
it's actually
spend some
the line
time on
of
this
the
blue check and just trying to grow it, bro.
Rashi says over here.
It's fucking impossible.
Rashi says about the Oakland.
It's literally
Rabbi Yossi
impossible, bro. You
really,
promise. Go
the
straight to
matching
the
is
bottom
coming
half the time
Oakland
and,
with the Oraisa.
people's
So we'll say,
posts.
so when we
And,
see that the
sometimes
retracted
it even goes straight into
remember again,
spam, bro.
what
So,
does that mean? Let's focus on the
get
tag.
that blue
The
check.
initial statement of
If you
Rabbi
don't,
Yehuda
bro,
was, it sounded
you're
like
cooked.
liquid
But the amount of
made
work,
to
the amount of energy,
anything
bro,
and
you put
everything.
in,
That was the
you put
fucking
in 10 hours of work.
Then that you got
There's 30
distracted.
minutes of work
What's
that
the
the blue
nature of their
check's
distraction?
doing, for
Did
their
we mean
visibility.
ultimately again that liquids can't
Get that
convey
blue
Kumar
check, man. You can't, otherwise you're wasting your time.
but they
Yeah,
can
$8 might
convey
seem like a
Kumar
lot,
with the
but
Oraisa to food,
if you're serious about it,
or
it's worth it.
or perhaps retracted and goes like Rabbi Meir, because most of the Meir holds that in general, liquids cannot convey Kumar all to anything. It's all right. So liquids can only go ahead and convey into that body. So just the way to engage with us, I'm really engaged by I'm very engaged back with some people that already follow, already follow you back. If you check my followers list, you see that people I'm following, there are more than people that has followed me. So just stay active. If you comment on my post, I'm also going to keep saying new posts. And what we just do here is basically we lock in on each other, we reply to people. It doesn't matter that maybe you are you follow the person who don't follow you back and you don't follow me. Try to get the person's attention to follow you back. Always comment on the person's post. Whenever the person's drop a post, comment on the post. No matter their account, whether their account is small or big, comment, like the person's post. Person is taking you to some new back, follow you back. I've gained number of followers with that technique. Whenever they drop posts, I comment, I like, I comment, I like. They are first to follow me back. Like some of them like I have someone that is about 1,000 followers. The guy has to follow me because I'm always liking his posts, comment on his posts and all that. So you can get someone attention when you are liking the person's post, comment on the person's post on a regular. That's what I'm looking for. even though we don't make that, so for example, what you can is no longer use as para azul water. Let me hold man having as para azul water. You know, so let's see that these people that do the match in the Amazon hotel, so you get back to your house and you know how to finish Amazon, you can't other than finish match in the line. The question is the question. So the Buddha says that Allah when the animal ingest the para azul water, you check the animal, the meat is not going to be coming. These sagadai from the day about the open radio but if you hold it at the when you retract the position, all you retracted was what? Just the ability for mashkins to convey color to pain, but the ability for mashkins to convey color ultimately again to other food items. Allah about the open. Now those are the things I might argue when they have a downgrade. Why should the Para Azuma water not be able to convey color? At least what Gemara says, even if one of their sides that it won't convey color at a high level of color, but that's why again the waters have been adjusted. We must Allah, we shall be able to convey a lower form of color. Those that you give a child, it's actually the fact that the ingested Para Azuma water does not convey any level of color to the flesh of the cow, the muscle of the cow, indicates us that let's retract that literally now the same is I put it in there, which means that really liquid can convey so much to anything with all that stuff. And at most they convey to what you have on. Which is my people that I house, but it's very sad and I love what I myself. That the part of the water is sponsored inside the cow. But the mother says, my people say, oh, Danny, Nakamura.
I know you got a bag, and if you want to make that bag where you got to lock in and build up the liquidity for the market cap. But yeah, I'll be right back for a couple minutes. I gotta go grab a drink and warm up some food. But go ahead and Mimi, you can speak or whatever. You're back.
But therefore, there's no proof of it. So it's very possible that you can still hold the hell of the liquid.
Shit has to say.
But they just lack the ability to make too much food. The cloud kind of comes over too much hamura and so we'll say now here's what's interesting. So fine. So the point over here is that from this case of Para Azuma, you can't necessarily mean what Rabbi Yehuda is because so I'll say, here's what I know. What I know is Rabbi Yehuda in his first version held that pretty much liquids have the ability to convey too much to anything and everything. When I say anything and everything, I mean like adam, kalim, right? Food, utensils, people. Now both I know Yehuda retracted that position. We're trying to figure out what's the nature of the retraction. Did he retract it? Not he retracted everything. Said he holds like Rabbi Meir, which is the most extreme sheet that Meir holds, that really liquids don't convey too much to anything. And at most just convey too much to other food items, or does he hold a more modified position that liquids can convey too much to kalim utensils, but they can convey too much ultimately against the food items. So we tried to bring a proof from Para Azuma, but even from Para Azuma doesn't seem to have such a great proof. So we'll say what ends up happening is very interesting. Michada Tanakamus of a Tuma Kamur and Nami Kamu, we'll say what's interesting to notice as follows. It sounds like what you're saying is based on the Tanakama, right? Based on the first opinion, that even ingested Para Azuma water does convey full-fledged Tuma. So which the Gemara says, Ha Usara Mitame. The Gemara says after all, the Michada Tanakamus of a Kamur and Nami Kamu, Ha Usara Tame. So now Ha Usara Tame Katani. So which the Gemara says, so that's why the entire Brisa reflects the view of Rashi, the Habasar coming somewhere. But the Lord Tine, Ella as Habasar, the Lord Kana Adam the Kanobi, my time. So say the way the Brisa is set up makes it sound like critical kind of come the water, the Paraduma water, retains high level color, even once it's ingested by the animal. The problem is, all the Brisa says is that the flesh of the para is coming, which indicates to us that Allah says only the water. Part of the listen, okay, obviously not the same. It's not the paraduma that ingests paraduma water, right? Again, para is just stamen animal, right? Stamen animal. So again, my cow happens to drink my paraduma water. So now we'll say what happens when I check my cow. I have to need. What's the status? The para shishasa mechakos. This sarah coming. Ultimately, again, his flesh is going to be coming. He said, when is that going to Makala? We'll say, when you see that the flesh is coming, we'll say, what does that mean? Tumakala. We'll say, Tumakala means a lower form of tuma, which means that the only ability of the water, of the liquid, is to convey tuma to open the food. But that water would not have the ability to go out and convey tuma to Adam and Caleb. It wouldn't have the ability to convey tuma ultimately again to people to utensils. So it only has a lower form of tuma. About tuma kamurlo, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Batlu B'Me'ah. Why I'm saying Rabbi Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa, once the Paguma waters are ingested, ultimately again they are bottled. What's the reason they're bottled? There's logic here. Once an item has been ingested by an animal, to a certain degree it loses its identity as mashkin, and it's no longer mashkin. Now whatever it is, in second school they call this perish. It's like stuff inside of the animal. But once an animal ingests something, by definition, it loses its primary identity. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Omer Batlu B'Me'ah. Rashi says, "We olam batlu b'me'ehal gamrei yishum dahabili mashkesel." Rashi disagrees. Rashi says, so in this model of Rabbi Yehuda, what we're suggesting over here is once the animal ingests the paraduma water, essentially identity as mashkin is compromised, and therefore all it has is the ability to convey tomakala, which means the most that is going to be mekame is what? Is the basar, is the actual meat of the para, but cannot convey tuma to Adam or Caleb. Comes along the Rashi, and the Rashi says the truth is, once the animal ingests the paraduma waters, it is bottle gamre. Bottle gamre, it totally loses its identity as mashkin. We hope it should have a mashkin salah. Because most at the end of the day, it's now considered to be a putrid liquid. So Rashi is which is pretty intuitive as well. Which is that pretty much once an animal ingests something, that ingested item loses its identity in totality. There's no longer mashkin. There's just stuff inside of the animal. And once it's just stuff inside of the animal, it loses its total ability to convey any level of fluid. Look at that shows the Habib Mashke Salwa. The kind of because calling the Mashke Sheshas and the called Kriyitma, Prat Lib Mashke Salwa. Ultimately, the Rose this comes to exclude a putrid liquid. And therefore, it's like, interestingly enough, what it says. So, remember, did we really answer our question? It doesn't sound like it, because remember, we're just trying to figure out what was the extent and nature of that retraction, but it doesn't appear that we got full clarity. We got bonus material, right? We got this terrible thing about about a para ingesting paraduma waters and the impact or the status of those mashkin after they're ingested by water, by the animal, but we still don't see that clarity about the scope of the retraction of that. Fine, says the Gemara. Now the Yosef Shimon, the old fluent's name, the Kalim to hold. Listen to this. So Rabbi Yosef that you look at Rabbi Shimon Kolon in the Kalim Father. And Allah Palabai said, if you have mashkin name, right? I have control it. And there's a suffix of whether or not those control liquids touch food items or utensils. So we'll say, so what's the halacha? And the Yosef Shimon will say, suffix mago. By all doing this to me. So if I have tummy liquids and there's a suffix whether or not they touch food or not, Allah for myself, food will be coming. If there's a suffix if they touch open, the food will be part of what's like. Why are we breaking this in terms of suffix? Because once remember again, how you asking in terms of suffix tells you a lot about the nature of this thing. Right? Remember, a suffix daraisa will do the food up, a suffix drabanan will do the food. Therefore, was a distinct another we shouldn't say that midoraisa, mashkin made from liquids have the ability to go and create tuma to whole food. But midoraisa, mashkin made do not have the ability to create tuma to food. So Amar Rava Bara that Yosef Yossi B'Shitas Rabbi Akiva Rabbo. Rabbi Yossi ultimately again holds of the sheep of Rabbi Akiva and his vet. What's Rabbi Akiva? That's very interesting. So look at that in just a moment. Actually, no, that's not stuff. So the Gemara fine. So yeah, he goes over it. It's not, it tells us about the relationship of Rabbi Akiva. But the Gemara says as follows. The Darish, what does Rabbi Akiva say? The Darish, so let's listen to this. It's Yitma Yitameh. We're going to see destruction of this thing. It's not about, so here we go. Bo Bayom Darish Rabbi Akiva, on that day, Rabbi Akiva, Rashi will say, that day, Rashi points out over here, Biyom Sheminu Shabalosa Ben Azariah, this is what's the famous story in the second prophets, right, where they deposed Rabbi Gamliel, and they went ahead and they appointed Shabalosa Ben Azariah. That's the story. Haren Yikuben, Sheikh Shani was only 18 years old when he was appointed. There was an incredible, like floodgates of Torah opened on that day. So whenever throughout Shas you see the phrase Bo Bayom Darash, throughout the entirety of Shas, every time it's Bo, on that day they darshan, Bo Bayom always refers to that day Rabbi Moshe Ben Azariah was appointed as the Rosh Hashiva. It's incredible. You might say, Bo Bayom Darash. Bo Bayom Darash Rabbi Akiva, but both Bicheres, Asher Yipo Mehem. So we'll say, so the pasuk over here is as follows. But both Bicheres, Asher Yipo Mehem El Topo. Those are just a poor vessel. Because another has to come in which falls to the inside of that vessel. Kol Hashem B'Sofo Yitva. Whatever is inside the vessel, at the same time, whatever in the interior of the vessel, at the same time that the davar has come in falls in, ultimately again, Yitma. So Sishbos. We'll say this is an aside, it's not really our topic. But remember again, Kikaris is so Kikaris is a vessel coming to these process. So for example, if you were to take a dead sheriff and you were to hold a dead mouse by its tail, you were to dangle it inside of the Kikaris, even though again it doesn't come in contact with any part of the Kikaris isn't coming Avira. It becomes coming ultimately again from its airspace. I will say not only that, but even if there's something else, tahar, inside of that Kikares, the fact that you're dangling something coming inside of the airspace, Allah the other item inside of the clean becomes coming as well. The last one I will say is Yitma Bosos is both. We'll say for the next part of the question, which is really what we're focusing on. Yikala Okal Asher Yachel, Asher Yabalov Mayim, Yitma, the Chamash Gesher Sefan. We'll say, so the Akiva Darsha was like this. Both because Ino Omer Tamei, Ela Yitma. We'll say interestingly enough, the pasuk doesn't say. So we'll say, so let's the simple case. I have a few carrots, inside of the few carrots on a piece of bread. What happens? I dangle the dead carrots inside of the airspace of the few carrots. So what's the halacha? The piece of bread is coming. But the Akiva pointed out the Torah doesn't use lashon of tamei, but the Torah uses lashon of Yitma. Yitma means what? Yitma achiris. We'll say, what Rabbi Akiva is pointing out over here is, if you look at the word Yitzma, Yud has mem aleph without Nekudos. That can be vocalized as Yitzma. It can also be vocalized as Yitamei. Yitamei means what? It will convey Tumah to something else as well. So the Gemara says, Rimi Baltika Sheni. So also Shlishi B'Chulim. Rabbi Akiva says, we learned from here that Havachim Amaisa, that a sheni has the ability to make a shlishi when it comes to it. I will say now, we'll see exactly where Rabbi Akiva gets that from. But Halacha Lamaisa again, he points out the notion that you see from here that Yitamei, that a sheni can make a shlishi like Chulim. V'halcha, Hechi does. We'll say ultimately again, where's this drush? So here we go. Chomashke Asher Yishasef, the whole priest. We'll say quotes over here from the Mashke. The pasuk is the Chomashke Asher Yishasef, the whole Yitzma. Ultimately, again, any liquid that is drunk out of a tree, ultimately, again, Yitama, or Yitzma, excuse me. So the Gemara says, Yitzma is coming to us open. So ultimately, again, Yitma means tracks to us open. Ata Omer is coming to us open. And coming to us mashkin. So it says, remember again, what does this mean? So the rest of this is actually very interesting. Now, remember, the second part of the pasuk, the Torah transitions now from food to drink. Right? And the Torah tells me that Allah said, any liquid you have, the whole Yitma. Yitma, again, remember, the key to the entire dress was Yitma Yitameh. So it teaches me that mashkin have the ability to liquids have the ability to convey tumah also through the solids. So the Gemara says, one more time, the Gemara says, or in other time, to us mashkin. Maybe not, maybe the pasuk is teaching me that mashkin have the ability to convey tumah to other liquids, which we were to look at higher. That is not the way it is done. That's where it's things happen here. That the Akiva, number one, is espousing the idea that Allah from the Mesa, Hashem is to make a species by given the developed idea in this minute. He also is highlighting something else. That mashkin have the ability to convey tumah to Ochlin, but not to other mashkin. In the same way that Ochlin have the ability to convey tumah to other mashkin, but not to mashkin, but not to other Ochlin. So remember, liquids can convey tumah to food, and food can convey tumah to liquids, but liquids can't convey tumah to other liquids, and food can't convey tumah to other food. So now that notion that food can't convey tumah to other food, we already saw that before. We already saw that in the beginning of the Sugya of Hanina, right? Because the Gemara that's why the Gemara has begun this whole soul. The Gemara asks by Amad Aleph of the Sugya. You have two pieces of Tanei how does what you convey tumah to other pieces? Solids can't convey tumah to solids. The Gemara developed this idea that really one of the point pieces of meat have liquid on top of it, and the liquid is what conveys tumah to forget. We've seen this already. So the Gemara says, Milo Kachaya, what does that phrase mean? This is not the way that it was. So first of all, so take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Shehipa Behem Apolpo. The kind of Akosho needs to catch up a little bit. Rashi says, Apapi Shalonada, Elanitla Eskinov, we spoke with that outside. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? Milo Kachaya, Amra Papa, Lomatsini Tuma, Sha'osek Yoseko. So Papa says, what it means is that, so Rabbi keeps teaching us, and this is one of the incredible uses by Tuma, that by Tuma, a Davar HaTameh cannot make a like item tameh, which also means, which is another way of saying, liquids can't convey tumah to other liquids, solids can't convey tumah to other food. So the Gemara says, Rabina Amar Mikufei Dikra Nami Lo Matzis Hameh. So we'll see what Rabina says. Even from the pasuk itself, ultimately the reception of the Gemara says, Yitma the Tamei Tumas Mashkin. Ultimately, when we say Yitma, Yitma means that what? That we will be to Tumas Mashkin. These are like by Yitma the Sefer Tamei Tumas Mashkin. Because if you think that at the end of the pasuk is talking about the ability for liquids to convey tumah to other liquids, Yitma duration not even Tamei Tumas Mashkin. And then you're going to tell me that the first part of the pasuk is also talking about the ability to convey Tumas Mashkin. If that's the case, then Ardinu B'Dechadinu. Also, I have to speak the same thing twice. But combine them together right at once. Kala Okala Sheyachel, Asher Yabal Nosmayim, B'Chol Mashke, Asher Yishaseh B'Chol Kli Yitma, Trey Yitma Lamali. I will say they're both talking about the ability of Mashke to convey tumah. And why do you need the same thing twice? Ella Yitma Derisha, the coming to Mashkin. Rather, also you have to say that Halacha L'Maisa. Yitma, the first part of the pasuk, is talking about ultimately again Tumas Mashkin, but specifically what? The ability of Ochel to convey Tumah to Mashkin. Yitma the Seifa, the Tamei Tumas Ochel. And ultimately again, the Yitma of the Seifa is telling you the ability of what? Mashkin to convey Tumah to Ochel. So the pasuk is really quite fascinating. But he keeps the entire threshold. The whole pasuk is teaching us, the beginning of the pasuk is teaching us the ability of Ochel, of food, to convey Tumah to liquids. And the end of the pasuk is teaching me about the ability of liquids to convey tumah to food. But an incredible yesod emerges from this, which is what? That tumah cannot be spread amongst like items. That halacha l'maisa, again, liquids can't convey tumah to liquids, solids can't convey tumah to solids, food can't convey tumah to food, they can only convey tumah to one another. Ve'ima, the tamei asakim. Also, maybe the pasuk comes to teach me that mashkin have the ability to convey tumah to utensils. Well, that's Kamachomer. What's the essential word for Kamachomer? After all, again, Makli, Shamikami, Mashke, in Mechanically, we'll say if a Kli. So let's analyze this. Maybe the pasuk is going to teach me that Allah of liquids, it convey tumah to utensils. Whereas this is a word, it's Kamachomer, I'll tell you why. Umakli, Shamikami, Mashke, in Mechanically. Let's see, a utensil which can convey tumah to liquids. Yet one utensil cannot be the coming in another utensil. Mashkin Apoy, Mashmas, choose. In your place,
They have more restrictions than others.
originally become a Coming. Plus, you have a couple moments. If ultimately again, ultimately failing, which makes
It's not easy to find that can get to it. Can get to it if you pay the correct agencies.
so they will not have the ability to make other humans Demo. One match was free. Those are questions to do ultimately again. That when you can that maybe in a liquid or using in practice about matching a boy match with Perez. Half an hour in but I will say, let's say the match gets, let's say the liquid practice come from an out. Maybe if the liquid practice come from an out,
Even in the U.S., it's paper files entitled. It's not even an ad. It's not even ad. In the state, some of the states don't. They localize it. Don't even have
talking about matching that practice. Come on,
but it's a fact. It's how it is.
Cover comment to us. That is a cover comment. If you ever say one more time, Uman matching a boy match was it's having matching a boy match was Sarah. Ultimately again, matching that become common as a result of a have the ability to face them all. Matching a boy match was Sarah. Sorry, it must be not matching a boy match was clean and having, but they ultimately again matching which go ahead and become coming, which contact when they come in have the ability to face them all. But matching a boy match was Sarah. But also more so ultimately again, matching that helps, matching that becomes coming through a sharp, also with direct exposure, should certainly be able to go ahead and convey to them. And I've also with smart is as follows. Remember, in the previous couple cover, what did I learn? I learned matching to go ahead and create a couple cover. Couple cover was if Taylor can go ahead and make a computer opinion, then certainly matching, which becomes coming as a result of contact with food, and make them
I just can't teach so much as I am.
that's
Not with bullshit. Anyway,
but if a match cake extracts tumor from an arm like the Sharon,
but we'll see.
maybe
I have to be
you go ahead and make with the emerging of the carbon. At the end of the day, match which becomes coming as a result of contact with we have an ability to transmit tumor, then certain match which become coming because of direct exposure to a Sharon should have the ability to transmit tumor. And what's with parentheses, maybe match that come in contact with the Sharon should even have the ability to transmit tumor to what? Which was the dial of elimination of was it the halal for myself? Halal for myself. In general, whenever you learn something out of the problem, item components derivation of halal never be stronger than the source of it. Makes sense, right? If I'm deriving from A, then you B with subsequent today, but you can't be stronger than it. But C is going for B. So if I'm learning out the ability for it not to be in contact with each other, transmit signal. And where am I learning that out from? From matching in contact with the tree, what does that tell me? That tells you that matching that comes in contact with each other is no stronger than matching with some in contact with the tree. And I will say matching that comes in contact with the tree could go ahead and the base of the oceans, but can convey similar to what? Also matching in contact with the terrace also can convey similar to others. Beautiful, beautiful. Marcy, you know, very handy. Gabi, este parece Gabi.
I got some amazing stories to tell too, but
First, again, this is talking about the whole Paris and people man also. All that stuff is so called Yitma, called some stuff. What's it? Yitma by Oka. What is the Yitma with Yitma by Oka? Which the Gemara says, Yitma the Reisha Yitma. Because the Oka Asher Yachel, Asher Yavo Alot Nayim Yitma. So what's the story? What's the related passage? Let's say as follows. Same passage, right? You call the Oka Asher Yachel, Asher Yavo Nayim Yitma. Yitma, Yitma. Also to teach me that what? And I love for myself, if food becomes Tameh, food Oakland have the ability, remember I said this because Yitzma,
Anything else about? Because first of all, he interrupted when we was talking. I was talking about the previous that he mentioned at first with people not jumping in at certain times or I guess like.
has the ability to transmit so, how do you know that the project is coming and food has the ability to stay in the liquid? Maybe it's teaching that food has the ability to convey tomorrow. Which you might be some of how what people say that is California. Uma Masca, Shematamic Okel, and Umamic. Listen, I watch this. It's liquid, which does have the ability to convey so much oil. And on that, it's also number against which establishes already. And Halacha the Mesa, Mashkin only have the ability to convey so much oil, right? Remember again, Mashkin have the ability to convey so much oil. They don't have the ability to convey so much what? To other Mashkin and Caleb. And Caleb. They'll say now we've left Mashkin into Oakland. So now what we're suggesting is that when it says Yitzma, that the Akiva's Joshua is teaching me that when food becomes Hameh, it has the ability to convey so much to other liquids. Through liquids. I maybe speak that it has the ability to convey so much to Caleb, which the Imam that's a Kavachomer. Umam Mashka, Shemet Kamek Okel, mechanically. But when it comes to liquid, which can convey so much food, yet does not have the ability to convey so much food. Okel Shemin Kamek Okel, so ultimately again, food items, the most which do not have the ability to convey so much to other food items, which again is one of the so those I will say, remember again, assuming that in general, with the exception of space and metal, there's never a lateral transference of Tuma. Alone in that same non-lateral transference of Tuma is that Tuma can't pass along the same right items. So Mashkin can't give it to Mashkin, Oakland can't give it to Oakland, Caleb can't give it to Caleb. So the Gemara says, so one more time, inside, I'm sure this will help for me. Mashkin, if a liquid which conveys Tuma to Okal doesn't convey Tuma to Okli, then Okal She'im Tame Okal, and I will say food items which cannot convey Tuma to other food items, Elo Pinshula Yitma Hakli, all the more saying about say goes without saying that it should not convey Tuma to Okli. Hamani Makayim Yitma. So it says there when the project says Yitma, which tells me that food does have the Oakland do have the ability to convey Tuma to something else. What's the something else? The Tame as Hamashkin Shinalulin Lekabel Toma. Here we'll say the pasuk of Gitma, the word Gitma by Oakland teaches me that food has the ability to convey Tuma to Mashkin. And let's listen to this Lashon. Shin Alulin Lekabel Toma. Because everyone knows that ultimately, again, Mashkin are Alulin, like they're receptive to Tuma. Mashkin are receptive to Tuma. So the Gemara says, my area is Mashkin, we shouldn't the Alulin Lekabel Toma. So we'll say, what does this mean? That food conveys Tuma to Mashkin, open conveys Tuma to Mashkin, because Mashkins ultimately again are Altuvian, are fake. What does that mean? Typically, you shouldn't be like in the Akrina. Akrina will say, ultimately again, you know why food conveys Tuma to Mashkin? It was teaching is no other alternative. In other words, that Halakha Lamaisa will say, Halakha Lamaisa, the Lashon of Kitma tells me that not only does the item in the pasuk attract Tuma, but it conveys Tuma. So now I know that solid food Oakland conveys Tuma. So we'll say, when I go down my list of what Oakland conveys Tuma to, I'm exceptionally limited. Because remember again, it can't ultimately again refer to Oakland, to other Oakland. Why not? Why not? That's lateral transference. That doesn't work. It can't refer people's that Oakland has. And this very process of elimination, the only thing I'm left with is the ability of Oakland to convey to what the Mashkin. Yet the Brisa says that Oakland conveys to what the Mashkin, because Mashkin are alulin lekabel Tuma. They're really like a little bit more receptive. What does that? What does it mean?
What year did you graduate high school? 2022. Still, what year did you graduate high school? I graduated in 2020. Brandon, what year did you graduate high school? Reagan, what year did you graduate high school? 2019. Yeah, what year did you graduate high school? Lucy, what year did you graduate high school?
The came over covered not you would have thought in general was like, oh,
Alyssa, what year did you graduate high school?
You will also honestly coming on that so massively coming free this is interesting. You would have thought that Okel ultimately again is it's more common than that. I will say, how is Okel more common than Mashka? Listen to this. Because Okel can be Metami and Mashka, whereas a Mashka can't be Metami and Mashka. So therefore, again, quote unquote, Okel has a Chumrah above Mashka. It's our thought that because Okel is a Chumrah, therefore what? Okel should also be able to convey too much to a Kli. To which the Gemara says, he came a Okel coming to Metami Mashka, Nitmei Kli, which the Gemara says, no, no, no. Abu Chumrah the Mashkinu, the Mashkin Abu the Kabel Chumrah. To which the Gemara says no. At the end of the day, the reason why halacha l'maisa also isn't becoming mashkin is because mashkin has a specific chumrah, have a specific stringency legabi chumrah that really makes them a bit more receptive. He said, what makes liquids more receptive to more than anything else? It's really quite fascinating. The Gemara says, "Umahi alilosan." What's the extra? Why is it that mashkin are considered to be more receptive to tumah? This actually is quite fascinating because they will say mashkin are the one thing that don't require texture in order to mekabel tumah. So what does that mean? It's really quite fascinating. Which is every other item, in order for it to be mekabel tumah, we'll say what has to happen? What has to happen? It has to come in contact with other things. The other thing that doesn't have to come in contact with in order to become receptive to mekabel tumah is what? Is liquid. So it's just interesting. So Gemara just says that it could very well be that halacha l'maisa mashkin have this, that they have a almost like a propensity, or they just have almost like a built-in sensitivity towards the word that nothing else has, for the simple reason that they do not require collection. But so the Gemara says Yitma they also Yotzebo they halfanafka. So I'll say remember again. Yitmo the Rabbi Kiva also does the Gemara passion. That's what Yitmo also teaches me that you can't spread too much from light items. Like Oakland can't give it to Oakland, Mashkin can't give it to Mashkin. Like Oakland can give it to Mashkin, Mashkin can give it to Oakland, but you can't spread it to Kalim can't give it to Kalim. Gemara says, they know Sikyozi over Hafanafka, you learn that from here. Mehasanafka, you learn that from somewhere else, from another person. The Chibutan Mayim al Zera, the Nafam in Nizlasam, how many who? Well, says, again, the Pasuk says, on Hector Tumah, if water will fall upon a detached seed, and then again, as a Bela, animal carcass, like which is coming, will ultimately fall on the seed. Tell me who? Ultimately, again, the seed becomes coming. The which the Gemara says, who's coming? The ain oseh tumah yoseva. The item becomes coming. The like items cannot spread tumah to each other. So let's say, I thought that pasuk is the source from the inability of like items to spread tumah to each other. Not this pasuk here, not Yitma, not Yitma. To which the Gemara says, Chad b'mashkin abai machma sheretz, Chad b'mashkin abai machma spli. Let's say it's actually talking about two different cases. One pasuk is talking about Rishon and teaching me that mashkin can't convey tumah to other which become tumah as a result of contact with the kli, the atomic kli. That those mashkin also can convey tumah to other mashkin. That will say, what are the two cases? Digashon no mashkin abai machma spli, Yishum no chamiri. Because I might have thought maybe it's only in the case of mashkin which become tumah as a result of contact with the tumah kli that can't make other mashkin tzemein. Why? Because ultimately, again, that is a lower form of tumah. About the mashkin abai machma sheretz the chamiri ema oseh tumah kiyotzeba. But I would say maybe if mashkin came in contact with an av, with the sheretz, maybe under those circumstances, enough mashkin can convey tumah to other mashkin. I suppose therefore again if I teach me both I blush mashkin aban machma sheretz the choshkin mashkin aban machma speech. So once that's the case, then just teach me the halacha by mashkin aban machma sheretz. So I suppose like once you teach me that halacha l'maisa, even if mashkin becomes tummy as a result ultimately of what of direct exposure to an av, that they still can't convey tumah to other mashkin even if that's what you teach me. Then surely I learned that what? That mashkin have that are coming machmas so they can't convey to what other mashkin here. Which is what you're right, but nevertheless, no so the answer become a homer. Let's say somebody teaches someone to go after the Kabbalah Homer, the Torah goes out of its way to teach it to do the say if I will say ultimately again, it's coming out of here as follows. Coming out the halacha l'maisa. The Gemara suggests. First of all, say again, we still don't have a complete resolution with our fasting season. I'm not trying to be able to give you the halacha l'maisa, but in Eretz Hashem, again, we're going to see through that. We'll say just keep in mind what we still have. So first of all, we have a number of very important halachas that come out of here. First of all, again, halacha l'maisa, life items can't transfer to each other. So again, Kalim can't give it to Kalim, Mashkin can't give it to Mashkin, and Oakland can't give it to Oakland. But halacha l'maisa, Mashkin will give to Oakland, Oakland will give to Mashkin, and Kalim give to both Mashkin and Oakland. That's number one I will say. Number two, what we still have not fully established is the nature of Tumas Mashkin in general. So halacha l'maisa will say, what is the halacha of Tumas Mashkin? What is the halacha of l'raisa? What is the halacha of l'rabanan? It's clear that l'rabanan, at least l'rabanan, there is a spread. But or I should say, an ability of Mashkin may detract it from Beitumah. What the halacha of l'raisa, I think maybe what I'm going to do is, as a little bit of a shorter doc, in Eretz Hashem, we will get to the halacha of l'raisa. All right, we say good morning. Let us begin with the chapter of today. Today's daf is Kuf Lamed Vav. 136. Yep. That's the grand thing on Kuf Lamed Vav. 135b. Now we have to bring up 5 lines of the bottom. Where we get by making our sponsor for this here. We will learn sponsor some wolf of the future of the word of class. Sarah, we can learn sponsor Ira Postal Church of the Architect Irish Mother. Trade that class. Love the Lord of Rahman. And that home sponsor today, Noah and Thousand Husband. In memory of the Mother Ellen, Esther, Class, all of this should happen of the family team of all those who prior to school should happen together with all of this. Also, we come to really a very fascinating series. Let us in 135b, 5 lines up from the bottom. It says the Gemara Kanya, there should be no Omer, Shmuel says now. So remember this Shita, because we're going to be referencing it a lot over the course of today's issue. So Shmuel Omer. We'll say Shmuel says as follows. It is only once a baby is alive for 30 days that it is left the status of a maple. Remember again, a maple means a non-viable child. Shmuel says before 30 days, the baby is not considered to be viable. And I will say that is going to have a whole host of ramifications and repercussions as we're going to see. Therefore, Shmuel says it's only once a baby passes the 30-day mark that the baby is considered to be quote-unquote alive and viable. Shenemar, Viduyav, Niben Kodesh, Yidden. So again, his dialogue is actually a pretty good dialogue, which is that the concept of Tikkun event, the concept of redemption of the firstborn, occurs when? Occurs ultimately again for 30 days. Not even by Erech vows, right? You see that quote-unquote nothing has down you within 30 days. That also suggests the backdrop to this, right? Rashi is a good job of the car ultimately, right? By the car. First, it's just look at Rashi just for a moment. Even Chodesh, is the Tali Bahak Ishmanu Aksham Mispar Shiben Kayama Lokodim. So also we're going to see there's 2 ways to look at this. Although even that in general, just no human being is viable until they pass the 30-day mark. There's a suffix viability on every person who's born. Thereby, Allah only wants to make it past the 30-day mark and demonstrate some level of viability. The second possibility which we're going to see regarding is the notion that perhaps we're not sure exactly when this baby was born. Also, we're going back to yesterday's daf. Because the eyes of Chazal, a baby born during month 9 and during month 7 are viable. During month 8, there's something that happens in the maturation of a baby that makes it a month baby non-viable. So it could very well be that the Shmuel will be as follows: that whenever a baby is born, never exactly sure. Never exactly sure. How old, or I should say, how developed this baby is. And therefore, again, every baby kind of begins with the assumption of non-viability. And so, because it's a suffix, is it a suffix zayin, suffix has, suffix has, and therefore only once the unit passes the 30-day mark is it considered to be viable. Similarly, the behema enonekal, sorry, shmonet number the behema enonekal. Only after an animal is alive for 8 days, only on the 8th day of its life, is it no longer considered a natal. Only after 8 days is it considered to be viable. Shene'emar, Umidom Hashimi Bahala, Yerantzat Lekaban Kamose Wasalama, the law is you can't offer an animal as a carbon until after it is 8 days old. So showing us, as you see from here, that Allah so only once it past the 8th day mark is it considered to be a viable healthy. So this is just that a baby is only considered to be viable after 30 days. An animal is only considered to be viable after 8 days. Says the Gemara, Halo Shahar Svegahavi. What you're telling me is that every single baby within 30 days of Osai is a suffix, right? A suffix natal. Suffix natal. Suffix viable, suffix not viable. Well, that's the case I'm involved. Min Hal Hakim Halim. So they'll say, I don't understand. You just spent all of this time speaking about the fact of what? That Mila is built for Shabbos. Right? Mila Be'emashmi, 8th day Mila is built for Shabbos. But I don't understand. Why is 8th day Mila built for Shabbos? Every 8th day will say is what? Is what? Is a suffix natal. Suffix if it's a lot, if you know, suffix viable, suffix not viable. Why would you have a license to go to Mahal Shabbos for a baby that is only suffix viable? Is it actually? In Hali Kabas in Hali Mahaviran, Shum Katan and Restream. Shabbos, are you able to circumcise any baby on the 8th day when it's Shabbos? Gilma Nefahu. Hello, Chazivamos. But also Chabur Mushbo, she meant to say the whole Yisod over here of Mila on Shabbos is that halacha l'maisa, the mitzvah of Mila is built for Shabbos. But if you're telling me about every baby within 30 days is not really, is not considered to be viable, not yet viable, so how am I permitted to go ahead and do the halal Shabbos, to go ahead and give a bris milah to a baby who has not certified its viability? To which the Gemara starts on Emravada, no, we give the baby a milah b'malachah. We'll say again, one of two ways. In Chayhu, if it turns out that the baby lives past 30 days, Shakir Kamoyo, then ultimately you're going to perform the Katamila. Then Lav, but if Chas the baby doesn't survive past 30 days, the Chatech Babas, then we'll say shows that the baby was never viable to begin with. And the baby was never viable to begin with, then the act of Mila is not a Chabur. Let's remember again. What's the problem with Mila and Shad? What's the Malach involved? Wasn't a Chabur according to the rule, which is a soldier of Shchita. So that's only by living organisms. Right? So let's remember again, if you cause something dead to eat on Shabbos, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. So he wants to know if the baby lives past 30 days, then it was a proper milah. And if the baby doesn't live past 30 days, then when I say again, you performed a milah on something quote unquote that was non-viable, that was dead, and therefore Allah will anyway, the Allah had the sign. What about the fact that we don't was it really very interesting to about how to sign it. Suffix and signing, suffix and test. If you're not sure if the baby was born at the end of 7 months or at the end of 8 months, being the Chalul and Halavas HaShabbos, that's the type of baby that we will not do on Shabbos. Because you're not supposed to remember again. You're only trying to go ahead and violate Shabbos for the baby. But if you're not sure again, so maybe 7 months, 8 months, that's a big difference. 8 month babies considered to be non-viable. Non-viable baby, there's no hazard to go ahead and give a boost on Shabbos. So you can imagine, I don't understand. Let's just take a step back. See how Rishon says that halacha l'maisa, a baby is only considered to be viable once he lives past 30 days. Here's the problem, then how are you ever allowed to have a milah on Shabbos? Because aren't you potentially then violating Shabbos for a baby that's not viable? Which the word tomorrow Shabbos is not a problem. Maybe it is past 30 days, turns out the middle is totally sanctioned and fine. And if the baby comes from doesn't live past 30 days, it shows that the baby is non-viable, and therefore the milah that you did, of course, wasn't the milah. But Allah also wasn't ever welcome because it was as if you were cutting something that was not viable that you could get. So, okay, now once we have that spell, what will happen to the biology is I have a baby. I'm not sure what's
Zoot,
born after
how you living, pimp?
7th-month baby or an 8th-month baby. What's the number again?
What's new?
Considered to be non-viable. So the Gemara says, the Raisa says,
Zoot,
Just doing something.
is today better than yesterday?
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Are you ready to lose?
Was yesterday a bad day for me?
One of them was not a good day. Are you ready to lose?
Oh, yeah, I boned up Monday. I had a bit, yeah.
Excellent. Are you ready to lose? That's what I wanted to hear, big dog.
Rabbi, have you ever blown public speaking before? Fuck, that was horrible.
Yep, I have. I was in a class, and I didn't take the class very seriously, and I got allegedly super, super high, and I had to give an oral presentation on Cuba and its relation to China in comparative politics, and I got up there and was a deer in the fucking headlights for like the first time in my life, and it was I couldn't even talk. I was so like just scared, and it was in front of a bunch of people, and I respected them, and I finished it, and I don't know how, but I got an A in the class, and I shouldn't have, but I think the professor just gave me the benefit of the doubt and knew that, but I shouldn't have done that well. And yeah, I mean, it's happened to me on other occasions as well, but that one in particular where I just absolutely was frozen was an issue. But then I've had times when I've had public speaking and I've done exceptionally well. I can remember in 5th grade we had to do a project on like a biography on somebody, and I did it on Harry Truman, who was the 33rd president of the United States, and everybody in the class except for one person did it with notes, and only I and one other person did it without notes, and we both had it memorized so well. We were the only people to ace that project. So I've done well in public speaking, and I have done times when I wish I could have done better. It happens. Now what? Go ahead, big dog.
I think wormholes are possible. We can travel through wormholes.
I did too. Zoot, what did you think of my shot? Oh, Zoot.
That was better.
Yeah, it was.
But you can.
Oh,
You could have water bumped me here.
I don't know if I could have water bumped you. Zoot, that was an amazing shot. That was an amazing shot. Your drive. That was phenomenal. Bro.
Holy fuck! This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen on this hole. Rabbi, that was a good shot, but do you think it's better than this shot I'm about to do?
Guaranteed. I have a huge advantage on you.
We basically had the same shot.
Oh, what a shot! What a shot! What a crazy shot, dog.
Why would you do that?
Because I don't want to tie, I want to win.
No.
Go, baby.
No.
Go, baby.
Fuck yes. No.
That's why this is a fun game, my man.
That was fun. That was like just the longest cool shot.
It was.
I just died.
Okay. How many times did you do it today?
Just that.
Okay. Is it?
About 20 off that.
Oh, that's nothing. Are you going to try to quit?
No, I just started. Why would I quit?
Dog, it's a motherfucker to quit those things. It's really difficult. I want to say, in some ways, it's like the most difficult thing. Oh man, that thing is hard to quit. Really, really
You
hard.
think heroin's harder to quit?
They say nicotine is the hardest thing to quit. It's even harder than heroin at points. I think it's probably.
Do you know why heroin? Do you know why that is though?
Well, let's talk for a second.
Because it's more accessible.
Yeah,
It's more accessible than
I was-
accessible than heroin.
I was.
Heroin was if heroin was accessible as nicotine, which fortunately it isn't, it would be harder to quit.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't always. I mean, I've like had heroin alternatives, like morphine and fentanyl, and I didn't really have too much of a problem quitting them. So whenever anybody was like, "Oh, heroin's so hard to quit," I mean, I'm sure it is if you're like doing it all the time or something. But I mean, I was doing it all the time for pain after surgeries, and I just did not find it that difficult to quit. It wasn't easy, but the best thing I did for myself, I quit it cold turkey, and then I'm sure you could like ease yourself off it better, but I just quit it cold turkey. Even though I had fentanyl left, I had fentanyl patches left. I just didn't use them, and just but nicotine was a motherfucker. I can remember it took me I want to say it took me quite a few times of trying to actively quit, and I would spend a bunch of money on it. Like they had these things. This company became worth like $1 billion, and they got bought by Philip Morris. But one thing that was really interesting, it was this like kind of this special. Just one moment, Zoo. This special nicotine item that was invented in Silicon Valley, and they had these cartridges that were like really, really addictive, and they would they were really expensive. You could buy them at 7-Eleven, but like to buy the whole kit, it was like $70. And I used to just buy these kits all the time, and then do it, and then just want to get rid of it, and then like flush it down the toilet. And then the last time I did it, I never will forget. I put one in a cup of water and just watched it like electrocute itself or whatever. Not electrocute itself, but like just zap itself out. And I thought I was not doing that anymore, and I was going to be bigger than it. And for like 2 weeks afterward, I had major withdrawals. I thought about it all the time, but I got through it. Okay, what were you going to say, Zoot?
So there's rehab overseas that celebrities go to that are like 200 grand to get into, but really they're kind of scams because what they're like on islands and stuff, but really they're kind of scams because what they're doing is just like you just go to a place if you have the money. You just go to a place and go to a country where drugs are inaccessible. You do like severe jail time, and you won't want to do that drug.
Yeah, that's a point. I know a girl, her family had one of those places in Malibu, California, which is like a really ritzy area just north of Los Angeles. And it was like one of the parts of it. I don't want to say it's a scam. Oh no, Zoo. But one of the things is it's so expensive that yes, Zoo. It's so expensive to go to this place that it's like that's part of the motivation to not want to do drugs anymore. It's like this place is so expensive. Oh, get in. And it was like $80,000 a week, some crazy amount. And there's like some scam that they can do with insurance companies, that insurance companies will pay for it. There's another scam I heard from Joey Diaz. This I think is fucking hilarious. So what they do, insurance will, depending on your insurance, will pay for you to go to drug rehab. So what you do is you go to a drug rehab for like $20,000, and what the drug rehab does is they say that you do everything correctly, even though you could be doing any kind of drug there. They don't care. And then they give you $10,000 and they keep $10,000. It's like a huge scam. I get what you're saying though with the ones in foreign countries where it's totally illegal, whatever you're doing. Then there's just, it's like impossible to get it, and you have to wean yourself off. I mean, there's really something, I've described it previously, but like the first 12 hours of like trying to quit something are the most key, and then the next 12 hours to the first 24 hours. And then, I mean, really the biggest key is stopping for 1 hour. And you'll find that, I mean, like, you'll find that that shit dominates you. And I didn't like being controlled by something. And so that's why I really wanted to quit. And, Doug, you're not going to make it. No, you're going to hit the tree on the right. Yeah, baby.
Do you think this is going to be the most? That shot you were saying.
You're not going to make this shot, so I don't. That's not the right shot. You're in the wrong spot.
I'll get a shot. I'll get it in. 9 out of 10.
You're not even going to make it through the little hole. No, that's the wrong way. Dude, I told you. Dog, it's hole 2, and you're already down. Oh, Zoo, you know I hate this hole. You're up, Zoo.
I'm birdie in 15. Yeah, about 15 days.
You're what? You're 30.
Birdie in about 15 days.
Cool story, dog. Oh, no, did you just water bump me? No, you didn't. Okay. What are you going to do on this shot? I don't know if that's a good move, Zoot. I don't know if that's a good move. You might have fucked yourself.
Therefore, again, the amount of positive when the rice is said that if an egg bill is born on Yom Tov, that you can eat it right on your.
It's a risk. It's a high risk.
Where you know how to keep gestational.
Yes.
No way, Zoot.
They both agree.
No way, Zoot.
Actually comes out over here. Look at actually shoving.
The chances.
Then the Seth has so she no one
Sometimes the risk is off.
Yeah, it does.
This is a bigger discussion about by Bakar. Remember, he wants to have a Bakar. Person has a Bakar animal. That Bakar goes to the
What percentage do you
one
get?
exception. Bakar has a room.
69. I fucked up.
There is my focus that you can
Really fucked me though.
about whether or not we examine movement on the other. We'll say everyone agrees. So we're going to get into the details.
Rabbi, who had a workshop near you?
Everyone agrees. Shinola the animal was born. The mum is born with the animal.
Sad
And
eye.
it's clear that the mum is problematic.
Look at this shot, Zoot.
That the assault could eat the animal.
That's terrible.
We'll say, so if you have a bakar animal that was born with a mum, and it's clear
Rabbi,
Shemish
you think your shot's better than my shot?
Let's see your shot.
And therefore the animal becomes the property of the Yisrael, that the Yisrael eat that on Yom
Do you think your shot was better than my shot?
Yeah.
Why
do you think that?
Look where my ball is in comparison to yours.
Once again, where we know that this is a fully formed animal. This
Yeah, I know.
needs gestation period, and that's why halacha so you can
Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Allah. Allah had your shilling of yom. What's the look at this in Shmuel?
Good shot.
The Allah compels the shilling of yom. What's that's the Allah? That's what Gemara says.
Yeah,
A baby is only considered to be viable after 30 days. An animal is only considered to be
You think I
viable
can get it in now?
No.
within 30 of the baby. It has the status of at least a suffix natal same to the animal.
Would this be the most impressive shot if I got it in?
You can't.
I will say in general, when the Quran is making a 30 statement, that the halacha follows so and so, that usually indicates to us what someone is arguing. That's true. What do you see from here? That Rabbanon disagreed on the Shema. What's the abundant focus between Rabbanon and Shema about the status of a baby within 30 days, the status of an animal within 8 days. Shema holds the status of an animal
Rabbi,
within
do you think vaping worse than smoking?
30 is an
No.
APL, is an APL, and ultimately again, and according to Rabbanon,
Smoking
which is really cool. Rabbi, Nafal min Hajjah.
has carcinogens that can cause breathing issues,
What happens if something
and
happens to the
generally vaping,
baby? The baby dies?
you can avoid some of those. Though they put, at least in the United States, I don't know if they still do this, but they put like
Or the baby is
glyphosate, glyphosine or something.
Right,
Glyphosine
you know where?
in some vapes that can cause breathing issues. I mean, there's a big push in California to stop young people from vaping, and like it's on billboards, it's on bus stops, it's on a lot of places, and they took away all flavored vapes. So, and then the vapes themselves were, I mean, like even when they were available, they're very expensive. So
It's illegal to.
1313.
So what I got is actually illegal. The vape I have is actually illegal.
Okay. All right, dude. I'm gonna beat you in literati, and then I'm gonna show myself in some spaces. But Miss Aquarius might be here by then. Dude, I want you to beat me in literati.
One of you said babies living. The other one said dead. Am I not?
I think it's illegal.
Oh, live from let's say.
Dude, I don't know what you're just talking. Sometimes you just talk to just talk. Zoot, I just sent you an invitation and I'm waiting on you.
After only giving a yawn, the baby dies. She says, not problem. So then again,
Zoot.
this method is important.
Zoot, you're so frustrating.
Everyone agrees that if within 30 days the baby fell off the roof by a lion, that the baby is considered to be alive and viable. It makes sense.
Dude, I'm going to give you 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. You're done.
And then right after husband dies, the baby is eaten by a lion. Allah says she is not suffering, right? Because her husband left behind living offspring. The Gemara says, "V'hara Pavra Afunre to Yeshua." This was being slaughtered. That Papa and Afunre to Yeshua. Iklau lebeit Rei Rat. They went to the home of the son of the Rat. The other who ignored this and he made for them. I think that this is or a calf and each 1/3 he made for them and he would the Imam of the let's say, when did he slaughter the little son? On the 7th day of his life. It was only 7 days. The Amri, and they said to everybody, he is the Hisui of the Arsha, Haba Achrinon Yenes, Hashtag Lo Achrinon. They had waited till tonight, we were in but now that you check for the food, you can't look at the virus this time. Because had he waited till tonight, what would it have been? We have already into the 8 days. Actually points out you could say, makes sense if you will. Part of the day counts as the whole. So had you waited till tonight, you would have participated in the also. So now you went ahead and accepted it. Like, man, I'm sorry, you can't participate because it has not yet reached this 8th day. Which indicates to us what? That Allah says, now what is this a piece of? What is this a piece of? In this piece over here, so remember, when an animal is shot, this is a case of a less than 8-day-old calf that went ahead and died, not on its own, right? Not because of its own act of vitality, but because someone killed it. Right? Because someone killed it. And yet, again, you refuse to partake of it. So it isn't the same case of the baby that was eaten by a lion. You said before, it was eaten by a lion for 30 days, till up to 30 days. The baby was considered to be viable, but it didn't die because of lack of parents' viability, because of no circumstances. So it was viable. Yet here you have an animal that was actively slaughtered. So the animal died before 8 days, not because the animal wasn't viable. So why wouldn't such an animal be kosher? Yet you see these rabbanim refuse to partake of it. To which the Gemara says no. The Gemara says, so ultimately, again, rather what's the case? Basically, the animal yawns and it's done. Give the alcohol mace. So we'll say, again, that's the way the children animal distributed some levels of compromise and habits. So because of that, they will not partake. ونقم من عقاد بأفواج مع الصبر مع الصبر type what's another story they direct by the other day I went to do from the boat it was the second white one on the bottom so the son of Rabbi by Yosef had a baby and never maybe died for 30 days maybe died for 30 days and listen I watched this Shafid Yosef comes out of the light this is what happened son of Rabbi set Shiva for the baby what happened? So Rabbi his father came along and said, so how about is something called T1 trade? That's why it's still in Shiva, right? What he wants to say that's what it is. It's not great. Right? But it's just what's the stuff you like to do like the whole thing? That's what it is. So it's telling us why you see Shiva. So again, what do you see from this story? You see from this story that a baby it's not survival, it's a real. And really, give me day the color of heaven. I know that the baby had so I know that the baby had baby was fully publicity. So again, let's take a step back. The shooting of Mil, he says that they would get 30 days.
Thank you so much, Miss. I hope everyone else is doing well. If you're hearing my voice right now and you're not following me, you're making a major mistake because I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Send me a follow. I will be sure to follow you back. Additionally, as we move into the new year, if anybody out there wants a job, you should know that I am willing to help you on your resume, on your curriculum vitae, your CV. I will help you to connect with recruiters. I have a list of recruiters specifically if you're interested in Nigerian positions. We can help you with that. I certainly can also help people with remote jobs. Nobody else out there is going to give you the time that I will give you 24 hours a day to be able to help you wherever you are. Moreover, if you're interested in expanding your social media account network, come to me. I'll help you with your link tree. I will help you to create accounts on potentially the top 30 different social media platforms that are out there. I want to make sure that 2026 is as good a year for you as it can be. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data and petroleum is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the links are in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. I also want you to know that you can find my link tree in my pinned post. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord or discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. Additionally, you should be joining, if you already haven't, the Big Steppers Discord. The link is in the Jumbotron. It's discord.gg/Big Steppers. You need to connect. You need to increase your network because, as we all know, your network is your net worth. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it beneficial. We pump earth seawater onto land for the benefit of humankind. You should all know that I am here to help you. If you're a reply guy, send me a message. If you are a Rita, a Schiller, or a Web3 marketer, I want to help you. Anybody who sends me a follow, I will follow you back. Anyone who sends me a DM, I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
You never cease to amaze me on your show. I don't know how long you've done practice that. I don't know how long you've been saying it, bro. It is literally me saying it without fail every single time. And it is amazing. I will say this, dude. I actually have a question for you.
Go ahead. Thank you so much for your high praise.
Of course, bro. It takes a lot of courage to be able to go out there and show yourself like you know. It's not easy, so congratulations to you for that. But two, what is the cryptocurrency project that sponsors you to be able to do what you do? I'm actually a little curious about that.
100%. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It is on Ethereum. If many of you are aware of it, if you ever watch my streams, you can see my bedding, my pillows, My merch is all Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu sponsored. The Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I. We just finished our fantasy football league last night. We have over 12,000 people in the community. I not only stream my life in the Big Steppers Discord and on YouTube and other places, but I live stream life in the Harry Potter Obama Telegram. So if you ever want to check me there, please do the needful. Join the Telegram. You can check me out from many different angles. That is the name of the coin, and it's just a really great community. So check it out if you have the opportunity.
Which means that you need to the deceased husband not any deal on and your brother comes mandated Shavia Arta Amara Bahi, Safra Hajj. So this is the Shavia.
That being said, I think we need to give a shout out to some of the recent engagers in the
What was my guess? Sponsor I crypto behind me. I want to contribute the wealth and lifestyle of destination. Mission advocate for the lifestyle program and support desalination technology. Food, corporate, seawater, unlike make it drinkable.
So that's just like
Someone like you
Yo, Ox, I know you, dog. All right, Ox, just one moment. I'm going to send you everything that you need to be successful. Just one moment.
all the people that I actually met with stayed once I want to thank every single person.
Now we can so again, we do adopt the position of the Muslim Israel, Allah for myself, the God the as we said before, the real condition that for us would be for evil and for our babies. The next part of the Gemara was that Udon permitted Mila of androgynous on Shabbos, right? Remember again,
Doing a lot better than most day one Bitcoiners. Hashtag life goals. Hashtag life goals. My goal is that's accomplishment. So far, so good. You do enough things. In fact, I think you're on a roll, actually. Is that true?
Androgynous is which they want to, by the way, don't think that Buddha holds that also. Right? Our sister, it's not by Mila that he holds that. After all, she has to overtake. As well as if you hold like legal hold, there is androgynous is always going to be female. The Erichin Yerach. So therefore, when it comes to Erichin, I'm going to get Erichin on personal value vows. A person says, I pledge my Erech, my value, I pledge your Erech. So Torah gives specific categories. So a male between the ages of 20 and 60 is going to be X. Below 20 is going to be Y. A female is going to be this. So you know, if you pledge the Erichin of an androgynous, is not judged like a male. I know that androgynous is not treated like a male for Erichin purposes. In which you might have this time, because we learn Yoko Hazocher. The pasuk says by Erichin Hazocher, the male. The Lord Tumtum Vandrogynous. Include and exclude so maybe that means that what? That an androgynous is not treated with the Erichin of a man, or maybe it's giving the Erichin of a woman. And with Lomar HaZochar, the indicated. Zochar Badai, Nekeva Badois, the Lord Tumtum Vandrogynous. When it comes to Erichin, either you're male or you're female. Like you don't definitively fit into one of there's no gender fluidity by Erkin. Either you fit into a category or you don't fit into a category. Zachar is a therefore, androgynous is obviously cannot definitively, unfortunately, fit into a category. Has no erect value. Has no erect value. Stop of Sukhan Zion about it. Stan Sibra Bido, Aranach Bayisov. Stan Sibra Bido. Oh no, not by Yitzchak Ananani Tesla. We also learn this. It's supposed to terminate an expansive book. So in other words, an unstated, right, an anonymous again, a section that starts about 25 years. Anonymous writes up, it's like that. You know that Jesus says in addition that you can do the Chalo Shabbos is given an androgynous of this, which tells us that androgynous is a sucker. Don't think that David always holds that an androgynous is a sucker. But look over here, you see it by Erchin. David holds that androgynous is not a sucker. Which then begs the question. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman, I'll call Kshem and David, puts me here, everybody is except for a heavy show for the Katan, Katan, also the Isha the androgynous. The Buddha says that a Katan can affect under certain circumstances, but a woman cannot, and an androgynous cannot. So we'll say once again, you see that Rabbi Buddha holds that androgynous is not a Zachar. So we'll say, so now, I have to ask myself an obvious question. By Erichin, androgynous is not a Zachar. By Christian, androgynous is not a Zachar. So why is the Buddha different? It's nice for the Buddha. Shum Tzit Imo Lachem Holza. As a basic feature of the Hebrew national version of Holza comes to create a larger category of male. Right? It's a larger category of Zachar. In the rest of Torah, Zachar means what? Zachar. Definitive Zachar. Definitive Zachar. Zachar only Zacharus. And apparently, again, Holzar is a ribui coming to include those who aren't and who are those who aren't male, that's the androgynous, and therefore this of the androgynous will be those Shabbos, even though the androgynous is not considered to be a Zachar, it's a male. Okay, stop over here, pick up a minute and set out the mission. All right, we'll say good morning. Incredible back out of us today. We can thank our sponsors. Thanks many of them for asking us those sponsors so much fun. Getting to all the sugar and luscious this month and many of the parents. It's what they do. And it's sort of rough and possible. Well, it's the last thing they kind of come to that. In honor of the birth of the graduate, we got the breakfast, go, friendly, sponsors, National Kappa Efron, in memory of Rafa's mother, Abba Hope, Kaba Bas, is that foolish good days. Right? So days after the day, yes, it's not such that at the olive of the days after the Ubar. Well, a lot to do with days in here, Sasha. So let's remember again, we saw the Mishnah, and the Mishnah says according to Machlokas, ultimately again in the halachos concerning the timing of the issue of Chumash. So we saw the tradition of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, and ultimately again Rabbi Gamliel. So that's we're going to analyze over the course of the tomorrow. So Tzvan Hasam, Echad Omer B'Shnai Nechodesh. We'll say we're going to go ahead and give a little bit of background to this Machlokas right here. We'll say understand whenever you see Machlokas in time, so Machlokas in this time can be based on one of two things: either interpretation of specific short categories, or concern some general conclusions. Right? Either of those ultimately would go ahead and make them a focus in time. So we're trying to lay the foundation for what is the source of this Machlokas. So Echad Omer B'Shnai Nechodesh Echad Omer Shlosha Edusam Hayana. So let's listen to this. Two guys show up, right? Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon show up and they say, we testify, we saw Levi kill Yehuda. We saw Levi kill Yehuda. Only one problem. Reuben says that Levi killed Yehuda on the second of the month. And Shimon says Levi killed Yehuda on the third of the month. So the Gemara says, the testimony is no doubt. We don't consider them as if they're testimony to each other. Why? One simple reason. Shezeyo Devi, Guru Shakolim, Shezeyo Devi, and Shakolim. So what's the last Mishnah? One of them realized that last month was a 29-day month, and one guy realized that it was a 30-day month. So that's an honest mistake. That can just happen that before the set calendar, people get confused without timing, and therefore it's going to just multiply a day. However, if one goes ahead and says murder occurred on the third day of the month, and the other guy says no, it occurred on the fifth day of the month, that disparity cannot be reconciled, and therefore again the equals is false. The equals is not good. What happens if one guy said, Reuben said the murder happened in the third hour into the day, and Shimon said, sorry, the second hour into the day, and Shimon said no, it was the third hour into the day. Eidos Hayanis. Ultimately, again, the Eidos works. Right? The Eidos is valid. Testimony is valid. And Rashi points out over here. Rashi says it's the last two lines, the short lines of Rashi. The Torah under the back. Because the Lord saying there's always some margin of error. In other words, people are often not totally exact. So because of that, Reuben said it happened in the second hour, Shimon said it happened in the third hour. That's fine. That's an acceptable margin of error. However, what happens if Halacha the night says Reuben says the murder occurred in the third hour, Shimon says the murder occurred in the fifth hour, he do something they love. Ultimately, again, the Eagles is bottled to Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir says, will say, that is too much of a disparity. Right? To be off by 2 hours, ultimately, again, does not work. And therefore, Allah says the Eagles is bottled. Omer, Eagles and Kayanas. The Eagles is good. Also, we'll explain why this is. What happens if Reuben says, so therefore, what you begin to see is, the Meir does not allow a 2-hour disparity. Rabbi Yehuda does allow up to a 2-hour disparity. However, Echad Omer, the Chumash Echad Omer B'Sheva, if Reuben said that murder happened in the 5th hour, and Shimon says the murder happened in the 7th hour, then ultimately again, the Eagles is bottled. Why is that? It's a 2-hour disparity. The Gemara says very simply, Sheva Chumash Chama B'Mizrach, U'B'Sheva Chama B'Mayim. What's the very different? But you know, it's a 2-hour disparity. The sun is in a fundamentally different location. The 5th hour and the 7th hour. The 5th hour, ultimately, again, the sun is in the east. In the 7th hour, the sun is in the west. So therefore, because of that disparity, that even Rabbi Yehuda would normally allow for a 2-hour disparity, says that's too much, right? That's too much of a disparity. So I'm not buying it. So we'll say, let's analyze this. Because it isn't really quite interesting. And I will say, I think many of us, when we see this is decline in the face of our practice. Right? Because again, what the time over the course of the learning to maybe see about this. Right? And one of the things usually again that we see to learn about testimony is that it needs to line up pretty exactly. It needs to line up that these things to allow for hour disparity, provided that again it's not a we'll call it solar disparity, right? If it's 5 to 7 where there's a disparity in the position of the sun, that we can reconcile immediately with this concept. Amr Abai said, I said as follows. He said, Salomar, the David Rabbi Meir in Adam Pavel Okom was an ultimately against Abai said, according to Rabbi Meir, you have to say that a person doesn't make a mistake. Right? Rabbi Meir's view, we don't allow for any disparity. Right? It's a different way of saying it. In Rabbi Meir's worldview, we believe that people have the ability to be exact. Exact. I see the person who did Rabbi Yehuda, Adam Koachatzi Shah. According to Rabbi Yehuda, people could earn up to a half hour. What does that mean? Watch this. The Rabbi Meir in Adam Koachatzi. Now remember again, it's interesting that because there's Rabbi Meir who doesn't make a mistake. That's why Rabbi Meir says which case does work. Which case does work. If Reuben says the second hour, Shimon says the third hour, Rabbi Meir says that does work. So obviously Rabbi Meir does allow for some mistake. This thing might say, no, listen to how Rabbi Meir interprets that. The Maiseki, this thing might say, little book, Maiseki Haba, the Meipag Tarti, to the Isle Trust. Listen to this. When Rabbi Meir was not sure the case of the saying the second hour, Shimon saying the third hour, what really happened was as follows. The murder itself happened at the end of the second hour, beginning of the third hour. So the Gemara says, "V'had the kamer shtayim b'sof shtayim." So Reuben, who said the murder happened in the second hour, what did he really mean? What did he really mean? The end of the second hour. V'had the kamer shalosh, and when Shimon says no, it happened in the third hour, the tchilas shalosh ultimately was referring to the beginning of the third hour. So in fact, they're not contradicting each other at all. They're just talking in different ways. So one calls, so it happened in that period, literally from end of the second into the third. One calls that the second, one calls that the third, but they're really talking about the same exact time. And then listen to the Meir's view. Remember again, this is right. This is Abai's interpretation. And Abai's interpretation, according to the Meir, people are exact. People are exact. The Rabbi Yehuda, Adam Twas Hatzishah. According to Rabbi Yehuda, people make mistakes up to a half hour. How so? Maiseki Haba Bepal the Arba Haba. So ultimately, again, when the event occurred, it occurred. Maiseki Haba Bepal the Arba Haba. So let's remember again. The Rabbi Yehuda even allows for what? And he even allows. Reuben says the third hour, and Shimon says the fifth hour. Rabbi Yehuda says allow for an error in judgment up to a half hour. How does that work over here? So watch this. The event itself occurred when Maiseki Haba Bepal the Arba Haba. It really happened in the middle of the fourth hour. So what happened? By the Kamar Shalosh, the guy who says ultimately again the third hour is Sof Shalosh, meaning the end of the third hour. The Katai Pagad the Shah, and therefore he's off by a half hour. The Gemara says, but Pagad Shah not coming. He's off by a half hour because the event really happened a half hour later. The Haidik Kamar Chamesh, the Tchilas Chamesh, the guy said it happened in the fifth hour. Really, when did it happen? What happened? He really meant the beginning of the fifth hour, and therefore the Katai Pagad the Shait of the Acholi, and therefore he's off by an hour behind him, backwards. So if I was interestingly enough, so according to Abaye, Rabbi Meir pretty much allows for the disparity, and then we reconcile the case of hour number 2, hour number 3, that they're both referring to the same time in different ways. And according to Yehuda, we allow the disparity of up to a half hour in between them. Ikidahami, others explain, Rabbi Meir, Adam Toeh Mashahu, the Divi Rabbi Yehuda, Adam Toeh Sha'al Mashahu. We'll say an alternate version of Abai. And this version of Abai, he says as follows, that according to Rabbi Meir, people could be off by a little. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, witnesses could be off by up to an hour and a little. Also, the Divi Rabbi Meir, Adam Toeh Mashahu, according to Meir, people could be off by a little bit. Maiseki Habo was also in this event in person. Now remember again, this is talking about first. Well, that's Maiseki Habo. Remember again, Rabbi Meir only allows, only is matching testimony when they're quote unquote off by an hour, right? When Reuben says hour number 2, Shimon says hour number 3. But in fact, in this version of Abaye, they're really going to be off by a little bit. What's a little bit? Basically, how about over Sof Shtayim, over Tchilas Shalosh? The murder itself actually happened either at the end of the second hour or the third hour. The Chad Minayu Toeh Mashu, and someone says off by a little bit. So let's say, for example, the murder happened at the beginning of the third hour. So really, because it happened in the second hour. You're reading it dead in the second hour. So he's off by a little bit. So that little bit, Rabbi Meir will allow for some third hour, the beginning of the fifth hour, half of the days. Echad minayu, kachar shel mashu, and one of the witnesses was just off by an hour and a half. So it's like these are the two versions of Abayis. In version number one, Rabbi Meir allows for no margin of error. People are exact. Rabbi Huda again allows for a half hour margin of error. In version number two of Abaye, Rabbi Meir allows for what we call a mashu. What was it? Mashu literally is what? Literally is what? Right, moments, a few minutes. A few minutes. They could be up, obviously. So you make a mistake with the end of the second hour, beginning of the third hour. That's fine. If you're off by a couple of minutes, that's fine. For Rabbi Huda, you can be off by up to an hour and a couple of minutes. Let's analyze this. Also, after Rabbi Huda, was a couple of occasions on the second line. It's also after Rabbi Huda. I'm going to try to take Rabbi Huda, what Rabbi Huda said over this ruling of Abaye in front of Rava. Amar, so Rabbi, I don't understand. Uma either Daikiman Bahani Sahar, the Haiti Kamar Shalosh Lesson, the Haiti Kamar Kamish is so Kamish, the Hagi Agos Mukashas below Kakiman, and so Rava says like this. Let's say you were to be Mavara a little bit, right? Let's be Mavara. And you were to actually ask the witnesses and drill down exactly what time they saw the event. And let's say again, they were able to be specific. Right? They will say they they know I know for sure it was at 2:47. And she was I know for sure that it was 3:03. With Rafi, we said with absolute certainty. And their claims don't run up with Rafi. But now because we can't drill down with absolute certainty, we're going to go ahead and little kind of source, and therefore as a result, so again, I'm trying to use the word. If we're to drill down and we get exact details, and ruling were to say I saw the murder at 2:47, and trimming were to say I saw the murder at 3:03, we would say that we're contradicting each other. The low calculina, and therefore we not execute someone based on a testimony. But I'm not Negro, but not still mistaken. But now I will say in a case where you ask Ruben exactly what time did you see, and Ruben said, you know what, it was towards somewhere towards the end of the second hour. And Shimon says, I can't be exact, somewhere in the third hour. And now we're going to interpret those claims to be the same and kill someone. So obviously it doesn't make any sense. If they were to be exact and the times don't line up, we would throw the Avis out. But now because they're imprecise, we're going to read in a level of precision into their imprecise statements, and based on that, we're going to kill someone. Now, this is counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. Torah says, "You shop to Aida, but Tzilo Aida." I will say in general, in capital cases, we do whatever we can to save someone from death penalty. That's the general mahalin of the Jewish legal system. So you're going to tell me now when people are criticizing their words, we're going to interpret their words in a way that can lead to the death sentence of someone? It doesn't make any sense. Let me give you a position. Listen to this. The Rabbi Meir Adam Shtei Shalos Chasam Rash. So that's like, according to Rabbi Meir, persons could make a mistake of up to 2 hours and a bit. So it's getting much more dramatic here. The Rabbi Huda, but according to Rabbi Huda, Adam Toa, Shalos Chasam Rash. A person could go ahead and make a mistake of up to 3 hours and a bit. Let's say so you can take okay, these are actually hard to talk. So the person could go and make a mistake of up to 3 hours and a bit. So what does this mean? The Divrei Rabbi Meir, Adam Koesh, Shalos Chasam according to Rabbi Meir, a person make a mistake of up to 2 hours and a bit. The Gemara says, "Nice second about over Tchiva Shrayim over Sof Shalosh." But ultimately, again, the event occurred. The event itself occurred. Basically, have a Tchiva Shrayim over Sof Shalosh. Either at the beginning of 2 hours, at the second hour, or at the end of the third hour. The Chadmina, days shows us and ultimately again, and one of them made a mistake of up to 2 hours and a bit. The different the other shows us. Person can make a mistake of even up to 3 hours and a bit. He wants to basically have over the last shalosh over so published. Ultimately, again, when the event occurred, was either at the beginning of the third hour or the end of the fifth hour. And one of them made a mistake of up to 3 hours and a bit. So one second. So Rabbi Hutzar themselves his initial question on Abai. We'll get to that. So now, let's listen to this. Let's analyze it. And you're going to see, by the way, what the connections are coming to. You'll see in a moment why we're bringing this in. So tonight, how you vote in also the Sheva Hakiros, was it back to leaders. In general, when someone would come into the testimony, shooting in a capital case, we would check them with 7 Hakiros, right? Seven Hakiros are literally translated as questions also, right? 7 Hakiros. What are the Hakiros? There is a Shavua, because there is a Shavua means which part of the Shemitah cycle are we? Remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles in one global cycle. So question number 1, you say you saw the murder. So which Shemitah cycle of the global cycle, right? What number Shemitah cycle of the global cycle did you see the murder? That's the Eza Shavua. The Eza Shav, and then I'll show you again what year. So again, she points out over here. So Shemitah, what year of the Shemitah cycle did you see murder? The Eza Chodesh, what month? The Kama Chodesh, what day of the month? The Eza Yom, the Kama Chodesh. The Eza Yom, what day of the week? The Eza Shav, what time? The Eza month, and what place? Tanya, we learned not being Hakiros of the Nikos. So let's say, remember again, in addition to these Hakiros, there's also a whole system of what we call the Nikos. Now let's say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says that this is 2, 4, 6, about 6 lines in the wide lines of Rashi, the end is wide. Tanya, not being Hakiros of the Nikos. Rashi says over here, the Tani Hasam, Makirim out, Makirim Atem also. Hakirosembo, his face and bow, the Mahargo, Pisayi Hargo, Ova Aririn Hargo, Caleb Shono, the bottom of Kalamari, the Dikos, Harizim Meshuba. So what's interesting enough, Dikos, so Hakiros are really questions regarding the timing of the incident, right? What part of the Yobel cycle, what part of the Shemitah cycle, what year, what month, what day, what hour. Dikos are more the details of the events that occurred. What weapon? What was the murder weapon? Right? What was the murderer wearing? Things like that. So it's actually very interesting. Mabing Hakiros and the Dikos. So we'll say, what's the difference between Hakiros and the Dikos? Hakiros, Amar Echad, and Eniodea, a do some Bekeva. Well, it's interestingly enough, by one of the Hakiros, one of the witnesses says, I don't know, the whole witness is done. They said, you don't know what year of the Shemitah cycle it was, you're out. You don't know what year of the Yobel cycle it is, you're out. You don't know what time it was, you're out. Yet the Tikos have to do shame in on the Yodim, 18 September. So yet interestingly enough, like the Tikos, even if both of them say we don't know. For example, what color clothing was the murderer wearing? I don't know. I don't know what clothing. I know it was lady. I saw lady there. I don't know what clothing. Was it interesting enough? We don't go Eagles. I want to be clear. Never just don't go Eagles out doesn't automatically accept it either. But what it's saying is the inability to answer one of the Vedika questions does not go ahead and immediately nullify the Eagles. So the Gemara says, "Mahavira, Naishna, Kakiros, Mashna, Vedikos." So say, why is that? I don't understand. Why is the inability to answer one of the Vedikos any less severe than the inability to answer one of the Hakiros? So the Gemara says, the second why by the Moshe, Hakiros, Amar Echad, Eniodea, Edusam Teva, the Hagila Edus Shiata Yachala Azimo. Wow. Okay, it's been a while for us to see that phrase. Right? Because what happens? They will say, in order for an Edus to be accepted, it has to be called an Edus Shiata Azimo. What does this mean? So we'll say, any set of Edus that are going to testify regarding the faith have to be subject to Hazama. Hazama is the process where they could be proven to be fraudulent witnesses. How do you prove someone to be a fraudulent witness? Two other witnesses show up and they say, it is impossible that you witnessed that event. Why? 2 words. You were with us at that particular time. Therefore, say, if an Egus is not subject to the Hazama, you need witness is not covered, it makes sense. Because at the end of the day, if you're not giving testimony in a way that can be disproven, then what skin do you have in the game to tell the truth? So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Hakiros questions are incredibly important because the Hakiros questions are what create an Edos that is subject to Hazama, that is subject to being disproven. But if you can't answer one of the Hakira questions, then you can't be disproven. other than the Bedikos, you see the how if you can't answer one of the Bediko questions, then we're left wondering a little bit like, are you sure you're really so what you saw? So that's a big issue that Beis has to clarify. But for the Hakiros question are what makes the Eidos subject to Azama. So therefore, again, the Gemara says that any Eidos that's not subject to Azama, ultimately again is not accepted. Bedikos, Eidos Shati Afalazini. The Gemara says Bedikos, even if one of the witnesses, or even if both witnesses can't answer some of the legal questions, the Eidos itself is still subject to Hazama. So the question, now watch this. Biamet, like this glad I will say, now remember again, both according to Atai and to Rava, but really even more according to Rava. Right? According to Rava, Rava's view, Rabbi Yehuda allows an error of up to 2 hours in a bit. Rabbi Meir allows ultimately again for an error of up to 3 hours in a bit. So it's like, if you're really allowing the margin of error, ultimately, again, when it comes to testifying about the time that the witnesses saw the murder occur, so once I said that again, having created effectively an Eidos Shata Yachalazima. Why? I was like, why? What could happen? Right? Reuben and Shimon show up to say, we saw Levi murder Yehuda. I was like, good. And then what? Somewhere, second hour, third hour. And then what happens also? Then witnesses show up and say, second hour, we're having breakfast with us the second hour. How did you have seen it? So it must be the second hour. No, I'm not on the times. And the mayor says, I have up to 3 hours in a bit. But he says, up to 3 hours in a bit. You've created an Eidos Shata of Palazima. And that Eidos can never be fraudulent because you have a built-in margin of error that essentially becomes like an escape for false witnesses. Which the Gemara says, no. The Vinale Kule Tosai. We'll say, what's the case? If you look at Rashi, in the Shani, it's Rashi 2 or 6, 8, 9, something about it. ומשני תיאבינו והוא כולי תוסאיו, אם יש מזימן כאן, יכולו להזימן על ידי שב ותאוסה, ולומר כל השב ותאוסה היו תחנים ממנו. It's interesting enough according to these approaches. The way Hazama works is that Hazama would have to the Mazimin, the witnesses who come along to prove that Reuben and Shimon, the first set of witnesses, are fraudulent, would have to prove that those witnesses could not have witnessed the event both during the stated hour as well as during when? Any of the margin of error as well. So it doesn't mean that you're not something Hazama. What it means ultimately is that the halacha of Hazama says that you have to go ahead and prove that these witnesses could not have seen the event at the time they say the event occurred, and what? And any potential margin of error as well. So it does up the threshold for Hazama, but it is still an Eidos that is subject to Hazama. So quite to be there. Therefore, again, I love the nice. You give it right. You would create ultimately again. If you look at Rashi, you love Meir before you see where Meir says. Meir, the other part it shows. Yavinu lohu lahani shtayim shalosh mitchilas sha'ar rishona ad sof chamesh bein shneim. So listen to this. So therefore, it turns out that according to Meir, right, the margin of error essentially would be. This is talking about a guy ultimately again. Who says, right, you're given the margin of error, from the beginning of the first hour, and so punish until the end of the fifth hour. So maybe you should even go ahead and do a little bit time or earlier time. Hello, then your mama, the Laila, both parties. Was it the problem is, remember, just like we said that people don't make a mistake between the fifth hour and the seventh hour, that's halal for the nights again, the seventh and different positions. So good that people don't make a decision between guiding things. So I could back up. I can move forward a margin of error, or if that margin of error is daylight versus nighttime, people don't make that kind of mistake. But if you don't, so teaches from the ultimately again the margin of error would be between the first hour and the sixth hour. I was dealing with the nation to make card today. I was say before you turn the page, look at Rashi. Rabbi Yehuda, the Amar Adam Part Gimel shows, Rabbi Yehuda who says that hurts to make a mistake up to 3 hours. 3 hours of it actually. Rabbi Yehuda is going to take up to 3 hours. Then what? If you give him from the beginning of the first hour to the end of the sixth hour. The Nasa Lumi card today. And really, we should back it up even a little bit more. On the days, Ella, then your mama on the Laila, low toe English. But ultimately, again, we see that people cannot make a mistake. You can ultimately, again, these calendars up with the same calendar. So as we said before, I said people will make it the fifth hour and or make it the fifth hour and the seventh hour. Why? Because the sun is in different positions. So it's like, so here's what's interesting. So what is out over here is that Hamilton, also an out of the right. So what's out over here is that according to the supposed even if there's a margin of error, margin of error is always capped at certain what we'll call it certain certain just called reality. Like people might make a margin of error in time, but people do not make a mistake between daytime and nighttime. Like people don't make a mistake between before noon, let's call it, and after noon. Now, noon itself, we'll see, this could be a subject of some confusion. But people don't make a mistake between the morning and the afternoon, where the sun is in different positions. So even though we allow a margin of error, we assume that people are still cognizant with what we call it major effects. Okay, so it's not. We'll say let's analyze. So remember again. So the Gemara says. So it's not. We learned our mission. We'll say now let's bring this all back. So this happens to be a fascinating machlokes. We'll say it's a fascinating machlokes also because it's a machlokes in human nature about how attentive people are in general to what it is that they observe. See what's fascinating about this is as follows. In Abaye's model, remember in the first version of the two versions of Abaye, in the first version of Abaye's model, there was a chief of every mayor that said people don't make mistakes. Right? People make mistakes. And that people can be exact within time. People can be exact. If you notice again in every subsequent version, that doesn't even come on the radar. Right? In the second version of Abaye, it's not like that. In both versions, also in the version of Abba, it's not like that. Just pointing out, it's a fascinating insight that can people be exactly what is that we see. One version of Abaye says yes, but everyone else says no. And then the shadow just becomes how much of a margin of error do you assume is acceptable. So let's come back to the comments. So Tanan, here we go. Rabbi Meir Omer Oakland called hey. The Sarfin Betila Spav. Rabbi Huda Omer Oakland called Dalit. The Coleman called hey. The Sarfin Betila Spav. Let's analyze. Now, let's say, remember again, so I just want to point out, so remember, it was Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Huda who had this home machlokes, ultimately again, by atheists. We'll say, what is at the core of their machlokes? What's the core of the dispute? What's the core of the dispute? The core of the dispute is we don't really trust people to be totally exact, right? That people often are not totally exact, so therefore we have to assume that people have a margin of error in what time they think is. Oh, well, that's the case. When it comes to the comments, that's pretty significant. Now, watch this, and we'll say, now you have an appreciation of Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Huda's shitos, the Gabe comments. Because watch this. Remember, what do we see in the Mishnah? Rabbi Huda says that halacha l'maisa. I'm sorry, Rabbi Meir says you can eat chametz the whole morning up through the fifth hour, and you begin to burn chametz at the beginning of the sixth hour. Right? So from Rabbi Meir, that was remember again. Just I know you know this, but just important to say it again. When chametz becomes asur the oraisa, when end of the sixth hour. That's the isur the oraisa. The Rabbanon backed it up to the beginning of the sixth hour. So Rabbi Meir says you can eat chametz until the beginning of the sixth hour. Go and open it. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says no. You can eat through the fourth hour. Then we have this concept of total, which we'll discuss in greater depth, which essentially means suspended. Right? Suspended. What does it mean suspended? You can get benefit from the chametz, but you cannot eat the chametz during the fifth hour. And you go ahead and burn the chametz already beginning the sixth hour. Let's analyze this. La'afayi alidu Rabbi Meir, the Amar in Adam Toeh. Listen to this. According to the first version of Abaye, right? And Abaye's first version of Rabbi Meir, what was the sheet of say? People don't make mistakes. So let's remember again. According to Rabbi Meir, when Reuben says, I saw the murder at hour number 2, and Shimon says, I saw the murder at hour number 3, how did Abaye interpret that first version of Abaye? How did he interpret it? That Reuben was saying what? The end of hour number 2, and Shimon was saying beginning of hour number 2. So they didn't say at the same time. They're saying the same, that they're just articulating it different ways. In the first version, ultimately again, of Rabbi Meir, according to Abaye, people don't make mistakes. I could be exact with time. You could be exact with time. So then why not allow people to go ahead and what? They hold foolishness. Let people eat the time 6 hours. And let people burn them until chametz becomes us. If people could So then why deprive people of the extra chametz consumption? Let people eat chametz to the end of the sixth, at the beginning, and burn it at the end of the sixth, when is the actual biblical shas iser. There's the what's the hach lishna. The hach lishna nami gamar adam kvar mashu. And the most like even according to the second version of Abaye, right? The second version of Abaye, where Abaye is claimed to be married, no, people can make a little bit of a mistake. That's fine. Necho asocius. So I'm going to say let people eat towards the end of the sixth hour. So we'll say, so let people stop eating, 45 minutes into the sixth hour. Because we're going to say people get confused about a little bit. But why do you have to back up the shas kisser to the beginning of the sixth hour? That is because furthermore, I'm going to say in Abaye's first version, where according to Rabbi Yehuda, people can make a mistake of up to a half hour. Nechol ad halvimishis. You should be able to eat bread until 6.5 hours. And even if halach the second version of Abaye, where he holds that Rabbi Yehuda says that people make a mistake of up to an hour and a little bit. Nechol ad sofei. Let people eat at least till the end of the fifth hour. But why would Rabbi Yehuda say that halach only until the end of the fourth hour? So I'll say, so what's so can you hear the shadow of saying according to either version of Abaye, according to Rabbi Meir, really people should be able to eat really until when? Until the mamish the end of the sixth hour, or even if you want to back it up a couple of minutes, at most a couple of minutes you will make a mistake. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, people for sure should be able to eat until when? To the beginning of the sixth hour. Yes, Rabbi Yehuda holds only until when? The end of the fourth hour. What's the shot? You would see something very simple. I'm going to buy it very simple. English service reason. Chametz maser lakol. Let's say a very profound statement. The Ryan says, English is only given to those who are sons, right? Those who possess the need of Allah, those who are careful. The chametz is given over to everyone. So this is a different way of saying it. Essentially, if you're going to be a witness in a capital case, so at the end of the day, you're such a Jewish of the Hakira, right? You're such examination and cross-examination. And at the end of the day, the only way the English holds up is if you are Zara. Zara in this context means a very precise, detail-oriented, exact ritual. But if you're not going to be a proper most of the Isra Chametz is given to everyone. And the reality of what's is what? Some people are timely and some people are not. Some people are chronically late to anything and everything. And some people are good with time. So Lemais again, you're gonna start relying on the fact that Uvain, he's never been on time to anything in his life. Never been on time, anything in his life. You're going to rely on him now to be exact, that he can eat until the end of the sixth hour when we're dealing with this Udaraisa. Eidos will say only the most meticulous make it to the conscious of Yishuv Hakira. Chametz is everyone. So whenever you legislate halacha, and the halacha has people to accommodate everyone. And because there are many, many, many people who are simply not claiming or have come to some time, therefore again you have to back up the Shas Yisrael. So the Rabbah, so we'll say, now let's learn Rabbah's model. The Rabbah, Likud Gavineir, Damar Adam Tov, the Adam Tov, Shnei Shals Chasamashi. Those are these it is. Now let's remember again, Rabbah had a much more expansive framework. So according to Rabbah, he feels that according to Gavineir, a person makes a mistake of up to 2 hours. Chasamashi. Literally again, 2 hours minus separate. Therefore again, Mitchilas Hilo Nechol, so the Gemara says, therefore really should be the beginning of the fifth hour. Right? Back it up even more. Because those people make a mistake of up to 2 hours and a bit, that really again from the beginning of the fifth hour, people really should not be able to eat. So the Gemara says, remember, a mere holder should eat up until the sixth hour, to which the Gemara says, hey, Kama B'Mizrach, Design Kama Matters. We'll say, no, we make a difference. Fifth hour, ultimately, again, the sun is in the east. The seventh hour, which I will say, the beginning of the Shas Yisrael in the Oraisa, the sun is in the west. So because there is something identifiable and observable to mark the difference in these two times, that people will be conscious. Exactly, that's the case. Therefore, I will say this is great because then what you're telling me is when the Isser the Oraisa Chametz begins, really also, which technically is the beginning of the seventh hour of the day, the sun is in the west. So there is a clear sign to be able to come when the Shas Yisrael is. Well, that's the case for the mayor. Why do you stop people from eating chametz blend at the beginning of the sixth hour? Let people eat through the sixth hour. Shis Yom Bakarnosakai. It's actually very interesting. In the 6th hour, the sun is mid sky. Mid sky. So let's say because of that, when it's mid sky, people get right, you get a little bit confused. So because of that, ultimately again, Rava wanted to they wanted to back it up a little bit. Rava, Alibi Yehuda, and we'll say Rava according to Yehuda, and say Rava's interpretation of Yehuda, what did he hold? Dahmer Adam Toy Gimel Shas Chasrach. What's the last is? But a person can make a mistake of up to 3 hours at the bit. Get ready for this. If that's the case, Mitchilas Dalit Lo Necha. Ultimately, again, really, we'll see if you can make a mistake of up to 3 hours and a bit, then in reality, the Isra coming for Achil should really begin when? Beginning of the 4th hour. Beginning of the 4th hour. So the Gemara says, no. Hey, Chama B'Mizrach, Sheva Chama. Listen, no. Remember, you have the sun on your side, right? And therefore, again, the person can see, there's observable reality that the person can see the sun, and they'll know when the Shas begins. I have the Choshe came down. If that's the case again, that's Buddha. Then ultimately, again, remember, let's say, you can be end of the 4th, Tolan in the 5th hour, and then again burn the 6th hour. According to Yehuda, why can't I eat through the 5th hour as well? So you come out by leave the Rava, Eidos, reason, comments, muscle, comments, but called muscle. Just as we said before. Already once you get into the 5th hour, now we're concerned about a more significant part of the matter. So whereas Eidos ultimately again is given over to this reason, as we said before, comments is given over to us. Therefore, we'll say, in other words, that for Eidos, you're only going to be accepted if you are exact. But comments, ultimately, again, everyone is subject to halachas of comments, and therefore, again, a lot of people aren't friendly, a lot of people aren't precise, therefore you have to go to the buffer. Rava says, Rava, Amar, Lav, any times Rabbi Yehuda, that's not the Rabbi Yehuda, Ela Rabbi Yehuda, Tanei the Amar, here we go, Ein Bir Chametz Ela Sreifa. We'll say, listen to this, Twin Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda's logic is as follows. The reason that Yehuda said, listen, remember, Rabbi Yehuda's model is, you can eat in the end of the 4th hour, Tolan, you suspend the comments. I.e., you can't eat it, but you can get benefit from it during the 5th hour, and then ultimately, again, you burn it in the 6th hour. So we're asking Rabbi Yehuda, why do you need that Tolan 5th hour? Why can't I eat in the 5th hour? So listen to this one, this is incredible. So Rabbi says, I'll tell you the reason. Rabbi Yehuda is totally independent of the precision issue. But rather, listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says the only way to destroy your comments is how? Ultimately, again, through burning it. That's the way you can destroy comments. Incredible. Because it's going to happen. Rabbi Yehuda wanted to give you an hour to collect firewood. So watch this. Enjoy your comments in the morning. See through the 4th hour. When it says 5th hour, you can't even get benefit from it. That's Rabbi Yehuda saying, go collect your wood from your comments. Go collect your wood. You've been busy with your Pesach preparations, so you can really collect your wood. Go collect the wood in the 4th hour, and in the 5th hour, and if I look for myself, burn your comments in the 6th hour. Say, Rabbeinu Rava, so we'll say, therefore, interestingly enough, according to Yehuda, the 5th hour Tolan issue is not a din in the precision of people, but rather ultimately, again, it's a din in your comments. We're giving you an hour to do your comments because also that the shit that is, it's not enough to go to the river and throw your comments into the river. You have to destroy your comments by fire. Well, let's see how significant amount of fire is going to significant amount of comments that's going to require significant fire. Significant fire requires wood. Maybe you don't have firewood gathered. So therefore, I look for the money, so we give you the time to assemble your firewood. And each day, Rabbeinu Rava. So this is another 9 minutes. Masai. So what's interestingly enough, Rabbi says to Rava that there is another sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. But ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, when do we say Imasai? Ultimately, again, when do I say that you can destroy comments through burning Shalom B'Shas Yuro? Also, look at that actually just a moment. This is the 3rd wide line down in Rashi. Imasai, and you Omer Envi Chametz Ela Sreifa. And because when do I hold this? We only destroy comments with Sreifa when Shalom B'Shas Yuro, Tchila Sheish, B'Chol Sheish, Takati B'Doraisa Shari. Ultimately, you're going to both say, when do we say that halacha l'maisa? You can only go ahead and destroy comments with fire. That's the Shalom B'Shas Yuro. Right? Ultimately, like Rashi says, the beginning of the thing, the whole thing, when comments is only us to get out, but not the Doraisa. How about the Shas Yuro? Hashmasasa b'Chol Davar.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yes, let's go.
How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
It was good as well. Why was yours so good?
That's good. I went to work and I came home, and I am just glad to see another full day. And I'm glad that it's over and I'm home. And they're about to have been go to a New Year song. There we go.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. What about you? You had a good day?
Yeah, I did. I've been teaching classes online. What a strike! And I've been recording the classes that I'm teaching, and I've been running into issues. I'm able to save all the footage, but sometimes I have to get it off of different devices, and that's kind of a pain. So that has caused me.
Well, that's how what you was doing earlier when I came in here. And I was like, hey, and then you was like, I said, oh, man, that's why I come in later.
Oh, I most certainly
That's
did.
kind of what you was doing.
Absolutely, yeah. I did not even know you were here. Yeah, if I'm making a video, then I usually got to be focused on it, or else I have to. Well, I don't mind stopping it, but I just get all kinds of people in here who are just who come in for a second, start yelling, and then I don't want that on my video, so I at least have to keep it quiet for that.
You have to mute it, yeah.
Exactly. But I was able to upload everything, and I made a bunch of them, and that was good. And then I just got done chilling myself in a space, and that was good. Get it?
That's good.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And I am like you. I'm blessed to be alive and happy that
Yes.
another secular year is here. And
Thank you.
as the phrase goes, hopefully this is my year. And I think it is, but I say that every year. But nevertheless, it's going to be a good one, God willing. And get it. Oh, what an important strike, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Very important.
Come on, match.
And I did.
Yes, you did it. Good job.
I did it. All right. So now, get another one.
Okay.
That's okay. You can still get this. You got double all those points. You've taken the lead. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Hey.
That's a really good one. Look at that score. Get a strike. Get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
You got
That's
it.
a
I
big
want you to
score.
go get it. You got it. Get it.
84 is a really
You
good
got it,
score.
Grandma.
No doubt. Oh, I got a split. Oh, Miss Aquarius. Just get one and tie.
Yeah,
Get the
I got
tie.
it. Go.
We tied.
Yay, we both won.
We
Yeah,
that
like we like to.
that very rarely happens.
I know.
That's good. You win, I win.
Yeah. Yeah. You win, I win, I win you.
In fact, I don't know. I'm sure we've tied before, but I don't recall
We
it.
have tied before.
Okay,
We did.
it just doesn't happen that often.
It shows that.
Get it.
This is very hard. See, I told you, I knew this is very difficult. You got this, Rabbi. Let's go. We should knock that one down.
Yes, ma'am.
You got this. It's good.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Get it.
Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got it. Come on, Rabbi.
What a spare.
Oh, that was a good spin, too.
You got me, Miss Aquarius. Great win. You win, I win.
Thank you.
I win, you win. That was
You win,
great.
I win.
Undefeated
You
in
still
bowling,
win.
undefeated in friendship.
Okay. Undefeated, but it's special. Yeah, we're undefeated in both, right? Yeah.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
Well, I hope we get out first tomorrow. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I don't know. Alrighty. I will see you tomorrow, okay?
Sweet dreams, God willing.
Sweet dreams. God willing.
Is that the Chazanah, which is when the Chazan repeats the repetition of Shmoneh Esrei. It's not even of lesser importance. So equal rather of hierarchies. There is a right. And during during Shemona Esrei, we bowed down and fixed eyes. Everything ever since has three were cloaked in the beginning, and three were cloaked at the end. And don't wonder which one of them amongst those that were cloaked and which were now. First, we bowed before Superfat Abavot, Baruch Atah Hashem, before you say Shemona Esrei, you should take 3 steps forward as though you were approaching HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The meaning is to take first 3 steps back and then take 3 steps forward. This doesn't have a particular reason, but it's probably because in most shuls, if you're sitting in back of somebody, there's no way that everybody can take 3 steps forward without first taking 3 steps backwards. So you get back to the place you started and you begin Shemona Esrei. Before the Shemona Esrei, it starts with the words Baruch Atah Hashem. You say Hashem's V'day Tiftach Fi Yagid Yilasa. This is an extra prayer. In some places, in Tibetan Shana Yom Kippur, was said by the Shaliach Tzipor. So I guess everybody is a Shaliach Tzipor for himself. And the halacha is that even in Shachrit and Maariv, there's a special halacha of Smichat Gula L'Tfilah, which we'll talk about, that the bracha Ka'al Yisrael and Shemona Esrei have to be said one after the other without any stop or anything between them. Nevertheless, the minhag is to say this pasuk, but every psukim you should not say. In other words, when it comes to saying Hashem's V'day Tiftach, you need to close that one.
My life has gotten so complicated that we are now at breaking point. Everyone was talking about this calendar, so I'm like, okay, I gotta see what this
Is the Shemona Esrei prayer. The whole point of Shemona Esrei is to pray for divine mercy and is to connect with this idea of Eno, Uvano. It's this total connection with the only thing in the universe, which is Hashem. With that, we use the Shemona Esrei prayer. We focus our mind, we focus our concentration, we focus all of our soul and our heart in this total unification and synchronization of all the essential parts of the human being. We're connecting that in the service of Hashem. The Shemona Esrei is the tool that the Jew does to do that and to connect with his needs or our needs. Rabbi Ahmad, the name of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, said also, one
to establish the wording of this prayer, establish it according to a specific order. He makes it less just judges for us.
Still using hormone pills, patches, or creams that barely work, they have to pass through your liver or skin. So your body will charge formally 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. The climax of each of these formal prayers is called the Amida, which means standing. We recite this prayer while standing, with feet together, in utmost respect and humility, for it is a direct dialogue with God, the ultimate King. It is also called Shemona Esrei, which means 18, because it originated as a series of 18 blessings. Although Acts were masters of prayer, and at Sinai, God instructed us to pray to Him. But in the 4th century BCE, fluently in English, the concept Amida does not replace personal or spontaneous. So here's a couple of the common movements we do tefillah and why we do them. At the beginning of the Amidah, we take 3 steps backward and 3 steps forward as though approaching God with this prayer of request and praise. And take 3 steps backward to indicate that we are returning to the room through faith. The first and last 2 blessings of Amidah, as well as when responding to our food during the lead-in, and during the bow. This is a place of full body appreciation from the ground, which we practice 9 times a day. Prayers requiring opinion are typically recited with one speak together, particularly the Kedusha, the call and response prayer at the beginning of the repetition of the Amidah. In this prayer, we also rise on our toes as our response is Kadosh, 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 Baruch, and Yimloch. Sitting with our feet together is holy posture of humility and is also meant to mimic the angels who are described as having only one leg and sing Hashem's praises in the heavens.
Shalom Aleichem, my dear brother.
places with the travel profiles. No, when it comes to areas in which they would like to have everyone looking published and not exactly published. Also SAP, also what you trust. Let's say everyone agrees on an area where it's writing. We have to get those projects only has to be such a writing is done. Once the writing is done, the architect don't want to teach. They probably buy my word for site well. Show my letter, show my question, argue about it, should be down with that, should be well. It's all about something. What's the architect of the designated margins? Who the designated margins of a single color? Half of these color files. The in-between color. The beginning of the statement and the end of the statement. Those margins are by design left blank. You may have English ones. Let's say this person is come up. Imagine for a moment somebody hands you the margins. So let's say or it doesn't matter why. Somebody pop up the margins. The blank margins. Now again, say we first look at somebody cut it off. Yeah, Ruben cut it off and he has the rest of it. Fire breaks out the Ruben cells. Ruben needs to save the margins. That's the shiny game. The margins are crucial for that. Which part of us that in that manner, you have a safer Torah, you have a safer Torah. And again, as we mentioned before, well, okay, let's see. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, the safer when you shuma who the guy is this. So the safer play, you shuma. So I don't understand why not go ahead and say that you can say the safer with the positive margins. The guy is the shadi. And if that means we talk about the margin we were removed and discovered. So let's say we still don't know the margin. Kashma. As we know in Shomai, that we shall not go. Shooting, shooting, down. That's what let's say the shooting so far shaper. Let's say the dice is as follows. The margins on the top and on the bottom of the right. In between colors. Between one section of parchment and one section of parchment. At the beginning of this end of the scroll, so the coming aside, in case you remember you've seen this before, there's a halacha that says stop. If you touch the scroll, your hands become amazed. These are the truma. But if you go ahead and touch the truma, you would be a truma to the truma. Remember the one that says on the one, he was that was in the office. What they do, people used to store the truma in Polish. Like when they would say, right? Say, Torah's Kaddish, Truma's Kaddish, everything is Kaddish, and they're still going to get hold of that. The problem that rodents got into started eating the Truma, and as a result started eating the parchment of the city for that. Therefore, in order to go ahead and prevent these practices from occurring, so as I said, that if you touch the parchment of the scroll, your hand becomes coming into Truma, and then thereby really dissuading people from going ahead and placing your Truma next to those pieces of Torah. But again, yeah, we see that one. If you touch the margins, your hand becomes coming, your hands become coming. So that was the margin becomes solid. Zilma Agam Sefer Torah Shain. Was a very possible and ultimately again, when the Sefer Torah means that you got the Tuma, since the margins obviously are part of the same Sefer, then ultimately again they'll be a Tuma. But that doesn't necessarily tell us what to do regarding the margins on Shabbos. Which the Gemara says, Kashma, had the Roman Sifin, in my Sifin also make that was a good margins, and Sifin, the ancient meaning of Sifin, are starting written by heretics. I was saying, that ultimately look at Rashi says Sifin on the Shar Sema Avodizara, because for that Torah they were Subin Saba Shuris for Lashon HaKodesh. So this is essentially very interesting. So we're talking about over here. This is what somebody who's a heretic. Wrote a Sefer Torah. You wrote a Sefer Torah. After that matter, he wrote the scroll of Levine and Pesud. And it's totally kosher. I mean, you wrote the bona fide Sefer Torah. On parchment with with Sarashuris, with script, with ink, right, parchment, mamish perfect, contract. Everything is perfect except the person, right? Except the soul. So
So if a rodent is a heretic, so what's now about that? That's just margins, like the margins. Yoyonin, recipient, is no you cannot save them from the fire. The ground you allow them to burn the place clean. Va'as telos. Both the book describes my lad for one
All right, that guy knows what the fuck's up.
One would not go ahead and say that safer on Shabbos. And the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi or the whole Kodesh has no Shemani bones on that sharp circle. Rabbi Yossi said, during the week, come across the same. What you do is cut out the names of God in the Sefer, put those in Shemus. And put the names of God in Shemus. The rest of the Sefer, you can try it. Right? The rest of the Sefer, I know Rabbi Garkov. Akbach as well. So, Rabbi Garkov says, literally, I will bury my son. Also, that was the one I swear. Shitting your bowl, you Shani Esrop os Osam, that is our culture. I swear, it's not my son point, that if I get a hold of such a sacred Torah written by a heretic, I'll burn the whole thing. Burn the whole thing. Even the names of the gods that are written in that paper, I've absolutely no holiness, and I will burn the whole thing. Shahidu Adam Logan is listening to this. Why? It looks incredible. Shahidu Adam Logan Amra Laharka. It looks like this character says, even if someone is trying to ask you to kill you, the Nachash looks like Isha, or a snake is slithering after you to bite you. Nichnas Labesav Odisha. You can run into a house of idolatry to save yourself.
They never introduced him to a home of a heretic. I from a Jewish heretic. Why? Shechalolu makir the person, because the most say, because at the end of the day, this is really incredible. So examples like this, Goyim, Gentiles who worship a Messiah, this is what they know. This is what they know, right? So if that's what you know, that's what you know, that's the theology you were brought up with, then that's the theology you have. There's nothing you more to talk about. So therefore, again, there's a certain amount of malice. A Jewish heretic, unfortunately, knows. He knows. And yet, even though he knows, he actively and willingly turns his back. Such an individual says he must stay away from immortality. Literally, even if someone's pursuing Jesus, so you don't run into his act. I don't say this is battle. Right? You have a battle, but you have to make a really fascinating distinction between a Zora and meanings. There's this distinction between idolatry and heresy. Idolatry, that's their theology, that's their religion, that's what they know. There's no malice. And heresy, the Jew knows, and if he actively chooses to rebel against the Baruch Hu, that's what the Bible says, you must stay away from at all costs. That's what the Bible says, if I were to get a hold of a Sefer written by a heretic, burn the whole thing. God, they not going to learn about them, about the heretics. It says, the Asai had done this something behind the door, behind the Zuzah, they have placed them in the reference to the medical speech. They throw out comes Baruch behind the door. I'm going to be short Kavachomer. Be short to be careful this right, and they can say this on Kavachomer. My last is Shalom Issue, let's say some stuff like this, by Sota, a man suspects his wife of committing adultery, and again, it's more than a suspicion. It's a suspicion that has at least a certain status of how to do it. So remember again, the whole process of Sota, taking parchment, dissolve it in water, and she drinks it, and that's real, right? That action has her purity on that. So ultimately, again, even though that allows the dissolving of the parchment of God God's name on it. So it's nice as if a powerful allows you to be a little so I'm going to have human life. I love you, the capital being so like I love that kind of thing. These heretics, despite so much animosity, so much disrespect, so much discord, is the strongest that I have as far as strictly said that there is name of Hashem. Life so again, David Amelech says, those who hate you, I will hate. And ultimately, again, the practices and the essence of hatred, I will hate them for their ignorance. So say this paradise, it's beautiful. It's actually really very beautiful. I like to mention that sometimes the greatest thing that was caught up in smell is not the inside, it comes from inside. It doesn't say the words. It's not new. This thing is a huge old issue for cloud smell, but it's a beautiful idea. This is why you see it in that sound. This is what's incredible. Generally, we assume that Obi Dabo is like the idea of Osaka, like a charismatic example of someone who is pure and unholy. And you can see my parents say, no, the Obi Dabo Zara, I don't agree with what he's doing. I don't agree with his theology. But at the end of the day, that's his theology. It's not motivated out of malice. That's just what he knows. But the codex, the mint, the short, the Jew who knows, and that's what he comes back. And again, what's the actual context of this is very often these heretics, it's not the Psham, that like someone decided, I don't want to go to Baruch anymore. And they decided to come up to home, and mind their own business. They're just not God. They're not about Judaism anymore. Not picking a person in God. The heretics they speak about here are individuals who actively try to undermine Jewish principles. so I was seeing unfortunately it happens present in our world as well. That's why Chazal really has such an intense reaction to that. Shame. She Matzios and Yaruka. Kaki Matzios along in our Horas, along in our Naim, along with Davram Absalamos, in the same way that if you have a seeker written by Napicoris, you can't say it from a fire, not just a fire, but any time that this scroll written by Napicoris is going to be destroyed, you leave it alone, right? Whether it's buried under rubble, or falls into water, or anything else that would destroy the scroll, the Israel needs to try this. Why do you know say I'm sipping the Abidan. Matsun also in Nagameka Okin Matsun. Most of this very interesting. What about the sparring of Be Abidan? Now, what's Be Abidan? Look at Rashi, this is incredible. The Be Abidan, sparring, Shekasvu Lahem Haminim, Lehisvakach in Israel. These are sparring written by Minim, right? Minim that has with heretics in order to philosophically debate. Lehisvakach in Israel. ובמקום שבשפת חושן קוראים לגבי אביבה. So let's say, security was as follows. These scrolls were written by Yunus, and I want to show you something absolutely amazing. Depending on the version of the Gemara you will have something called Hadros. And you have a little puff in your Rashi, right there. And you'll notice they'll take Hadros, and what does it say? Hadros. I will say, you know that throughout the Egypt, the Gemara had many changes. Right? It was censored many times. The original version of Rashi reads, not meaning but rather Galactic priests. There were priests who used to write Sifrei Torah. Why would, and it was a beautiful, perfect Sifrei Torah. Right, perfect Sifrei Torah. Why would they write Sifrei Torah? This was done in order to engage philosophical and theological debates with Jews. So Beit Abidan was an example of a place where they used to gather for philosophical debates. So Sisyan Gemara says, so what's the status of Svarim written for Be'adim? So this is a place where again Jews and Gentiles, right, or Jews and idolaters, or Jews and priests, or Jews and other religions would gather to debate philosophy or religion. So they had Svarim there. So this is the status of Svarim. So the Gemara said, so the Gemara Banya that you see the kind of Mary I know it's the Be'adim, not to also then they call him Matzilim. So the Gemara says, in the lid, Velam, Veram, Yebiyahu. So what's like that? Yabo wasn't sure. Sometimes he said, yes, you can save them. Sometimes he said, no, you can't save them. He wasn't sure what the halacha, what the status of the Svarim was. So the Gemara says the following. Rab lo anzu Be'adim. Rab in general would never go to Be'adim. This is really quite incredible. Rab would not go to debate in Be'adim. The Kol Shekin, the Beit Mitzvah. The more so wouldn't go to Beit Mitzvah. And also Rashi says, Mitzvah was Avodah Zarah. That was the house of idolatry. So Be'adim wasn't the house of idolatry. It really was designated as a place of philosophical debate. But Rav would not engage in philosophical debates. So let's say, so Rav wouldn't engage in philosophical debates for really a couple of reasons. Number one, because nothing could really ever be. Let's say, Rav doesn't write. It's really only to guide a conversation with someone if they actually want to hear what you have to say, or want to hear what they have to say. If either of the parties enters into a discussion with an absolutely unequivocally closed mind, then at the end of the day, the conversation is usually not much. So that in general stayed away from these philosophical debates. He felt that he did not feel anything positive. So let's say, so he wouldn't go to bed. They also have philosophical depending, like, some type of idolatry temple. So he didn't go there. So Shmuel, the Mitzvah, the Avivan house. So Shmuel would not go to the Mitzvah. That was the place of the But Shmuel would go to the philosophical debates in the Avivan. So they said to Rava, my time alone is for the Avivan. They said to Rava, why don't you come with us to the Avivan? So Rava said, so Rava didn't want to say because it's a waste of time. So remember again, this goes to it. You're going to see this highlights a deeper more people to this and just promote which is as follows. So Rava didn't want to say, I don't want to go through the commission. So instead Rava said, I did go, but there's this big college walk, so therefore I just choose not to go. He said, oh, the country, we upgrade. No problem. We'll uproot that guy, right? We'll just take that out. Right? I know a guy, and I'm not going to uproot myself, but I have a guy who actually told to go ahead and do that, right? So my guy will come, go uproot it, and now you will come to the Iran. So customers, margin, look, they cut it. There's another set, but still the pathway, right? The pathway is uneven. So rather kept deflecting, he did not want to be in a position not to go to the Iran. My Yosef, the love is not even now. So what's good? My brother says, I go to the date, the peace, and everyone else, and meaning, because each of these I'm close with them. So because I'm close with them again, I can have open and honest dialogue. Which the Gemara says, Zimna Chada Azul Bol Sakine. So he was close with them until he wasn't. Right? The Mabar Yosef one time was debating with them, and he felt himself in danger. In other words, because there was one time where the mice was arguing very seriously. And suddenly again, the people who thought he was close with, he realized he was not so close. So it says, Ima Shalom, the Disu Kabilia. So what's it? There's another which is something very fascinating, which is, this is just a separate idea. It's so much before. Judaism in general, not, there's not really, or at least it wasn't original with the Jewish philosophy being modified by others. And as a reaction of things, because other religions were modified by the sacrifice. Generally, Jewish consensus is all that much better than the sacrifice. However, that's nothing we can that's what's underlying. There's a value to philosophy, there's a value to understanding, there's a value to thought, but it is not, at least in my culture, dating with others, you don't necessarily share what is that. Again, in my culture, negative fallout to the Jews. The Muslims right there. The Muslims incredible story. Ema Shalom, this is Rabbi Eliezer. Achzik Rabbi Gamliel. What's Ema Shalom? Ema Shalom was the wife of Rabbi Eliezer and the sister of Rabbi Gamliel. So he was a Haba Abu philosopher. Bishri say there was a philosopher. So actually defines philosopher as a heretic. Now Rashi doesn't mean to say that every philosopher is a heretic. Rashi is not even one that is ready to make this point. In the context, this individual was a Jew. He was a quote-unquote, well-established philosopher. He was a man. He was an epicurus. So watch this. The Hava Amadi, Zavi Shakrish, Mundal, and Hava Shokta. And he had a reputation, but he never accepted God. He was a philosopher, he was a judge, he had a reputation of being honest, never accepted God. He had only one problem. Because once he accepted rights. And he was Shalom knew that he accepted rights. We all knew that he accepted rights. But yet this guy held himself out to be so pious, so worldly, so knowledgeable, that he was profoundly dishonest. He was Shalom and the Reverend Will set out to go ahead and show the world what this guy is. So Boilat so they wanted to prove to the world that he was a fraud. So I did a struggle with the so they had a question. He was Shalom brought this philosopher, brought this guy, this golden candelabra. Beautiful golden candelabra. So what happened? Also the camera, they saw him in the so what happened? The next day they went up to his little Gamliel and his sister. And they said, his sister even told his father died. And as a daughter, I need to have a peace. We'll go to which the philosopher said, you're right, for 5 years. Ema Shalom, you get 50%. You get 50%, 50 estate fees. On the legs. So you're listening. What are you talking about? Sivron, the Makbo Bra, Bartholomew. And then Emil says, my father says, that where there is a son, a daughter doesn't know. And we don't have a daughter inheritance that is no son. We'll say now again, there are exceptions to that rule as well. But again, in fact, right, Shabbos or Raisa Benota. They saw the Sifra Pesi. When the David were exiled in the land, the book of Moshe and Torah was replaced with another book of law. And this new book of law, what does it say? Siv They Lo Barta Kabayas. And this new book of law says that a son and daughter inherit. Okay, that was the ruling. The Mata had the Ayalay, he would come and move on. And the rest was okay. So, of course, when it's a break, and then it's continuing the next day, George got the the next day, will early message on. But the meal goes over to the judge, and what's that decision? I'm not moving. Or Rubian man. What's the best species of donkey? Man is like the Tesla man. Right? So man gives him, right, gives him a Rubian donkey. So what happens? So let's say now they come back to court. I'm gonna go. Shvilas the Sifra. Tells me that the philosopher says, I've been thinking a little bit about the ruling of this yesterday. And it was really easy. I said that a son and daughter should go ahead and split the estate equally. But the truth is, if you go to the end of our book of law, right, section 3.2, article 5, says, because of they, Ana lo mitzvahs min oraisa de Moshe Asisi, although the asupe al oraisa de Moshe Asisi. The truth is, I realized that the truth is, it's not my place to add or to diminish from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's Sitei, in Malchut Ra, Bartol Osir. It says in the book of Moshe, it says in the Torah, that wherever there is a son, ultimately the daughter comes. This guy, Mamish Torah. Right, so yesterday, he passed away when the father was the daughter. Right, that ultimately, again, wherever there's a son, wherever there's a right son and daughter, split equally. Now we say again, no, the halacha from the daughter says that wherever there's a son, the daughter doesn't inherit. So this. So on the way, the hard no arech yeshaga. So Kima Shalom says to the judge of the last the rulings should illuminate the world just like the angel heard about it. Right? A reference ultimately again to the blind people. The real said, Atsa Chamra Ubata Tashana. My donkey came to kill me with your name. So they exposed, obviously, they didn't have to do the date about the hurt. There was no real thing here. All of this was done to go ahead and, in order to go ahead and expose the body of this situation. That's what the point is. So the point is explaining other people is that most of the many times people hid behind philosophy to go ahead and mask truly confusion and misunderstanding. That a lot of times the spouses of philosophical beliefs, unfortunately, again, did not go ahead and come from a true sense of understanding. Often masked a lot of untraditionalistic flaws. Like that's again, don't look at just like I did will hide behind religion and espouse religious ideals that are not religious. Well, so again, this goes back to this kind of love and this never really want to be again, remember when your name not equal, so this number again. Let's practice the number. So the Mishnah said, I love the number. You can save the sins of Torah and Shabbos, and you can save even the book of Tanakh and of Levim and Shabbos. What can't you save? You can't save a book of, you're not allowed to read from a book of Sukkah. Right? Why can't you read from Sukkah on Shabbos? If a different case from that. So remember again, Rashi explaining what used to happen on Shabbos. The Rav of the city would give a shear. And what was the shear? The shear was on halacha. What to do, what not to do. So what were they concerned about? That if a person starts reading the Sufim, let's say in general, the Sufim is always much more easy. That's halacha. If a person starts reading the Sufim, what's going to happen? They're going to get caught up in their reading of the Sufim, and they're not going to make the shear. And if they don't make the shear, they're not going to learn halacha. And if they don't learn halacha, then they're going to be spiritually deficient. Therefore, Chazal said, no reading of Sufim on Shabbos. Which the Gemara says, Amar Rabba Shalom is Monday, Sunday. So that's something that you can't read it, you can't read the Sufim at the time that the Lord was giving a shear in the day's medrash. During the rest of Shabbos, you can. Shmuel says, no, even at the time when the Rabbah wasn't giving the shear, you can't read the Sufim over Shabbos. yet na'adaw still Shmuel, when na'adaw has to sudra, the sudra is in the house of the Shamsa, yet in na'adaw, he used to go ahead and read a section of the sudra by Shabbos Mincha. So that apparently Shmuel did allow for the reading of the sudra, and let me give my happy. Here's the answer to my question. Amarav, Lo Shani Allah, in Makom Beis Hanavish. About Shalom Makom Beis Hanavish. Rav says the only prohibition to read Sudin is in the place of the Beis Hanavish, in a place where the Rav was giving Shir. Because then there was a concern that what's going to happen. The Rav is going to be giving Shir, and you're going to be reading something else, right? Just like the equivalent of like the right? The Rav's going to be giving the drasha, right? And you're going to be reading something else. You're going to be reading something else. So therefore, again, you're not allowed to eat sitting in the place where the Rebbe is giving the drasha. Shmuel says, "They the makom beis hamedrash, they shmuel makom beis hamedrash, they zman beis hamedrash and kohen, shmuel is man beis hamedrash kohen." So Shmuel says, "No, no, no. Geography is not really an issue. That it doesn't mean at the time that the Rebbe is giving the shir, you can't eat sitting. It doesn't matter if you're in beis hamedrash or if you're at home. We don't want anything exactly going. But when it's not the time of the Rav shir, then you are permitted to read the Sukkah. But the smaller time is what we can do. Usually, the Benarda has to consider the Sukkah with the Pasuk the Shabbat. The Lord say Benarda is the section of the Sukkah by Shabbos. So that's the position of Shira. About Kulamaisa, you go it's only at the time of the shir. At the time of the shir, you can't read the Sukkah whether you're in the basement or you're at home. So when it's not the time of the shir, you read the Sukkah. Rashi only down on the Kala. See, Rashi says, yeah, we see, it's as we said before, we spoke at the Nehemiah. That wasn't Shmuel wasn't in the Nehemiah. It says the reading of the Sukkah on Shabbos, the money for a totally different thing. Sanya, here we go. Abba Bishan with the Sukkah, Kohen Bahan, Abba Shot. So even though we said that you can't read the Sukkah on Shabbos, however, Abba Shonin Bahan, I will say you should learn the Russian associated with the Sukkah. Learn the Russian associated with the Sukkah, the Darshan Bahan, and again, you can learn the depth of the Sukkah. Mitzvah, the Pasuk, maybe the Loyabal, and ultimately, again, you need a Pasuk from the Sukkah. You don't need something else. You can look up a Pasuk that's full of Sukkah, or in the Nehemiah. If they not only Kisei Kodesh and Korban Bahan. So the third reason why is that Chazal said you can't read the Sukkah is this. If she only the Kisei Kodesh and Korban, the Kodesh is studying at Kodesh. In order that a person should say, if the Moshe is to this, if there's a limitation on my ability to read the Sukkah, then certainly I can't read mundane business matters. So again, Nehemiah says something amazing. Like there's a thing about this. There is some level of legislation regarding learning Torah on Shabbos. Because okay, so there might be a focus as to, when you're not allowed to read the Sukkah, how you're not allowed to read the Sukkah, what part of the Sukkah, Medrash Sukkah. The point is there's a discussion, right? There's a discussion about not learning some type of Torah on Shabbos. Like Nehemiah says, the reason why Chazal some limitation on the Sukkah, although that limitation is subject to dispute, like the reason Chazal dispute was why, in order to teach you there's a limitation of the Sukkah, about the time of the limitation on the other mundane matters that we do. I'm off to myself, so contemporarily we don't have to limitation on the Sukkah. Okay? So any Sukkah you want us to have, but we do have a limitation ultimately against reading mundane matters themselves. So whether it's business items, work-related items, or for that matter, things not really related to Shabbos or related to Kedusha. Again, this obviously don't have to necessarily authority to have a person in the book, but the idea is that a person should be conscious and cognizant of what it is that they're spending their time reading and learning. All right, so let's stop over here. Next, we'll pick up at Mishnah. The next section of the Mishnah. Let's say beautiful dance together. We'll begin that. All right, good morning. Let us view the beautiful dance ahead of us today. Once again, response to that. No response to the all of itself. No appreciation of all of the shiurim. You know, it's the not dedicated by my discussion. My grandfather you're all chilling. Very practical. You know, you have an idea. You have to dedicate our portion for Akiva back to China, as well as how you do this fast for the people. Very practical. Especially inside the and once we got let us begin. Beautiful job. I must say, I apologize in advance. We not much match yesterday. Sorry, I know that's going to be exceptionally distressing for many of you. I saw the rapt attention of many yesterday. Things like that, should have been on the clock and then they go to the wall. So I really want to thank everyone for giving over for giving over. Very good, very difficult stuff. Really that's 2084. Hopefully you did your homework. We are picking up on the bottom of the Gimel on the days, 4 lines up from the bottom. Tanan Anshe Chassis. Mostly suggest a little bit by way of introduction to this particular sugya. The last couple of lines of the Gemara, so we had this interesting machlokas between Rav and Shmuel. And that machlokas was as follows. You have an area that is used by two different Rishuos, but this is different. In fact, the wording of the Gemara was Echad b'shulshul ve'echad b'zrika, which was literally means, imagine you have an area, we'll call it Chatzir A, Chatzir B. Chatzir A accesses the area through throwing zrika. Chatzir B accesses the area through shulshul. Shulshul literally means lowering. So we'll say, so who has the right of usage over that area? It's interesting enough, that's my focus, Rav and Shmuel. So again, before Rav said Shnei Asurim, Rav essentially says that both of them are treated in the same way. Both will be Asurim, neither of them can access the area. And Shmuel says, Nostin also Lezen Shevishul. Give it to the one who uses it through lowering. Now, what's like Shmuel's logic is, I'll just read this line, Shelazet Hashmisho Benachos, Ulazet Hashmisho Bekasha, the Choldaber Shet Hashmisho Lazet Benachos, Lazet Bakasha, Nostin also Lezen Shet Hashmisho Benachos. They'll say, so again, essentially, Shmuel says it as follows. Shmuel's svara is something we've seen before. And whenever you have an area that's accessible, let's say by two chatzeros. By the way, this is not limited to chatzeros. This is true to mavuos. Whenever you have one area accessible by two other areas, right? One area in the middle of two other areas, and one area has ease of access, one area has more difficult access. So halacha l'maisa, the area is given to the one that has ease access. Remember where we first saw this brought up? I think Mamish like a week ago. This was the case when you had a wall in between two chatzeros. Right? Remember again, you have the case of where you take a pot, you overturn it, and you diminish the height of the wall. So remember again, that chatzer that has easier access to the top of the wall is granted that area. So Shmuel's svara is a good svara. Whichever you have an area in between two chatzeros, which both that matter, one has ease of use, one does not have ease of use, to grant the area to the chutz that has ease of use. What's unique about this machlokas between Rav and Shmuel is that Rav sees no distinction between zrika and shulshul. He sees no difference between throwing something and lowering. Interesting if Shmuel does. Why does Shmuel do this? Let's look at this. What's Shmuel's svara? Shmuel's svara is gravity. Gravity, right? Isn't it amazing? So don't text anything about social. I see where this is going already. Right? So, you know, like it's like so interestingly enough, so Shmuel goes ahead and Shmuel understands that gravity, by definition, if your use really draws on gravity, that's considered to be. So therefore, Gabon says, now we call it that machlokas. So it's not. So just keep in mind. Again, Rav, on the other hand, sees Zrika and Shulshul, those are the same, essentially. Those are the same. There's no real distinction ultimately between the two. Therefore, both, quote unquote, have the same access. They're both very important. When both have the same access, what happens? They answer each other. Right? Because when both have the same access, they effectively answer each other. And when they effectively answer, whenever everyone has the same access, halacha l'maisa, they're considered to have the same rights. The moment you have same rights in an area, halacha l'maisa, you restrict upon each other, unless of course Anche faccio shock over people have a culture, people have their passion. Your upper yeah, we'll call it upper terrace. The anti-culture actually has such a shock over that going in a kind of deal with each other, what most can go and start talking with us. Anything that is above 10 problems ultimately goes to the passes. Bubbles, we can't look out to anything below 10 problems, goes to the culture, because it's not the dice for minor passes, but also anything enough. Remember again, so when you spoke about anti-culture, there was like, remember, there were three groups of residents, there were people who lived on the culture area. Then there was a structure. There were people who potentially opened up into the culture. So we assume that when the mission says anything that's above 10 profit goes to the country and anything below 10 profit goes to the nearest culture. What's my main pattern? Half of the value. So if we assume that acting and passion doesn't literally mean people who live in Islamic level like onto the passion, rather we assume that means that this is slowly. My color of my passion, why do we call this? Like if you live in the upper story, why do we call them the name their passion? The Gemara says, their passion. What do we say? You have people who live in the culture area, people who live in an upper story. So how do we decide which part of the culture belongs to? Anything above 10 profit goes to the area, or we call it assets. Anything below 10 profit goes to the custom. So what does that tell you? Imagine a power, imagine a seller that's higher than 10 profit. How do they use that? You throw it. The Bene Alua, how do they use that? Roll it. And you have to see the process. I love to remind you anything above 10 profit goes to the area. It tells you that any of the area that some can access to bigger and others can access to bigger. We give it ultimately a go to the world to Allah, that is so true. That is because no thing also that she was so there was any kind of seven area that some can access. Ultimately, again, you roll it, and others can access you roll it, and that's like that. When you are
So please, very close that I don't want to call out any names. And I see amazing persons joining us for the first time. I see Zainab, I see Sage IQ, I see Fearless, I see Precious, Precious, I see Precious on YouTube, I think I see Kasham, I see Tracy, I see Claire, I see Marco. Marco, I gave you a follow, please to also follow back. This is Mingo. Engagement space temporarily posted this just a comment first. The members account was suspended. So please. They want to connect with yourselves, connect with somebody that's beside you. I'm not looking into anyhow, just connect. And please let's get this space into 30 plus reposts. I beg. If you are here, go add reposts. And now I can see 34 reposts, 26. So I don't know. It would be very nice if you can just like go to the space link and then we go and follow everybody that has requested the space link. If you are new here and I'm going to this
so we thought, who was the Manchester? We thought the Manchester said, the people in the alley and people in the story. And therefore, what it's saying is, people in the Manchester can access this area through roads. The people in the cluster have to access it through streets. You see that whenever one group has ability to be social. One group has the ability to speak up, give it to the group that has the ability to actually be able to improve the flow. You need to let them know. If you say the name of Hesed, and the Hesed literally means people to live on the head. Their domicile opens right up into the head. Oh, looking at what this. In fact, and when it says above 10 sparkles, open in it, has a slide back of a site. Go ahead and call it engage or utilize it in a form of lateral usage. There's no lowering, there's no going throwing. That's why I can have up from the right. So anything above 10 fucking the beginning of Texas. Talking out it, which are not effective. So it's a difference in demonic change if you misunderstand your passage. You thought that your passage meant for the Aliyah, people in the other story. And you thought they're talking about an area, therefore, that the Aliyah used through social, the B'nai Chutza used through Yisrael, and yet the Mishnah is saying that we are water for the B'nai Aliyah, and you're using it as a group as well. That's whenever you have two groups practice scenario, one through Shita, one through Shulchan, you give it to the Shulchan, which ones that you know that is interpretation. Their Pesach literally means that people living on their Pesach, and therefore we may access really not talking. That's called access the Pesach, lateral usage. No going up, no going down, just usage figure. That's why we work there. But that's the use of the DNA. Couple of these have a bunch of let's get the Pesach. We'll say thank you for the I love the mind again, both the Pesach and both as the Pesach, both have direct. This is the beginning of the difference. This is the way to stay on. Get to the end as a consequence. So this is a full space, man. Like we said, I think we just follow ourselves, and also I think entrance is where we get likes and comments on where we get likes and comments on our posts. So if you need those likes and comments on your posts, please send it as a DM to Cletus Elijah. If you need likes and comments on your post, if this is your first time here, the way our engagement works is very, very simple. Just send in your post to the posts and then wait behind an engagement on your post and then your post will be brought up. Not that you have to engage with everybody. If you're in question far away,
guys, just a very short announcement. We would not have any space to
even if something is above 10
space to continue for the second and say thank you to your maker and thank him for everything he has done for you and what we're on. This is 6 to your maker in the should not answer that carefully.
below 10 fucking belongs to the country.
If you
But
should
when it's
divide
that
the should to
when the area of the question is
small,
close to the
small,
Pesach, but if the area of the question is not close to the Pesach, then even if it's above 10 fucking, this is the right of the culture. My look culture, what is that? Even in the culture,
official accounts of free. So let's just, I think the legal account should be up to date. The legal account should be up to date. I think we should be listed there for the second. But let's just see what your husband can do. So yeah.
Meaning not only does it belong to the Pesach, but it also belongs to the culture. And therefore, Allah reminds us that both my love culture, what does it mean to the local culture? I'm the culture which came as soon as
thank you. So I see the presence of the people. Let's just see from that. Let's say from Sonia, this will be replacing meeting my let's say.
and therefore it is possible. We should not remember again. We were trying to bring a proof before. Take a step back. We focus the entirety of today's down. We focus on the entirety of down. We focus on the focus not. If you have an area that borders two countries, one country utilizes the area lowering one area, one country access to the area growing, who is considered as peace and therefore he has rights. Ralph said Zika, Shosho, same thing. Neither is considered to have disease of if they come in Europe, then they go to the area. If they don't join in Europe, then what? When one is equal, one is social, the area is social. Why? Because again, lowering is lowering is reduced and we tried to bring this case to 12, didn't work out. Now, this is the case. Julia Sabor Bahasela, I would say, Julia Sabor means you have an area that is the edge of the pit. Julia is the edge of the pit. And I will say, understand, when we want to say Julia Sabor, what is in order to have a pit, you have to dig. So where do you place the dirt, which is placed in the pit? You would build like a lip. Aurora, lip is the word of.
Yo.
Thank you. An embankment around the pit. Thank you.
Yo.
An embankment around the pit. That's called
I'm testing this bitch.
So again, obviously that's higher than the rest of the ground. So Buyas Habor Bahasela, Shin Gavona Sun. We'll say you have the embankment of the pit or a rock, that is more than 10 fucking high. We'll say still the same case of the concert. So what happened? So if it's 10 fucking high, you can pass that. And we'll say consider to be the domain of the Nirpasa. Again, that's how we keep saying. Papa Sultan, if Allah it was less than 10 fucking high, then the function. Ultimately, again, it won't be the function.
Yo, I can't believe I have 5 people watching me.
So the Gemara says,
That's incredible. I can't. If you're watching me, that's wild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. Everybody should know that by now. All right. So let's see. I'm going to start promoting myself in these spaces. Let's see if it shows up there. Don't suck dick. Dog. Oh, fuck. Fuck. It doesn't work. Some bullshit. I have 10 people watching me right now. I don't believe it. I never get anybody watching me. Alright, I'm trying to share this shit. This is the worst. Yo, if you know who I am, you know I'm the biggest pimp of all time. Alright. How do I pin to your profile? No. How do I get it? Share via copy link, maybe? Is this shit gonna work? No shit! Oh, baller as fuck! Dog, it worked! Look at this bitch! Dog, we're gonna light up fucking Twitter now that I can put this shit in the... What do you call it? What do you call this bullshit? The purple pill. This is sick. Look at this. It's like a thing on a thing on a thing. Sick. All right. Now we're rocking and rolling, baby. 19 people are watching me. Sick. All right. Well, we're going to try to chill ourselves. Let's get this bitch going, baby. Call on me. Call on me. Look, if you want to see your own little fucking thing, there you go. Call on me. Dog, I'll just talk to you all. I have 20 people in here watching me. No fucking way. That's fake news. I'm the best shiller in the game. If you've ever heard me, I'm the best. There's no one better. And what sucks is when they don't call on me and I'm sitting here just jerking myself off raw, wanting to fucking talk, tell everybody about what I do. If you don't know what I do, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today, baby. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view all of my links, they're available in my profile. If you want to look them in my pinned post, they're available there as well. Additionally, you can find my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at my link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Moreover, you can join my Discord. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making the world and all of you exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share. Are you fucking serious? We're waiting. Dog, everybody's seeing. Everybody's seeing this shit. This is garbage. Let's see what's going on in the purple pill. God, you can see everything that I do in this bitch. Look at this move. Yo, show me this fucking purple pill. Look at this. Look at this. It's like a thing on a thing on a thing. This is baller as fuck. Look, I just put some purple pill on there. Yo, let me talk, dog. Dog, let me talk. Everything sucks. Let me talk. Babies. The faster I go viral, the faster I make all of you wealthy. Scroll for old comments, dog. Nobody's talking to me. And that's cool. I wouldn't be talking to me either. Yo, let me talk. Yo, look at this. Nobody's got this shit going in the fucking purple pill. I do, though. Because I'm sick as fuck. Yo, do well to accept my fucking invite, dog. It's an absolute horseshit. Let me talk. This is bullshit. Let me talk. Let me talk. Everybody sees this fucking green thing. I've hit it. Yo, here's the needful, dog. Let Rabbi talk. I'm the best shiller in the game, baby. I got this bitch down to 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Come on. This is garbage. One day, somebody's gonna be like, hey, I saw you live in the purple pill or on your page or whatever, and I'm going to be like, no fucking way. 22 people You know how many fucking people that is? That is giant amounts. Huge. On Twitter, this? Never ever do I get 22 people on here. I get like none. Yo, dog, let me fucking talk. Dude, let's go somewhere else. Because these people are sucking absolute donkey dick right now. But that's cool. I still love them. I still love you all. But it's like they got Will Chamberlain on the bench. It's like they're playing 3-on-3 and Michael Jordan is sitting in the stands. Get me in. Put me in, coach. All right, here we go. We'll go through this. So here's what I do. I go over here and I type in chill. And then I look at all the sexy people in it, like myself. Check this out. All the way at the bottom, I got another camera right above me. Look at this. You can see me live in this bitch. Look at this. This is going to be sick. Dude, see, you can hear myself. Look at that. It's another camera. It's baller as fuck, dog. Nobody's doing this shit. I'm king of the internet, baby. All right, but my own space sucks. All right. Mingle, engagement, space. They don't want to talk. Viral king of memes. All right. We'll go into some like small ass little space and be like, yo, dog, can I talk? And they'll be like, no, we're going to talk about our bullshit. And I'll be like, wow, this is the worst. All right. So if you're like, no, we want to see what you're doing. Dog, I still have 23 people in this bitch. That's a record. All right. So we're going to come over here. If you want to know how I do this, well, that's a good question. How did I do it? I came over here. I press here, share via. And then I go over here to copy link. Oh, shit. I accidentally hit email. Delete draft. Copy link. All right, let's go into one of these motherfuckers. And we're just going to... 29 fucking people. This is baller as fuck. Dog. Unbelievable. Let's go to a really big space and just drop the link in there for shits and giggles. Maybe like somebody will be like, oh, this motherfucker's sick as shit. All right. Welcome to 2026. I actually know that guy. He's pretty cool. He probably would let me co-host with him. I've done it before. Now, I don't co-host for anybody, but he was nice. He's a Lions fan. All right. Listen to this. We got Sarah in here. Some people with some gibberish in their names. We'll just throw this bitch in here. Paste. Let's see this bitch work. We have 29 fucking people in here. Unreal. You're unbelievable. Oh! No. All right, let's see. Okay, lady, that's cool. And that's neat and everything, but let's see my fucking post in here. Oh, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Why isn't my shit in here? Babies. Dog, nobody gives a shit about the Bible right now. Oh, here I am. Dog, I'm in here. Sick. Okay. Cool story about the Bible. That was neat. All right, let's get our ass in one of these other spaces. So we're going to go to chill. All right, chill and chill. Sissy, this girl never lets me talk. Why? I don't know. It's like I shit in her Wheaties or some shit. Anyway, fuel for 26. Follow for follow and chill yourselves. All right, here's a small one. Yo, we're going to paste it. We're going to like it, repost. Let's make sure it's showing. We're going to make these people shit themselves. Oh, tight. It's working. I'm going to light these motherfuckers on fire. Let me talk. You have 4 people in here. You have 4 people. Let me talk, man. There we go. He just here. He's tight as fuck. Excellent. How you doing, big dog? What's good in your neck of the woods? every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody? Excellent. Okay, first and foremost, we are taking over X. If you have a chance, look in the purple pill. You're going to see me live in the perfect purple pill with an embedded video. Nobody does this. Like, literally, you can watch me pitch myself live. Okay, so firstly, if you're not following me, you need to be. Nobody else is doing this. And also, I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everybody back. So if you want a free follow back, send me a follow. Secondly, if you're looking for a job in 2026, I will help you work on your resume. I'll help you work on your curriculum vitae, your CV. I will help you if you're in Nigeria. I know some Nigerian recruiters will help you get you a job in your field or in Web3. I'll also help you if you want to be able to set up your profiles on different social media platforms and on job recruiting platforms. So if you want to make 2026 your year and you need help, I'm the person to help you. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. I want you to know that if you want to find my links to my YouTube, they're available in my profile. You'll also find them in my pinned post. Additionally, you'll find my link tree in my post. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I have over 2,700 people in our community, and we continue to grow each day. Again, if you have not checked out the Purple Pill, you need to. You can see me live pitching this right now. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to also help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo. No, everything's free, 100%. I've never charged for anything, and I never will. I want to see people become more successful on their own. There isn't any type of gatekeeping. I will send you a breakdown of everything that I advise, which is first getting together your resume. If you haven't done that, I'll help walk you through it. It's pretty easy with ChatGPT. We'll then take that, look it over, make sure it's professional. We can certainly send that to recruiters. We can also help you create your different job search accounts. And then from there, I help you to be able to maximize the amount of social media accounts that you have, put them in your link tree, I also help people join X communities. I help people to join Facebook communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities. And then finally, what I help people to do is to be able to get their shill down. We help people with a 30-second shill, a 60-second shill, and a 3-minute shill so that you can earn more money on your own faster. But it's all free. It's true, babies.
So the game is going to be like this. So you have the Shaker's Throw. So this is picture 282. Shaker's Throw.
Absolutely. Anybody who's interested, send me a DM. And I'm telling you right now, somebody, please look in the purple pill. You can see me on video right now. You guys can see your own profile pictures in the purple pill. It's amazing. So if you're interested in connecting with me, send me a follow, send me a DM. I will respond to everyone. Thanks, baby.
So they went ahead and they made him the give him a little background, and obviously you guys come looking at the picture you have two characters they send over the water. Now, remember again, these guys, I just want you guys to TV water is so
follow back, follow back, follow back, follow back, follow back, follow back. Fuck. Yo, Maven, follow back. Baller. See if we have anybody else. Anybody else follow me? Yo, this guy sent me a message. We'll respond. Follow back. That's how it's done, baby. All right. This is baller as fuck. All right. So 37 people watching me. No way. This is amazing. Dog. All right. So like you all should know. Here, you can watch me do it like this. Okay, so here's what I do. Here's my strategy. We're gonna thank the host because it was really nice of him. Okay, so his name is RealSense_. He's tight as fuck. So this is what you do. This is how you become successful, people. Thank people for those who've helped you. All right, at RealSense_. Okay. Thank you for letting me share my project with everyone. And then exclamation point. And then heart, and then cowboy, and then heart. Okay, and then I read it over before it's done. Thank you for letting me share my project with everyone. Okay, now we're sending it. Okay, now we're going to bounce out of this bad boy. We're going to go to our messages because there are some people who send us messages. All right, and we want to make sure to help them. All right, this guy is like dominant. I put on notifications so I can see everything you post and engage. All right, tight dog. All right, so I have to send just a quick message to all these people. Good morning, Trust. You're doing. Oh yeah, if you're sending me a message, it's. I mean, I don't have bad messages with people, but just know that we're sharing everything with everybody. All right, that one. I feel like, what are you sharing? I've got this. It's a really great strategy. Anybody else who's interested in it, I'll send it to you. It's how to maximize your social media and get people to hire you if you need a job. So I send it to people who are interested, and it's so long. I mean, it's not like overwhelming, but I do have to send it in pieces. All right. There we go. So we got that to all those people. Now what? GMGM. Okay, we're gonna send it to this guy as well, and then we're gonna start. Dude, it's like we're having a party. Okay, so then we got this guy. Sometimes I'm sending so much that I don't even say hi. It's just my message says hi, so I'm not being rude to them. Here we go. Paste, and then let's get this other stuff. And then if people want to be successful, this is what you do. At least what I put in these messages. And then if they don't want to be successful, that's cool. I mean, do your own thing. I'm not. There are multiple routes to the top of the mountain. All right. Anybody else follow me? Not right now. Okay. Now what? All right. Let's go to another space and shill these motherfuckers. SHILL. Yo, dog. All right, here we go. Shill. Mingo engagement space. Okay, that one's mine. Who's this one? Viral King of Memes. I like this guy. He's got a lot of confidence to say he's the viral king of memes. I did not know that memes had a king. I didn't know the internet had a king until I became it. All right, here we go. All right, 39 people. This is ridiculous. All right, so we're gonna come over here. We're gonna copy the link. Link copy the clipboard. Go to spaces. All right, 40 people. This is the most baller ass shit I've ever seen. All right. All right. Let's see. Who's in this space?
They walk up to the upper Gustara and they too lower their bucket. Therefore, what the case?
Wow, he's got 6,000 people in his space. That is quite the accomplishment. All right. So don't worry. Welcome to 2026. 2025 was bizarre. Wait, we want to put in chill. SHILL. All right. I'd love for you to be able to see this better. All right. Chill. Come on, get your shit together. I don't understand why I have to hit it twice sometimes. It said nothing was available. Elon, get your shit together. Okay, oops, something went wrong. How about you're just not getting your shit together? I mean, it's as simple as that. Live. Come on, B. What is this garbage? Shiny Aligned Community. Shout out to them. Live. Come on. Oh no. Did this end? It seems like it ended. Yeah, it ended.
I'm at a thought that since the number one uses in the pizza more easily, and the lower one ultimately uses it more difficulty.
All right, we're trying this bitch again. I don't know why that ended. We'll try it again though. All right. We'll see if anybody comes in. If they do, that's tight. If they don't, dog, shit happens. I don't know why that just crashed though. Is anybody gonna join this bitch? Let's watch it ourselves. Dog, it says. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It went from 44 to back to 0. Why would it go to 0? Zero. There's, oh, 2. I've got 2 people. That's tight. Hey, if you're like, hey, Rabbi, what the fuck happened? Dog, blame Elon. I have no idea. If this crashes, just don't know that I'll start it back up. So no big deal. All right. So, wow, we have actual people joining. I cannot believe this. All right, let's go back. Let's see the shill shit. See if this bitch works. Shill and vibes. All right, let's see if these people know what's up. We're gonna blow their fucking minds. Oh fuck. Like, no shit. You're from Nigeria? Share via copy link. All right, we're trying this shit again. Oh, tight. It worked that time. Look at this, babies. Let me in. The prop. Let me in. Dog. They know what's up.
Are you a Manchester United fan? Yeah. Manchester United. Okay, I'm a Liverpool fan, man. I like Liverpool, but my number one team is the Mexico national team. I'm Mexican American. So yeah, I'm a big Mexico national team. And then teams obviously in Mexico, yeah, but my favorite club is Liverpool over there, yeah. Yeah, man.
Yo, let me talk. You good? GM. GM to anybody watching this. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, my man. First and foremost, you need to check out the Purple Pill. I figured out how to embed live video in there so you guys can hear yourself and see yourself live in the Purple Pill. It's something that you're not going to see anywhere else. So check out the Purple Pill. You can see a live video in there. All right, with that being said, I want you to know that I've done my best to follow everybody in the room. I'd appreciate the follow back if you have the opportunity, because I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everybody back. And with that, do you mind if I tell you about my project? Excellent. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. In addition to being someone who live streams 4 hours a day on YouTube, you should know that you can view my life not just one stream, not just 2 streams, but over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. I have the ability for you to watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can view these YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Poslije studije, gdje može bolje na stresa, bolje na staru i što ostalo, a što hoće za everyone. So what the windows gonna close gets cut off. The hope is comes up with one extra one extra. Just have to make it. You want to. We can do that. You know, east and therefore one extra one extra. But people are not going to create identity. I actually saw the video I posted on the book, and I just want to. Why you
That's right.
Gravity. Every time you're in a downward motion, you're gonna
Rabbi Rothschild. That was a lot of words you said there, dude. A lot of words. Like if I didn't even know better. Your robots spitting out a bunch of words, a lot of covering a lot of ground. I mean, obviously, you have a lot to say. Where are you located at, dude?
I'm based out of the United States.
Okay, I'm in the United States as well. I'm in Tucson, Arizona myself. You're in the East Coast?
No, I'm based out of California.
So you, okay. To be honest with you, I just wanted to chat. I said vibes. I didn't even know what shill is. What is shill? I know that's a stupid question. I'm a smart dude. I just don't know what shill is.
Sure, to show something is to share it or to pitch people about what you do.
Okay. I see. To get your business out there, basically?
100%. It could be a project, an NFT, a cryptocurrency. You could be pitching yourself personally, your personal brand, an idea, a website, anything you want.
That's cool, man. I can tell you have a lot of energy, and what I would say is, for me personally, I'm a salesman. Okay, I'm a salesman. I've been working on sales. I'm in my mid-40s, and I like conversation. I have very good English. I know that kind of sounds stupid, but
I feel like my English is better than everybody, just communicating, talking. What I would recommend to you is, and I've seen this before, you see where people talk and you know, the power of conversation and how people receive you, right? Is it's better to actually talk slower. I mean, I'm not talking like super slow. Obviously, you have to talk to your situation and read the room, but I would recommend, you know, your pitch to slow it down. You know what I mean? Because you're flying. Obviously, you're trying to cover a lot of ground, but you're flying through it. You know, it gives it more authenticity. You know, when you slow it down a little bit. For what it's worth.
I understand. I appreciate the advice. You should know just generally in shows they give you about 3 minutes to be able to get everything that you need out there. So you have to be quick in order to cover a lot of topics, as I do.
Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, do you have anything that you about yourself? Maybe you have a community jet or any questions or have you know, I really love the analysis you made, you know, that I actually really notice how Harvey is doing, you know, I never used that to do it of ourselves. I just want to ask my shoes, yourself, what you got for us, what you do, for me, you know, let me say, I don't like talking about it, but, you know, I do those spaces, you know, the moderator, you know, I said, it's cute, I need to put those with you, let me say, let's see what people can do, you have to do what necessary, we're doing, nobody for the fight, I'm saying, for different projects.
Hey, just so you know, if I ever get disconnected or my stream ends, I'll start it right back up. I'll do this all day, every day, baby.
Yeah, I think you were asking because I'm not totally understanding everything you're saying, but I think you said tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yep, that's what he said.
What I'm about. I have 4 kids. My oldest is at the #1 pharmacy school in the nation, North Carolina. She's about done. She'll be done with school next year. She's 26. It takes a while to be a pharmacist, so she'll be a high-end pharmacist. I have 2 boys, 2 girls. My next is gonna be like an engineer. My other daughter.
Hey, that's really great. Excellent. We got people to impress, babies to kiss, hearts to break, baby. All right, spaces. Here we go. Next. Chill. Anybody who's watching me right now knows I'm the king of chilling, and you got to be fast. All right. Mingle and engagement space. Chill. Where's my man? It's my Happy New Year. Okay, there are a bunch of shows going. Viral King with show. I said I'd get into this, guys. Austin, I know that guy. He was cool. I did one with him earlier today, or like last night. He's cool. But let's get in on this. There's one with 5,000 people in it. Oh man, Tom. All right, we can hop in. Let's see here. Let's start as a listener. What the fuck is that sound? Exactly. Dog, this motherfucker's speaking in the middle of an intersection. you're followed, dog. Excellent. 100%. Well, first and foremost, I figured out something new, at least for me, and that is how to embed live video into the purple pill. So right now, if you look in the purple pill, you can see your profile picture on my live stream that I am streaming in there. So that's a really cool addition. I've never known anybody to do that. So with that being said, yeah, you should hear yourself, Tom. You should be able to see me and hear yourself. It's a live. You don't have to click on anything, Tom. I did it just for you, my man. It might be delayed like 20 seconds or something on X. Excellent. All right. With that being said, if you're hearing my voice right now, I'd love it if you could send me a follow. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. And with that, here's my pitch. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You should know that if you want to view these streams, they're available in the pinned post in my profile. Additionally, they're in a link in my profile. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you need a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo. One 100%. Well, let's first and foremost hope that I go viral in 2026 so that we can make all of these amazing things. Absolutely. Will it, baby? Will it?
As of Saturday, I received an IRS letter of an official 501c3 charity, One World Nourishment. Own your future, be the change that you want to see in the world. So literally, you can do whatever you want. I also ask everyone to do one kind deed for one person every day for the rest of your life. And no matter what, when you wake up in the morning, it will be a better world because of you. And it's free and it's easy. Also remember, you're a battery. You're either positive or negative. If you change your attitude, perception, and perspective to a positive one, you can literally push negativity out of your life. It will run away at such a high speed, you will wonder where all these people went. things in your life, then your life will change. You literally become the 5 people you have around you the most. So you have to be careful who you have around you and definitely change your world by changing the very people you have around you, your existence, and what you say and do in this world you become. Also, what you eat in this world you become as well. You're an organic artificial intelligence. So if you eat something, you literally become it. You do not want to become a donut. Unless you're like chocolate donuts, then I guess you might want to become a chocolate donut. So be careful, you know what I'm saying? So you literally don't take anybody else's advice. Take your own advice, do your own research, do your own due diligence, change what you want to change in your world. Sorry, Rabbi, I just go on for I'm a talker too, so go ahead.
No need to apologize, my man. Congratulations on you getting that 501c3. That's a major accomplishment. If you all don't know, that is not an easy thing to get. So, congratulations to Tom. I know that you're going to do really good things with that. And I'm going to shout out Tom for a few moments. Yes, he has fed over 3,000 people in the last 110 days. He's also, out of the goodness of his heart, taken his time and energy and some of his own money and flown to we'll just say distant locations to be able to try to rectify some sadness that has happened in this world. He's traveled internationally to be able to make people's lives better. He's really someone who is not just a sayer, but definitely a doer. So shout out to Tom and the heart that is within him. You asked Tom, what else do I have planned or what do I enjoy doing? Well, of course, I love live streaming my life. And again, if you haven't looked in the purple pill, you need to. I have a live stream going in there right now. You don't have to click on anything, but you can see your profile picture live in there. It's really cool, and you can see me speaking live. If you don't know what I talk about on my live streams, I'd like to just take a moment and tell you I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the future. I like to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I enjoy talking.
That's amazing. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Ever since I was 12 years old, I've been trying to figure out how to go faster than the speed of light. You know, Star Trek definitely set me on that goal of how do I create a spaceship that can do warp speed travel. I don't believe in limits. It was very interesting because right where I lived, there was a electromagnetic field engineer convention, and I was able to speak to some of the most intelligent people on Earth, and trying to solve that instance. And most of the people obviously said light speed, multiple speeds of light would be impossible. But some of the smartest people at this event basically spoke about different avenues to actually solve this. So, it's all about not having basically limits set on top of your mind. So yeah, I love that, Rabbi. I love talking about that kind of stuff. I actually met a guy who does quantum investing and quantum trading at the 10X event, and literally this guy looks just like freaking Jim Carrey. He's a younger guy, looks like young Jim Carrey, and he called me today, and we were talking about those very exact things that you're talking about, and I just clicked on that purple pill thing, and I see you live talking, and that's fucking amazing, bro. Even though I'm not supposed to cuss anymore, that is freaking amazing, bro. So thank you, and yeah, let's just keep it together.
Many people listen to
So did I.
Obviously, it's 2026. Let this be the land of change. Sorry, Dr. H, I just can't handle the background music so bad. No offense, you know what I'm saying? Or you can be yourself. So, yeah. Yeah, man, Georgia. We got Georgia up here. I heard her speak as well. Georgia's an amazing woman. I was talking to her ending that space. Thanks for joining us, Georgia. I believe that you won Georgia. You were the longest up three.
How high does this go? Oh, she's live too. Oh, dude, I've got to see this. Open live video. That's baller. Yeah, she is. Hers is way better than mine. Check out her shit. Check out Georgia Carrera. Her shit is tight as fuck. Alright. Oh, look at this move.
You're about to go in. What's the first stop for the when it comes to field goal? How long have you been in field goal for? 14 years, 7 years of free, 7 years of free. Right? So sometimes is kind of when you get to field goal, you set up shop to understand to the bus and
Yo, how you living?
Living large.
Excellent. That's amazing. Land of Odds, I'd love to be able to talk with you. Feel free to listen. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, and I've got like 21 people watching me live on Twitter as well. So I've got to give my time to them. I just want to make you aware of that. Excellent. Okay, if you want to find me, my name is 2xthot. 2x dot. 2xthot. Look at this. What up, Zoot? Zoot, I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, big dog.
But I understand you need to work. I don't know how much we do today is I try not to watch videos. I try not to watch TV as much as possible. I try not to get distracted with all of the different things that can literally throw you off of this journey.
Oh, I forgot. It's not 21 people watching you once. It's 21 total viewers ever.
Negative space, and you just try to focus on that positivity and the growth and just everything that you guys do, and you just focus on these things, you can become someone that you never thought you could become. You can literally change your stars just like you know.
What's the username again? I can't seem to find it.
Sure. It's 2, the number 2, the letter X, the letter T, the letter H, the letter O, the letter T. 2x dot. And if you're like, why the fuck is it that? I've created 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and I needed something that wasn't my name, wasn't Rabbi Rothschild, to avoid getting banned, because I had gotten them all banned. Oh, I see Landau's following me. I'm following you. So you should see in my profile, like in my timeline, a live video.
And then 10x like Greg Cardone says, and then just, a couple days from now, rewrite some new goals that are even bigger, stronger, better, more money, more effect, you know what I'm saying, and just change who we are, guys. Everybody in here can change who they are, and everybody can become someone they never thought they could become, because you can take responsibility for yourself, you can take responsibility for this world, and just change who you are, guys. You guys can literally become anything that you want to be, and there's no limits. I've literally proven
Tom Wynn has 12,870 people in this space right now. That's ridiculous. 13,000 people.
Device, great advice. What a wonderful book to close this lighthouse this year. We're going to be here tomorrow most likely, but thank you so much for your words of wisdom and encouragement and for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing it also for the people watching the lighthouse today.
Oh, I see Land Oz in here.
Much love. I'm not going to talk too much because I guess Diego's killing me. I mixed up all my equipment. So I am going to fix it without it. I'm not investing. I'm going to make no sense. Lord have mercy. I did. I already making a difference in my life with your words. Thank you so much.
And
Everybody's having a very positive end this year. Everyone that I talked to, it's closing up 2025. I'm already ahead of time. 2025 with positive thoughts and hope. I love it. This year is different, and next year is going to be more amazing than ever for all of us. Thank you.
word, girl.
I'm getting a lot of hundreds of followers. Thank you so much. So I'm going to go back out doing the rounds and tell everyone Happy New Year. I'm visiting faces, and you have a lot of people here. So
You got that right, girl.
100,000 million kisses to everyone.
Damn, girl.
We'll see each other in the other spaces.
All right, babies.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, George. I definitely come back. Go visit. We got to visit.
I'm gonna do the same. All right. Next. Spaces. Chill.
People come to rest from war in Yerushalayim. People come to do war in Yerushalayim. So Nachalot says war is a good descriptive term because again, it's our eternal portion. Very important to remind ourselves of this once in a while.
Live.
It's our, the entire thing is ours.
There you go. Chill vibes, the prophetic. We'll figure it out. I've been wanting to talk in this guy's space.
The fucking industry.
Everybody's judging each other. So I lost my creativity. I'm just gonna walk around like I'm just gonna leave the market as it is because like certain people are so oblivious that
I like this guy's confidence. Vital King of memes.
has like over 2,000 people in the community, research community. And many people have voting power, but they all have professional financial analysts that they
Make sure to follow everybody.
the beginning of 2024 they launched it. So that means that they were not always, they were denmarked. So it's not something that's done.
Right, if you were just a little bit early, think of last cycle. If you were a lab dev last cycle and a coder, you are basically a multi-millionaire. And it's only going to get more great for engineers and software guys that build on chain because what is there, like 18,000 chains combined, like total blockchains created?
So remember again,
It's
it goes
not
as
a
simple as
lot.
Pashat Pshat Anavadalim, which is that Menucha refers to Shiloh, Nachala refers to Yerushalayim. So it is a very important halachic comes from that, which is mostly telling them that Ramos will be usher in Menucha and Nachala. But what? In between Menucha and Nachala, what's the halacha? Ramos Hatalit. So that was a very important halacha that drove almost everything in the last 4 blocks.
It's so intense, raining.
Right. So that drove a lot of our conversation over the last couple of days. There's a possibility that Menucha and Nachal are also referred to the same place, then I'm stuck. Because then what it's telling me is, well, actually, I don't know what it's telling me about hectic bubbles. Bubbles in order to see bubbles. Watch this. Here's some of my numbers in Shalayim. I'm pointing to the people that Menucha Nachal refers to Shalayim, right? Menucha refers to the fact that it's the place of where the Aron Nachal. Nachal is the eternal portion of Klal Yisrael. So
Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody? Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, if you want to watch me show live, I have embedded the video in the purple pill. You don't have to click anything. You can see your own profile picture on my live, which you can see in the purple pill. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view the links to my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. They're additionally available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Nope, I do this all off the cuff. I've been doing it for 4 years, so I have it memorized quite well. We have over 2,700 people. Very well. In the last, 60 days, I've gained over 3,000 organic followers without a blue check. So that's not too bad. We have over 2,700 people in our community, and we continue to grow each day. In addition, I mean, if you don't mind, I'd love to finish telling you. Then you can ask me any question that you want about the project. I understand, and I'm about to tell you about crypto in just a moment. Hey, my friend, if you're not going to let people shell, I completely understand. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't talked about the cryptocurrency at all. I haven't talked about what we do. My friends, I don't think you recognize. This is not how a chill and chill goes. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm live on camera right now. Wait. If you look in the purple pill, you can see I have no script. I'm live on camera. If you want to hear about the cryptocurrency, it's worth about $100 million. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Okay, are you talking about Bitcoin Obama? He's definitely not the leader, but he certainly is involved. Yeah, so as you probably are aware, it's been around since May of 2023. We are one of the strongest communities in Web3. We have over 12,000 people in our Telegram community. In addition to building wells and water towers in developing nations, we do things like food drives, toy drives. We just got done with the Community Fantasy Football League. We do all kinds of fun, creative things. And if you have the opportunity, we'd love for you to be able to join.
Yeah, no problem. The past like that is like the most engagement spaces. Like where we actually serious shit talk to each other. That's what spaces that you're in. I don't know why, because you seem to be like, oh, we're here for the world peace, but I see in spaces that there is no peace. It's just people are shitting on each other until the death. Like, yeah, shooting nukes at them. Like, and that's what spaces are now. I don't think that the world peace bullshit is what I say is there will be no world peace within world domination. HTTPS.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you allowing me to share my project with everybody. Take care, guys. If you're watching this in the future, that is not how you do a show. Well, that is how you shill. It is not how you allow someone to shill. You have to give them their time. You can't just sit there and bang questions off them when they're still talking. In fact, it's quite rude. Don't call it a shill. Call it, we're going to critique everything like a bunch of assholes space. All right. Next up.
You are over on it, sir, but you do not get colors. Says the Gemara,
Chill.
about Baha'u'llah, Kares Nani Mekali. So it comes over and he says as follows.
I love that guy. He's like, so what do you do? I'm like, dog, I'm trying to tell you what I do. That's part of what it is. And then he's just taking airmailed guesses. It's like, there's a reason why your project is not successful at this point. All right. This has a shitload of people in it. I just spoke in his face, so we'll look and see who else there is. We go and give us book at 1K followers. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this one too long. Let's see who else there. What else there is? Who else there's there on here? Tom Wynn with like 50,000 people in this space. Huge. Gain 1K followers. The whatever the woke right. Late Night Elf Show. Don't worry, Austin. Maker Therapy. We don't need some of that. All right. 3,200 followers. That's a good. That's good.
Hana says for Shchita, you're not chayiv karis. Shchita b'chutz not chayiv karis. But halal b'chutz will be chayiv karis. Based on this pasuk, so maskef or Rava. Rava says for 1 second. Sit ba'aleim. Well, does the pasuk says ba'aleim with an ayin, which was supposed to mean that you
don't have mine on my left arm.
Aleim with an aleph sid. But all time, no.
All right. Perhaps we will take a break from showing.
What are the 4 principles?
That's fun, though.
If you shechted an animal, consecrated an animal.
I know you're reading from a script. Listen here, you stupid bitch. I have more cameras on me right now than have ever been on you in your entire ugly ass life. And you can see there is no script.
Next case, if you consecrated it when bamos were permitted, b'shachat v'he'ela b'shas isir habamos, and we'll say you shechted it and you offered it up when bamos are asur, harein ba'asei v'lo sasei ve'ein b'hem. So we'll say that's the explicit case that we're talking about over here. So yet, what do you see? Rabbi Shimon is saying explicitly that if you shechted it and you offered it up b'chutz, even at a time of isur bamos,
David on chain, you're the man.
If you went and you were makdish shetem bamos or also v'shachat beher lebachutz v'shas hetra bamos, and you went ahead and you shechted it and you offered it up outside time when bamos were permitted, or ein ba'aseh, you're in violation of hazard, ve'ein bahem v'lo saseh, and there is no lo saseh. Hekdishim b'shas hetra bamos, v'shachat beher b'shas hetra bamos. Wasn't this last? This is the obvious one. You consecrated it when bamos were permitted. You shechted it and offered it up when bamos were permitted, and ultimately again pater mikveh. Which the Gemara says, you're right.
Chill and vibes daily out.
Effectively refutes the statement.
Mingle engagement space.
Kind of wanted to say that in the case where you consecrated the carbon at a time when bamos were permitted, but you didn't actually end up offering it up until a time where bamos were prohibited. So Rav Kahana suggested that if you just did the shechita b'chutz, you're only in violation of a losas sake, but not kares. But if you actively offer it up, you are chayiv kares. The Gemara now effectively refutes that position ultimately again from the Mishnah, as well as from the statement of Rabbi Shimon. It was a halacha l'maisa in a case where you consecrated the covenant at the time when bamos were permitted, and you offered it up outside the time when bamos were prohibited. Shchita ha'ala'a, you will be in violation of Allah, but there is no price. What's essentially the only time you get kares, the shchita chutz and a bama kitana is when everything takes place.
It's the fight racing against time. Everything feels like you're running at breakneck speed. Why? What are we running against?
One of those pieces are missing. There could be a lab, there could be an essay.
Am I able to jump in early? In other words, nope, you're not running against.
Once I remember again,
Go ahead, Yankee.
Outside.
Yeah, if I can still talk more about dragons, then just kidding. Man, where they are, we know that there's this big tax strike that's going on. And honestly, I don't think it's going to matter.
Why not?
I know it.
Because it was a smicha is only done with Hashem. It was a Lifnei Hashem. The lashon of the Mishnah over here was Uma bein bama siach and bama sibor. Was just in a private bama and a communal bama. Smicha shikta safon. So now we're going to see why that is. Smicha yichsev Lifnei Hashem. So we'll say smicha because the pasuk says Lifnei Hashem. Because we do smicha before God. We always do all of these contexts before God refers to what I'm saying. Literally again in the Makom Mishkan / before God, he's not on your private altar. Before God, he's on the centralized altar. Therefore, smicha is looking at Hashem. Sheikh das Safon, the obligation to check certain kabbalas in the north. We say Safon lifnei Hashem, same idea. Maknos Sodid, putting blood on all of the corners of the Mizbeach. We say Zorach al Hamizbeach Sodid. What's the other piece? The passage is we shall sprinkle it al Hamizbeach. The Mizbeach. We'll say that's the hey idea, the definitive article. So Hamizbeach means what? The Mizbeach. The Mizbeach is referring to which Mizbeach? The centralized Mizbeach of the Mishkan or the Mesa Mikdash. Tinufa, waving obligation to sit. Nehene Bakoim Lifnei Hashem, as we've done before God. Hadgasha, the bringing close of the carbon to sit. The Hekisha El Hamizbeach. Ultimately, again, it is brought close to the Mizbeach. And Yehuda Omer, Eimin Chababacha. So Yehuda said, we don't offer up menachos by a bama. Omer Hashish is Tibia obligation from a bama. Yesh Opos Moros. Also, Shish just says, according to the opinion, it says that you offer up menachos on a bama. You also offer up bird offerings on a bama. The difference in the Gemara says, Tibia Omer Eimin Chababacha. But if you know that there is no mincha on a bama, ain't Opos the bama. We don't offer up bird offerings on a bama as well. Zvachim, so what's the drasha? Zvachim, so the pasuk says that you can offer up, right? Lamana sheyaviu b'nei Yisrael sivcheihem asher zovkim. So the pasuk says zvachim. So we dash zvachim below menachos, zvachim below ochos. So what's the other thing? We'll dash zvachim and not kabanos, zvachim and not menachos, zvachim and not ochos. The kohen. We'll say, how do I know that I don't need a kohen on a bama? The chesiv zarak hakohen. Because we'll say ultimately again. Divan Srika, which is did ultimately again by the Baba Bidova, is done by a coin. So ultimately again, coin only is needed in the Baba Bidova centralized order. Big day banana Baba Kitana. Big day shards. So furthermore, you don't need big day shards, you don't need any particular special type of vestments to do an offering on a Baba Kitana. Lish Shares Bakodesh. Because the most of that big dish the pasuk says he will serve in the kodesh. Big dish Quranic vestments are only necessary when or where inside the Beis Hamikdash or the Mishkan itself. Who kli sharis? The most I don't need the kli sharis. You know why not? As she shar supam makodesh. Because ultimately, again, the pasuk says that they will go ahead and yishar supam. They will go ahead and literally serve with it in the kodesh. The reach nifach, as the Quran goes right there, or a pleasing aroma. So let's remember again, reach nifach, what was reach nifach? The halacha is about the Beis Hamikdash. You cannot pre-roast meat. The idea is that it has to be roasted on his back itself. That's the reach nifach. Reach nifach is a pleasing aroma which comes from meat which is roasted on the altar. If you pre-roast it, then the fragrant aroma of roasted meat is already released. The back of his neck is not going to be as fragrant. That it only applies on the Bamidola, not on the Bamidina, only on the centralized altar, not on the private altar. Says the Gemara, Reach Nichoach, Yiksiv, Reach Nichoach, LaHashem. What's that? Because again, it says a pleasing aroma to Hashem. How do you determine LaHashem? Hashem ultimately teaches me that what? In Halacha L'Maisa, there's only a din of Reach Nichoach when you're before God meaning on the Bamidola, a large altar, and not on the private altar, not on the Bamidola. Just by the way, I want I'll just before the Gemara I'll just tell it to you now before the outside before the Gemara about Zrika. So Rashi, I'll just do this guys. Rashi says Zrika Queen and Sadam Shatasa. The Shem Gars Kohen Rashi Shkute Woods Zrika's Kohen Pesach or Avoid and Zrika's Kohen Bebama. And the Af Hazarim Babylon. So the din that was just before we learned how that you need a Kohen ultimately again in the Beis Hamikdash or in Shiloh by Bamidola. Because there the pasuk itself says avoda is done by a point. The Zarat HaKohen that teaches the Kohen is necessary for avoda. But there is no din ultimately again of Muna by a Bamidola. Good. So the Gemara goes like this. Let's just go a few more lines. Mechitza b'daven. We'll say what about mechitza? And we'll say mechitza means that on the mizbeach. Remember again, there was the foot sikra, the red line. That was the divide. Some blood is sprinkled above the red line. Some blood is sprinkled below the red line. There is no din for a mechitza by a bamekana, right? There is no din for a dividing line of a bamekana. Siv va'isa leshes at chatzi hamzbeach. We'll say same idea. Literally again, the reshes was actually netting. But the mizbeach was the middle of the mizbeach. So what's that? The idea is the dividing line was the din in hamzbeach, not the din of bamekana. Ritzu richotzidayim. So we'll say what about the washing of hands? Siv. So we'll say that's also only a din in the mizbeach, not a din in the bamekana. Because the pasuk says when the Kohen comes close to the mizbeach, he will go in that direction. We'll say same idea. Hamizbeach teaches me that richus direct, the washing of hands and feet, is only a prerequisite to the service of the centralized mizbeach, not on a bama kitana. Already, Amma Rami Bachama, no shano Ella, because she bama kitana, the bama kitana. So say Rami Bachama says, look at actually no shano. Or say, when do we say that there is only a need for a pizza or a dividing line? On the mizbeach, that's only because she bamikana, they give you bamikana. Or say, sukia touching which are designated for bamikana, which are offered up in a bamikana, then there is no need for a dividing line on it yet. That is correct. Abba, or say, first white line of line. Abba, because she bamikana, the cardinal bamikana was actually recognized in Abba. But if you go ahead and you have Kachi Bamikitana, offerings which belong on a Bamikitana, which were offered up on a Bamakidola, Yeshkitsu. Then I will say you would have the obligation to do the proper blood offerings above and below the line. This is actually right in Abba. So I'm kind of right back coming along and saying that there is no dip sprinkling above the line or below the line of Bamikitana. But if you took an offering which was going to be offered on a Bamikitana, and you offered it where? On a Bamakidola, you wouldn't have to do the blood application. Most in that is 1 second. Show when it comes to the waving of the chest and the animal, Shumas Lachmetoda, or for that matter, again, Shumas Lachmetoda, Noagin the country Bamidova, they Noagin the country Bamidana. So we'll say, so we would normally listen to what's the halakha. So what you see from here, we'll say is the halachos of a Bamidana apply to certain things which are applicable on a Bamidola only apply if done on a Bamidola. But the Pasha Sabo says if something belongs on a Bamikitana, is exempted from a lot of the halachos that really regulate sacrificial service on Bava Gedola. Even if what? Presumably, even if that item itself is actually offered up on the Bava Gedola. What the Khan is saying is that once something is designated for a Bava Gedola, the halachos of a Bava Gedola do not apply to it, even if what? Even if it is actually offered up on a Bava Gedola. The Haraya, all of these things are also like the waving of Chazir, show Ema, Noagim Bava Gedola, Ve'im Noagim Bava Gedola. Rabbi Yeright say that they apply ultimately again to the Bava Gedola, and they do not apply on the Bava Gedola. Amar Rami Bar Chama, Rosh Hashanah El Bekachi Bava Gedola. This is just an ultimate version of the Rabbi Chama says, we only learn El Bekachi Bava Gedola. When do you require flat application of Bava Gedola? That's when you offer for Bava Gedola and it's offered up on Bava Gedola. About the Bava Gedola on an Abba God and Bava Gedola, and also thinking about like even if they're offered up on a Bava Gedola, we do not go ahead and start doing the flat application. Another way of saying that if it's a carbon that belongs to the Bava Gedola, then it was that the identity of the Bava Gedola offering. The point that was like, even if it's actually offered up on the Bava Gedola, it is not subject to the laws of a Bava Gedola. Between the Muslims, you have the test from the thigh of the animal, or the tumor, the nose of Lachim Oda. No argument the country Bava Gedola, they were given the country. Like they were offered up on a Bava Gedola, and not like the Bava Gedola. Ema, arguing the Bava Gedola. And you brought it inside of the Mishkan. Kaltua Meritzos, the Meritzos absorb it, the whole cover for all matters. So it turns out, these are going to do that, but it turns out the Mosai that what? And ultimately, again, there's a fundamental macro. What's the fundamental macro? If you take something that was supposed to go on a Bava Siach and you bring it inside the Beis Hamikdash, or not the Beis Hamikdash, you bring it inside the Mishkan. Obviously, this is a very unique case. It only comes up where? Only comes up in Gilgal, or ultimately again between Shiloh and the Beis Hamikdash, where there still was a Mishnah, but you had heter bottles. If you had something that you were going to offer up on your private bama, and now you bring it up, you bring it into the Mishnah of Osai. So then, what's the discussion? What is the status of that offering? Do we treat that offering still like an individual offering offered up on a bama siach? In which case, for example, there is no blood application below the line, above the line, or do we say no? Once you are brought into the Mishkan, then what? You have the status of a Mishkan offering. Clearly, Rabbi Elazar holds that even if you are originally going to be at a Bava Siach, if you are brought inside the Mishkan, then you are treated like a Mishkan offering in all ways. Everyone else seems to say that no. Once a Bava Siach offering, always a Bava Siach offering. And therefore, even if you are actually offered up on the Bama Sibor, you are still treated like a carbon of a Yachid, and therefore no blood applications above or below the red line. Let's get that. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's so today's daf is inside. We have some very beautiful daf ahead of us today. 95. We are picking up 94b at Mishnah. Says the Mishnah. Beged Shiyatza is the Gulai. We'll say the Mishnah is about Tema is a Gulai.
Night, Ziku.
Beged Shiyatza is a Gulai. We'll say we're dealing with the following situation. Beged Shenitas Alov Dam Achartas Viyatza is the Temple. So he goes as follows. I have a bagel, I have a garment, and that garment has chatas blood that splattered now what happened? What's happened? Well, it's not a problem. Nichnas v'mechabso v'makom kodesh. Supposed to say Allah very simply. What do? Bring it back in. In other words, remember again, that garment, that garment that has chatas that's letter on it requires kibbutz. Kibbutz has to be done where? Inside of the base of the Mikdash. So therefore, again, the Mishnah tells you that even if for some reason that garment was taken outside of the base of the Mikdash, nevertheless, what? Nevertheless, I have to bring it back in and I under it in a sanctified place. Fine. What happens if I say, now here's the wrinkle. Nitma putzli kilana. Here's the wrinkle. So again, same case. The article of clothing gets splattered with Chatas blood. He's taken outside of the base of the Mikdash. Here's the wrinkle. It becomes tummy. It becomes like outside of the base of the Mikdash. So now what's my problem? How do I bring it back in? So remember, the issue is that there is a din of kibbutz. There's an obligation to go into the article of clothing, the bakum kodesh, in a sanctified holy place. The problem I now have is because it has become tummy, I cannot go ahead and bring it back into the base of the Mikdash. The shaila now becomes, what do I do with it? Which the Mishnah says, look at Rashi, the actual happens to one another. So now my problem is I can't bring back something that is tummy into the base of the Mikdash. So it's not a problem. What do I do with it? Koro. So let's say ultimately again, I tear it. Now look at Rashi. Koro, the Torah, the Kumok, the Mukbak, the Samachos, the Chabs, the Makokoro. This is what I see there. I tear the garment. Now what does it mean to tear the garment? Listen, we know that I know only as long as it's usable, it doesn't mean it's once the item is no longer usable, it doesn't say it loses its identity. Once it loses its identity, it also loses its status. So the Gemara suggests only here. But if the article of not this one, outside of this, I have to find a way to bring it back in order to alter it. You can't bring it back in because there's an article of clothing. So what does the Mishnah suggest? Go ahead and tear it. Apparently, by tearing it, it loses its designation as a beggar.
Right.
When it loses its designation as a beggar, then
Now
what? Then ultimately it's hard.
Well, I wonder how long this shit goes.
I can go ahead and alter it in a sanctified place inside of the base of the Mikdash. Okay, good. Next case. Klicheres. Shiyotza chutz lekilayim. Listen to this. What's my next case? I have an earthenware vessel. Now, what's the job of this earthenware vessel? I used it for chatos. Chatos, which means what? It has chatos absorptions. If it has chatos absorptions, then what is the halakha? It has to be smashed. It's supposed to be smashed inside the base of the Mikdash. What did I do? I took klicheres outside of the base of the Mikdash. So klicheres shiyotza chutz lekilayim. So again, not a problem. What do I do with it? Nichnas b'shofar b'makom kadosh. Not a problem. If I took it out, all I need to do is what? Bring it back in. How is it? What happens if nitma chutz lekilayim? That's what happens in the bond situation. I take it outside of the base of the Mikdash, and it becomes coming outside. It becomes coming outside. Nitma chutz lekilayim. It now becomes coming outside of the base of the Mikdash. What's been out? Again, same problem. What's my problem? Is now I cannot bring it back in. So remember again, it has chatas absorption, which means it has to be goes inside of the base of the Mikdash. So if I took it out, nothing happens, but I bring it back in. Now I took it out outside of the base of the Mikdash. I have to bring it which is coming inside of the base of the Mikdash. And yet, the only way for me to dispose of this plea is now to break it, and the only place to break it is inside of the base of the Mikdash. So what do I do with it? Same pizza. No kvo. The nichnas b'shofar b'makom kadosh. So what do I do? Here's some hole in the sheet. Here's some hole in the what do I essentially do? Render it unfit for use as a pizza. Once it's unfit for use as a blood, it loses its designation as a pizza. Once it loses its designation as a pizza, then it no longer is tummy. Once it's no longer tummy, you then bring it back. Once I bring it back, you have to smash it inside of the pizza. Similarly, so we'll say essentially what I'm doing is in all of these cases, I'm going ahead and taking away the identity of the item, thereby removing its tumah status, which enables me to bring it inside of the base of the Mikdash and dispose of it. Similarly, with koshes, let's say the copper utensil, shiyotza chutz, let's say again, in the koshes over here, is also used for some type of sacrificial item. It has absorptions. So So she lets the foot line, which was taken outside of the base of the flesh. Nichnas Marco Shutters, what's the up between the Moshes, with the foot requires Rikin Shtifa, rinsing, washing. But that rinsing, washing has to be done inside the base of the flesh. So if I took the key out, so it's like, you remember, see, what is important a lot, which is the act of taking the key out of the base of the flesh is not in any way preclude for what, for bringing it back in, as long as nothing's happening to the kli. So again, if I took the Moshe's out, nothing happened to it, no problem. Just bring it back in and do it again. Nitma puts like that. However, what happens if the Moshe's becomes coming outside of the base of the flesh? Then what? Well, so I could also means somehow I did finish the kli, which the Moshe was really making other things the Nifra to bring it back in, Marco shuts from the muscle change. And I can go ahead and do the reconstruct for the rinsing and the washing inside of the base. So I'll say, so bottom line, two principles for it. Number one, that if you take a cleat outside of the base of the flesh, as long as there's no change of status, you have the ability to simply bring it back in and do what you need to do. If there is a change of status, i.e. the cleat becomes coming, the item becomes coming somewhere. So it's not punching, you can't bring it back in. You can't bring in an item that is coming from the flesh. So what can you do? If essentially you remove the identity of the item by somehow the Tuma status is removed as well, which enables you to bring the key back inside, which then goes ahead and enables you to dispose of it, to wash it, to remedy it as necessary. Good. Says the Gemara. So now we're looking at these pieces one by one. That is very, very interesting. So let's analyze. Rabina raises the question. I don't understand. Or so remember, let's start with the bag. O is eats with the bag. So the bag again, now the Kata Sonic. Remember again, I think that's out of this solution. Nothing happens to the bag, then what? Bring it back in, keep what's longer inside. Now, what did we say? The bag becomes coming outside of the base of the so what do I have to do with it? There it is, bring it back in. That's the idea. So people use the cash flow. You tell me to tear it. Beg it, I'm gonna ask more. But not beg it. So let's say here's the problem is if you tear it. So I understand why you're tearing it. Why am I tearing it? Because again, I'm trying to get rid of the tumor. So the way to get rid of the tumor is essentially to remove its identity as a beggar. That's fine. Understand when you do that, you also take away the ability, or to say the obligation of keepers. Because I will say the din of keepers by Dalchatas is a din in a beggar. If you tear it, it's no longer a beggar. If it's no longer a baguette, but brings it back into there's no longer a din of keepers. Let's remember again, what's my goal here? My goal is it's a big mystery, but sometimes in life, when you lose sight of what it is that you're trying to accomplish, you end up doing things that at first glance sound good, but they actually don't go ahead and advance your agenda. That's why the Ramchal says that in life, a person goes in to be crystal clear. What is your goal in life? You don't know what you're doing. So what's this? Gemara says, what's my goal? My goal is that I've done chatas on a garment. So what's my goal? What's my goal? One word. Kibus. Kibus, that's my goal. That's my goal. So what's this? So the Gemara says, understand, in your effort to get the bag back into the base of Mikdash, you fundamentally undermine your ability to do kibus. Because the din of kibus only devolves upon an entity that is called a baguette. A baguette. By tearing it now, it's true, you've removed the tumah, but you've also removed the baguette status, which means you bring this stuff back into the base of Mikdash, but it is no longer subject to kibus because it's no longer a baguette. It's a cool idea. Says the Gemara, Master Avina Koro, you're going to tear it, baguette, so it says, only a din of kibus by a baguette. Which the Gemara says, a lot of baguettes, now that you've torn it, it's no longer a baguette. Which the Gemara says, not a problem. Mishayir Bekedei Ma'aforis. We'll say, literally again, you leave enough of this baguette intact that you do, we'll say, Ma'aforis is like a kerchief. So in other words, what you do is, it's not talking about that you're tearing the baguette to shreds. You're leaving a basic part of the baguette intact. So as long as there's enough of a baguette intact to make a kerchief, then I both say it still has what? See, here's what's interesting. What it does is, it's it is deconstructed enough to lose its status of tuma, but it's intact enough to be called a beged for kibbutz purposes. Look at Rashi. שלא יפלו את הקרע הפנימי, לא לחלוק את הבגד לשניים, אלא משייר בו כדי לא סודר. Also tar all the liquor below. So as I said, since the majority of the beged, but the even the sheer beged, ma'aporet, like the Pablo Shwala, beged. So essentially, what the Gemara says is, no, good enough to remove its identity as a beged, again to remove its tumah, which will leave enough of it intact so as to so ultimately again, it's involved people's credible. So the Gemara says, see, is that so? Because you meant also that one, they enough of a the tour doesn't go away either. Or you're saying that go ahead and essentially reduce it to the amount that it's going.
I'm not saying that this is Jack Paul's last fight ever.
Come on, but what? But
this is his watch fight. I think it's
Yeah, we put out the whole agenda.
Obviously the pharmaceuticals doesn't want it, the fitness doesn't want it, right? Obviously, is it all or diet plan and keto or I'm not saying
there's enough of the beggar, there's enough of the beggar to get inclusive. And I will say, via orais, the tumult has left that part. And yet, there's still enough intact for it to be called a beggar for kibbutz purposes. Midrabanan, the rabbis said that beggar still retains its tumult. Why? What are the rabbis concerned about? The rabbis are concerned about that you're not going to actually parent enough in order to go ahead and remove the tumor designation. Therefore, however, in a case like this, what's our goal? So we have a very unique goal, which is to get this beggar back to the base in order to subject it to the laws of Jews, to which the Gemara section says, which teaches you, I can rely on the
How you doing?
Yeah, what up, Omni Duck? Long time no speak. How you living, pimp?
Good. Question.
Hit me with it, baby.
New Year's, even though you're Jewish?
Yes, we do, but we do it in the fall. It's known as Rosh Hashanah.
Cool. What does that mean?
It means literally head of the year. And so it is a time where we have just basically repented for a month during the month of Elul, and it is a time for us to be able to start anew, just like the normal secular calendar, and then we usually end up having like apples and honey, hoping for a sweet year. Some communities have fish. Sometimes we have a new kind of fruit, and we spend time with our families. And then 10 days later, we have Yom Kippur. And then a little while thereafter, we have something called Sukkot. And once Sukkot and two other holidays, Shemini Atzeret, and I should say Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret are done. Then we're done till generally with like what people consider days until Hanukkah, which we just celebrated. It finished on the this year on the secular calendar, the 22nd of December, and then we don't celebrate another major holiday until generally Purim, which will be in the fall, in the spring. And then that's kind of our first part of our year. So, do we celebrate a new year? Yes, absolutely, but it's in the fall every year. Does that answer your question, Omniduck?
Yeah. Well, for fasting, what happens? Okay, what do you you do if someone like shoves food in your mouth? Like, do you just spit it out or what?
Nobody would do that, but if
Unless they're trying to be, unless they're like being like a weirdo.
no, you're fine. So under certain conditions, children under age 12 or 13 generally, 12 if they're girls, 13 if they're boys, generally in and around, aren't required to fast. Pregnant women are not required to fast. If you have a health issue, you don't need to fast. But generally, it is a full. It's about a 25-hour fast. No water, no food. If someone did forcibly, let's say you were under and you were in enemy territory and they held you down and they forced food inside of you, there's nothing you can do to really control that. So, if you could spit it out, that would be ideal. But if you couldn't spit it out and you, for one reason or another, swallowed it, we recognize that that was done without your intent, and Hashem, God, would not look down upon you for that. And if anything, if you wanted to, you could seek atonement for that, but most people would not consider that to be anything that within your control, and wouldn't necessarily be seen as anything that you would be viewed badly for. In fact, you probably, once you were able to come back and tell everybody the story of what these people's food down you, in your own way, you'd be seen as a hero because you got out of that situation. But to give you an idea, we don't fast on Rosh Hashanah. That's a time where we do eat. We eat large meals, and then we also we have challah, which is like a bread, and usually it's in a different shape than any other time of the year. It's round, and instead of in your common loaves that you'll find during the remainder of the year. But on Yom Kippur, that's when we generally are fasting, and that's a 25-hour fast, no water, no food. There are also some things that we refrain from. We don't bathe during it. We don't have sexual relations with our spouses during that time.
So it's like no fast November, pretty much. But like instead of November, it's just fasting. No fast fasting.
If you want to look at it like that, yeah, I mean, sure.
Not a problem. Why? What do I do?
I sound autistic, don't I?
No, you're actually asking excellent questions.
Okay, I need to go. My mom needs some help, but I'll be back probably later.
All right, Omni Duck. That's Omni Duck for you folks. All right. Maybe I should say this on camera.
Small measure. One, like 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. A little bit at a time, Rashi says. Since what you do is you bring, you can't carry how to say this moment. So you bring it to the base of the flesh a little bit at a time. Or literally, the garment is that, you bring it inside a little bit at a time. Less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths at a time. So again, minimum shear for a garment is 3 finger breaths.
Yo, dog, if you're watching this, I don't think that I can do these, like my Kabbalistic study on Instagram anymore. It's too much. I spend all day just uploading videos. I'm live on so many different platforms and YouTubes that I could just do it on YouTube. Maybe stop a video and start and name one of them if you want to get in on that. So I was thinking today, like whenever I do a video or say anything religious, I go and I contemplate it and I really dissect what I say. And I'm like, well, is that true under all circumstances? And oh fuck, I don't really care. Okay, that's what that looks like. Look at this hairball I've got down there. Calm down. What is this? It's just a bunch of shit that you probably can see. Anyway, that's not what I wanted you to see. I wanted you to see my beautiful face. But one thing I said was, oh, we as Orthodox Jews, well, I said, I know that we're not doing the footwork correctly for the Amida. And I haven't been in every community in the world, but as I've done some research, there is no one perfect. I think there's a correct method to it, but there's no one perfect method. But I've never known. I mean, I looked today for an hour on YouTube at least, watching other rabbis talk. Very few. Nobody. One rabbi came close to showing you the footwork, but it didn't work out. His cameraman failed him. But I was impressed that he tried. Other rabbis, they're just like, one guy's just like, okay, I guess you just take 3 steps, which actually is the Rambam method. But we need one method, I feel. I mean, you can't have this situation where you go to a shul and everybody's doing it one way, but that's not how you do it. And also, I frankly, I found on the Chabad website some perhaps inconsistencies. Again, it's the best website in the world. It's my favorite website, especially the Jewish Woman. That's my favorite website, if you really want to get down to it. In a lot of ways, I love the Jewish Woman. One time, at one point, I copied all the text from the Jewish Woman so I could read it like offline on Shabbat. Like, I would just read these women's stories, and they were just really powerful to me. But anyway, that's something different. So we're gonna make a video on footwork, and some rebbitzin out there is just like, and I'm like, calm down, woman. That's really important to me. I was thinking about this in terms of college football, and it's like they never. If you ever watch a college football or pro football, under current conditions, under current rules in the NFL, you need 2 feet down, and college you need 1 foot down in bounds. And I think the NFL may someday change to 1 foot down. Might be able to convince them because you can make cooler, more acrobatic kicks with 1 foot down. But with that being said, they never look to see if the guy caught the ball before checking his feet. They always check the feet. If 1 foot is in, or like, I don't know, shin or knee, like those kind of things. But they always check that first, because even if he catches the ball and he catches it without a foot in, then it's not going to count. So they always check that. And like, footwork is really important in not just sports, in life. It's very important in the military. In terms of marching and stuff. And it's really important in running and athletics and what do they call it? There's a phrase like your heel striking in my long distance running friends would be like, oh yeah, heel striking. But yeah, all that is really important, and but it's exceptionally important. Footwork is exceptionally important in not just sports but in prayer. And from the research that I've done, I found inconsistencies on the Chabad website, which is surprising to me that I'm finding this stuff. And it's cool, but it's like, I know so many Chabad rabbis, like, I don't know why they're not checking their own website. Me on my own way, I'm a Chabad rabbi, but I'm a rabbi for everyone. But I don't know. This is a really important thing. And I understand. They're going to say, Rabbi, I've got community to run, and I've got questions in my email inbox, and it's like I'm running a small business. I get all that. But still, I mean, there are enough people in yeshiva that they should be checking this stuff. Now, people are going to say to me, I think you did this wrong. Okay, hey, that's cool. Okay, no one gives a fuck. Okay, when you have live streamed your life for 4 years in other conditions that I have, you recognize who's boss. But I did find some rabbis who I think do things more consistently, but it really makes me aware that like there's this huge part of Judaism that I guess I have to fill with video of just like how to daven perfectly and everything. I mean, not that I know how to do it perfectly, but like I think we can work on an excellent style. I mean, just looking at what I studied after I made that video, there's the Chabad way on the website, but okay, so let me say this. When I would go to shul and I started noticing this, that, and it's just a modern Orthodox centrist shul, nothing like as like what most Orthodox people would attend. I noticed that the footwork was reversed, and I knew in my sitter and just the sitter like what it says to do, and they were doing the opposite in some ways. And so I remember pulling somebody aside. This person had invited me to their house for Shabbat, and I knew their son like really well. Their son and I daven. Their son is a rabbi now. His name's Yehuda, and he became a rabbi in Israel. But we used to daven next to each other for like years, and he was very dedicated. And his parents are very dedicated, very special people. And while they don't know me, they didn't really know me that well. I would talk to them every once in a while, at least the son and Yehuda and the parents. This one time I was talking to the dad, and I showed him in the sitter. I said, "Hey, why are you guys? Why is everybody davening reverse?" And it's like they're doing what Chabad website shows, but that's different than what traditional practice is. So there's like the Chabad way on the website, but then there's traditional Ashkenazic way, which is opposite that. That's two different kinds. There's a Sephardic way, there's a Yemenite way, and there's the Rambam way. And the Rambam way is really funny, and I think this is what causes a lot of issues. Is Rambam just says take 3 steps. He doesn't say which way, but the steps are really important. When you're walking away, it's your left foot, and when you're walking toward, it's your right foot. Now, there's a question also: what if you're left-footed? And on that one, I feel like people in the future might be more ambidextrous, so we should just move away from, oh, if you're left-handed, you do this. So does that mean that left-handed people should start in the future to don tefillin on the right arm? No, that's what they currently do. Start donning tefillin on the left arm. If we're gonna live going like thousands of years into the future, we won't be donning tefillin. But if you want to, I mean, but I don't want to force anything on anybody. But the footwork, we've got to get the footwork down. So I have a chart, and I might even show what the footwork is, but it's been a while since I've done it. Frankly, to the it's been a while since I've done the footwork all the different ways. I might show those, but I do the footwork all the time. You always hear me. Look at this footwork. You know how it is. Anyway, some Revinsons. Calm down, woman. Anyway, so. Well, anyway, I remember seeing this person at shul, and I showed them in the sitter, like, hey, everybody's doing this incorrectly. I mean, according to the sitter. And he's like, no, wait, go tell a rabbi. And it was during COVID, and I just didn't want to add more things to it. It was a complicated time at the time anyway. But, so the rabbi was doing it correctly? Is there anything wrong with that? We just need to align on this stuff. But I think I learned more about the footwork of the Amida today than any person ever has. I've never heard anybody say, I mean, everybody just kind of does it the way that their fathers did it, or the way the rabbis does it, and the way the community does it. But it's just strange to me. And then you've got, if you're left-handed, it's different. Left-footed, it's different. We should do it the same way. You don't see like people marching in an army like, well, this person's left-footed, so they're going to be doing it the opposite way. It doesn't make sense. You need order. So anyway, you want to see how it should be done? So Robertson, can you say that? Yeah, you don't say and then the O, then the R, then the D, but loud. You want to see how it's done? Okay, so this is how. I'm sure I could do it better. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but all right. So I mean, you'd have shoes on and other things, but here we go. All right, no, not like that. It goes like this. Hold on. So go like this, back on the left, back on the right, and then together. And then when you're done, it goes forward on the right, forward on the left, and together. And I mean, so back on the left, back on the right, together, and forward on the right, forward on the left, together. And that's not perfect, but it's, and I may do this and I may be like, I would do it all the time. No, I mean, I know what the Siddur says. I know what Rambam says. I know what Yemenite Judaism does. I know what Sephardim does. I know what Ashkenazi do. I know what non-Hasidic Ashkenazi do. I know what non-Hasidic Sephardim do. I know just about everybody, and most of them, there's no standard way. And when you think that there's a standard way, then it could be like, well, that person might be left-footed. And again, I'm just like, it should be like an army. When I'm at the Kotel and the Kotel, the Western Wall, and eventually when we rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, I don't want to be. We should look orderly. Everything should be in order. And if it doesn't, I don't. I mean, look, I've said it before. There's beauty in chaos, but not in that. Like, the footwork should be the same. If we're marching, the footwork should all be the same. And so I think the way that I just did it is the way that you do it. But like anything I say, I could change my mind in the future, or I could find out more information and realize that something else changed. But we'll go through it maybe tomorrow of the different charts and where Chabad is wrong. And I mean, I could do it right now. I don't want to say Chabad is wrong, but their website is wrong. Are you going to do it right now? Let's see here. Dude, this video is becoming too long. Okay. I'll just give you a quick rundown. So Chabad, Arizal, it on at least according to AI, it says left, right, left, but on their website it's different. Yemenite Rambam says 3 steps back, no specified left, right, and let me see if I can find it really quickly. And I want to go through the rabbis who I saw. One in particular, a couple in particular, did a good job. Okay, so we'll wait till tomorrow. We'll go over it. And I bet some lady masturbates to this. And, you know, whatever floats your boat, woman. But I just want order. Okay, so Oh yeah, here we go. So this is the Chabad website, and we'll go through it, but it's like that's what that picture says, but then this picture says the opposite, and it's like there's just contradiction. And then when I ask AI about the contradiction, it's like oh, it's just contradicting ways. And so we want the way that matches the Shulchan Aruch, matches Mishnah Berurah, works regardless of how diagrams are drawn. Left foot back, left foot back. And the beginning, right, left, forward. It's here's the thing. Approaching the king, minhag varies. Leave the king left, right. But it should be approaching the king right, left. And baby, I'm the king. I'm king of the internet. This is how I say it should be. So anyway, we'll go over it later. There's never an upload. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. Lady, I know you're soda streaming down your left leg and Coca-Cola freestyle down your right leg, or Coca-Cola freestyle down your left leg and soda streaming down your right leg. Calm down, okay? I know this is going to be a popular video. Calm down, woman. Yo, dog, if you're watching this, I don't think that I can do these.
We know without these certainty that what? That the Kli has absorbed. What's our shayla? Ki coming land, bishul below bilua. What's it? Our shayla is in a case of bishul and lo bilua, which is what say in this case. The kantos is on a spit inside the tandoor, not touching any.
You've just won ice.
Granted, it may not all be about ping pong, but how can it be that good if ping pong is what the guy does?
I'm starting to understand why you get off to it. You are a troll.
Hey, a little bit. I thought for a long time that I wasn't a troll, and I was just kind of saying what I want, goofing around, doing these things I'm not serious about, and people are entertained by it. And when people call me a troll, I'm like, but I'm not really a troll. Maybe I am.
That's a troll thing to say too, because you're trolling and then being like, you guys are crazy.
I think they are kind of a little crazy because I don't really troll like a troll does. I say ridiculous things online. Sometimes I might be trolling,
Right.
but not really. I'm just joking around. I'm having a good time.
Like, you're the only child syndicate, dude. You like getting a rise out of people.
I definitely like getting a rise out. The status where I was actively stopping people from saying Marty Supreme, that was so funny. I was laughing at because obviously a lot of people got it, otherwise they wouldn't like it. Hopefully they're not thinking of doing that. But some people didn't get it, and it's so funny. They're like earnestly asking me why what made you do this, and I'm responding in troll fashion like, how much time you got, buddy? I just wrote back to one guy, hey, I didn't ask for this fight, and he responded, but that doesn't answer why. Like, are you trolling me now? But a lot of them were just like, one person wrote yawn. I remember people were mad. I wasn't trolling, but yeah, I was absolutely trolling a little bit with that. I forgot about this. I posted about pit bulls, and I got a lot of angry responses about that. I said, I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, okay, look it up. But people were mad. Somebody, I can't even say what some of the responses were. There were things you can't say on YouTube, accusing me of things.
Oh, wait, you said something about pit bulls?
Yeah, I said something. If you scroll down, eventually you'll see a pit bull thing. But pit bull owners were very angry with me, saying I'm a bad guy and pit bulls are good. And
if walking around, I start stopping people with pit bulls and go, oh, sick, is that one of the dogs from the toddler attack video? It's that funny.
Obviously, I'm not serious. I'm not going to do that. Maybe I should.
Yes, it is coming from a pit bull owner. No, I'm guessing I pinned that one. Simpleton to really be funny. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That was hot, dude.
Yeah, she's furious with me. The funniest one, she's posting pimples. So the first comment I saw, most of them I was laughing. Like you said, if you reply like that to me, I'm gonna laugh because that's kind of funny to me that you're that mad and you have written this. A lot of the responses were very wordy, wordy anger. But one that got me, I was a little bit like it was insulted me a little bit. I was a little bit angry. Was this woman had said it's giving? She said you won't find it. It's not there anymore. She's deleted it because I fucked her up. I was looking for it. It said she wrote, and this is a white woman. She wrote, "It's giving Cards Against Humanity, circa 2008." Okay, here's my problem with that.
That's the best time of Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah, wait, is that when they played it? I don't know, stupid bitch. So I've never played that stupid ass fucking game. I don't know how it works.
I just played this last
All right, I apologize to the people that maybe it's fun, but again, I'm gonna hate having not played it.
No, it wasn't fun. I haven't played.
There you go. See,
It's fun for like 10 minutes, and you're like, okay, we get it. Come and shit and piss.
So do you understand now? I didn't have to play it to know it's bad. You did. I'm not on your side ever. All right. Anyways, I hated on it before. It's another thing I hated before. This time I happen to be correct, like most times when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm very wrong on almost every other aspect of my life. But anyways, the NBA sucks ass. That shirt sucks too.
The shirt was free, asshole.
The shirt's bad. Say whether the shirt's bad in the comments. I'm kidding. I like the shirt. But do say whether it's bad. Anyway, so Cards Against Humanity. So I'm like, first of all, I don't fucking play that game. Second of all, the other thing that made me mad was I had just made a similar kind of diss on somebody. Now, you may not know these two bands, Built to Spill and Modest Mouse. Have you heard of them?
Modest Mouse, yeah.
Never heard of it. Okay, so if you know about that kind of music, you know that Built to Spill is essentially the same band as Modest Mouse, but Built to Spill is a little older. I think they came out first, and Modest Mouse probably copied a lot from Built to Spill, right? I only know this because my roommate in college was a complete, music snob. So he schooled me on that. When I got into college, they're both, I think, pretty good bands. They make good music. And right before I got to school, this movie Garden State came out. Garden State, have you seen that? Ever heard of it?
With, that one guy from Scrubs.
Yeah, exactly.
Never seen it.
So the soundtrack is like Built to Spill, other kind of like indie bands that were popular years before the movie came out. They use them, and the knock on it is that people are like, "Oh my, I knew them when they were." It's essentially the hipster argument. Like, I knew
What
them
up,
when they were
Doc?
The Shins.
All right, baby, what's new?
What is the Jewish, what is your view on forced marriage?
We are against it. A woman should only be in a marriage in which she comes to of her own free will, and if she wants a divorce at any point, she should be able to ask for it. It's a little complicated because she can't directly force the divorce. Under normal circumstances, her husband is the one, and there's a legal way to do it. But if needed, she can go to a group in the community and they can put pressure on the husband to be able to divorce her. But at no point do we advocate for like child marriage or a forced arranged marriage. We will have situations where we have two families. They're both very upstanding in the community, and one's got a son who is of age, and another has a daughter of age, and they think that they'd be a really nice couple. They would produce excellent offspring. They're both smart and healthy and all of those things. Then they may have a courtship that's very short, usually sometimes as short as a month or so. Usually what they do is they see if they're into each other, If they are, then they set up a date, a hall, and usually there's a few other things involved, but they get married. We don't mess around, meaning like generally it varies, but at least in the Hasidic world and generally in Orthodoxy, you're not supposed to have relations before marriage. So you want to get down to having children, and so you get married generally uh, quite quickly in comparison to what you may find in the secular world.
Yeah. For a while before well, I'm not married because I tweaked the hell out because of bipolar and a few other things. I was supposed to get married to this really nice girl I met in school, but here's the thing, we met like a few years after. Apparently she was getting, why does this person keep calling me?
Doug, I don't know.
Sorry about that. I need to get go. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay, Doug.
But ultimately, again, you go ahead and you put them in the down. I was actually some guys that were good actually. You show down. There was some guys that just ain't no show feeling because she don't need the ever show down. But we can go down close to show up. But if the last talking about is the last, for example, doors of a face. So for example, let's say, I'm going to now use what's a lot? What a lot is a little bit you put on a chest or on a box. What happens when the lock is tested is, let's say, again, on the gates of the flux, you're ready to flux to the gates. You go ahead and you put the lock in that gate. And what's the halacha? I thought you should be going to tell us from the same story. Even if you establish that lock, you attach it to the door. When you attach it with nails, you put it in the car. Why? It's a color. So let's kind of how you attach it. Let's say again, anything that is attached to the ground has the status of the ground. Right? The halacha is that earth itself cannot be habitable. Therefore, let's say, just decide. So Allah is not are embedded in the law. Then halacha, when I say they become part of the heat, what they become part of the heat, when they are in habitable. If, however, you are embedded in the law, in a lot that is absorbed and left into a flux, and again, this door is attached to the ground. Anything that is attached to the ground is not habitable. Just to the side. Says the Gemara, the truth is giving that. Again, if you have glass, so that you carry enough glass to go ahead and really sleep the pit of the room. Says the Gemara, no. So truth is giving the absorb us in the house. What's the difference here? Again, all the same truth. Because those numbers here are done for us. Go ahead and cut two threads. Okay? Lord, oh heaven, they least will flow. If you go ahead and grow a pebble or a stone, I mean, it has to be large enough to scare away the bird.
Okay, Rabbi. What? Okay, so quick question.
Go ahead, baby.
One second. I'm tired. Okay, so what is the Jewish view on people on like witches and stuff? Like people who practice witchcraft.
Well, generally, we consider that to be prohibited. There's an explicit prohibition on witchcraft, sorcery, divination in multiple places in the Bible. So that means no spells or incantations. We even avoid things like fortune.
What if you can do the spells without speaking?
Yeah, it's forbidden. Even things like.
What do you do if someone's like legitimately possessed? Like not in like a mental health reason, I guess, but like actually demonically possessed.
Well, do you mean so they don't have mental health issues?
Yeah, what if they're like legitimately possessed by a demon?
All right, so classically, we don't call it a demon necessarily. It's called a dibuk, which is perhaps a disembodied soul of a deceased person that attaches itself to a living person. This is more, this appeared more like 400 500 years ago. This is not core Torah doctrine. It's more in mystical tradition or Kabbalah. Um, so we don't have an
Because there are like they're very very rare, but demonic possessions do happen. They're just very 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 rare.
so we don't have an exorcism ritual. Torah and Talmud, we don't describe possession like other religions. Instead, we speak about like a harmful spirit or damaging spiritual forces. And our response is generally prayer, Torah study, repentance, or what we call teshuvah, and then trust in Hashem, trust in
Like
God.
I want to say a few years ago, I was legit. I didn't even know I knew I was being haunted. I did not know I was possessed.
Okay.
Because it would only happen every once in a while, and people would tell me, and I would like wake up. It's not nearly the point. Like I got it perched. I'm a Jehovah's Witness, so the general idea is I hanged out and had prayed on Yahweh, Jehovah's name, a bunch of other stuff, and it was like I had a massive cranium. It might have been a mental health split personality. That's what the diagnosis was supposed to be, a split personality. But other people, other Christians, thought it was a demon. So
Okay, so what we say generally is that a solution practically would be medical treatment, mental health care, education, and rational thought. We don't have.
I think it's just a split personality, but people thought it was a demon, so we gotta take it like both.
Yeah, I mean, it could be whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't think anybody does. But we don't do public exorcisms. We don't coerce or have physical force. We don't blame the person. We don't do amateur rituals, and we don't use occult counter magic or anything like that.
Okay. So what is your opinion on the people who are, I don't think it's Jewish, I think it's something else. But the people who are using their religion, like Jewish, to do horrible stuff. But I don't know about Jewish. I know other Catholics and other people pretty much do that. But what is your opinion on people who use their religion to do horrible stuff as an excuse? Like that's how using your Lord's name in vain is supposed to be. I mean, it's not. You're not supposed to use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, generally, and I certainly don't speak for all Jews, but at least rabbinically, we don't advise anyone use their religion to justify bad actions. We recognize that it happens, and what we at least try to do is ensure that people are well educated and I mean, it would be like anything else, any political movement that anybody would have, but specifically, I would say that we we condemn hypocrisy. It's not good to be hypocritical. People who misuse Hashem's name or God's name, we we consider that to be forbidden. Using religion to excuse evil is generally considered a misuse of God's authority, and generally we condemn, or at least in the past, leadership has condemned leaders who perform sacrifices or religious rituals while they were oppressing others. Really, we feel that true piety is inseparable from justice, and things like mercy and humility are to be practiced. And misusing specifically Torah to harm others is forbidden. And
what do you do if you find? What do you normally people do when you find out someone's been using the Torah and everything to do wrongdoing?
Well, there it depends what they're doing. We have certain courts that are established that, uh, if needed, we can bring them to if they are doing something that may endanger the community. But generally, we do what we can to ensure that they're educated and that they hopefully move away from those types of actions. I mean, that's if they're Jewish. If they're not Jewish, I mean, especially we consider religion to be inseparable from ethics traditionally, and using religious law to harm others is fundamentally a misunderstanding of what we feel Hashem wants or God wants. Also, we feel that using religion for power or greed or even coercion is corrupt and should be condemned. Additionally, we consider violence, discrimination, and things, other kinds of corruption that claim to be religiously justified. We do our best to reject them.
Okay. What is the Jewish view on protecting your family, whether it be with guns or like traps, or I guess I don't know how to better put it, but like protecting your family where the other person ends up, the people who are trying to kill you end up, dead, like blood guilt, I guess.
Yeah, well, traps are an interesting one because we do our best to not entrap people and not set up. There's a phrase to not put a stone in front of our colleague, essentially, especially if they're blind. Now, generally, we have a core tenet of self defense. So, preserving human life overrides almost all other commandments. And thus, if we need to, we can do what is necessary to protect our life, which could include weapons if necessary for defense. Now, at least as a community, we want to prevent harm to others. So um, there's the idea to not stand by while our neighbors are in danger. We feel that owning a weapon carries a moral responsibility, but like reckless possession of it that endangers others is forbidden. So the idea of like what you said with traps, that would be generally be considered.
Like, don't put landmines in your front yard, Like, that's a terrible idea at any point in time.
That's correct. And so we generally forbid violence except for self defense, defense of others, state sanctioned war under strict rules as well. Um, and weapons should not be used for revenge, intimidation, or oppression.
Okay, so what is your view? I got on whatever you on boxing. Like, not for like boxing for like, I guess like brutality, like just for hurting, but like for money to be able to pay the bills.
Yeah, so there have been a lot of Jewish boxers. Um, Now, we shouldn't necessarily do anything that could cause our health.
Rabbi.
Yep, I'm in the middle of talking to someone, so please be patient.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rabbi.
You're okay. So we want to do what we can to preserve our own health, and generally boxing, if it's going to cause any kind of threat to our preservation of our own health and well-being, we would want to avoid it. That doesn't mean that there haven't been Jewish boxers, but that is certainly something that we want to avoid. And moreover, if we see that there's going to be like long-term harm, repeated head trauma and stuff, we want to avoid that. So it can be ethically permissible if it's done safely, certainly consensually, and with respect to our lives. But if we're deliberately risking serious injury to ourselves, then that's to be avoided. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Excellent. Okay, we have a friend who just joined us. Grant, how you living, Tim?
Good, dog. How you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's new in your neck of the woods, son?
I just got a new mic. Does it sound pretty good?
Yeah, you sound beautiful, like a bird.
Glad to hear that.
So what's new?
What you been doing? Nothing new, man. Well, yeah, there's some stuff new.
All right,
Full-time job.
excellent. What are you doing?
Good. Basically it.
What are you doing?
I'm a software engineer at a big tech company.
Well, congratulations. That's an excellent role.
Thanks, man.
Very well.
What's new with you?
I have been promoting myself a lot on X and X Spaces, especially. I've gained over 3,000 followers in the last 60 days, so that's an accomplishment. And I've gotten a lot of people to join the Discord. Certainly continued to live stream on even more platforms than I was previously, and archiving more data. That's always important to me. And started delving into Kabbalah more than I've ever done previously in my life. So that's been spiritually enriching and just enjoying life generally. So, Grant, if I may ask, you're a software developer. How did you find out about me?
I mean, yeah, we talked to each other a while ago. You talked to one of my really good in real life friends pretty regularly. You know Pierce.
Okay.
I think his Discord name is Matty B. Claps or something like that.
Okay.
He's the politician guy who's in the White House. Remember that?
Yeah, he was in here the other day. He was in here like 2 days ago.
Yeah. So he kind of showed me it. It's pretty good gig you got going on there.
Did you go to Texas?
Yeah, you got it.
Excellent. Yeah. Did you ever delve into, well, you guys beat his team this year. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the game?
Yeah, I did.
And you rubbed his face in it?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Have you been to the Comedy Mothership?
Say it again?
Have you been to the Comedy Mothership?
No, what's that?
Dog, it's in Austin, Texas. It's on 6th Street. It's Joe Rogan's comedy club.
Oh, that place. No, I've never been to. I need to go.
Yeah, dog. So very well. And
hey, bro, your beard's growing out, man.
Yeah, dog, you should see it. I mean, I know you see it, but you see it grows really quickly. And yeah, just we're almost at nipple level.
Looking like a true rabbi right now.
100%. And it's easy to not necessarily need to do anything to just let it go and let nature take its natural course.
Yo, Rabbi, I'm super curious about something.
What's that, big dog?
So I'm curious. Like, do you have your own apartment, or do you live with people?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Like, where do you get your funds?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play to much success, tens of millions of downloads, and that has allowed me some financial independence. But I also freelance as well when I ever would like extra funds. I have a lot of people who reach out to me to complete projects for them, and I have a project management experience, a vast amount. Thus, I'm able to stay within budget and not have to work a full-time job.
You live in LA, right?
Like Irvine, which is greater Los Angeles area. I'm based out of Irvine.
Yeah, so your shit's grown up 60K, 30K in the past 60 days.
Oh no, not 3K. Yeah. And that's all organic. That's just me going into different people's spaces and shilling them. And I have a really nice bunch of different communities that have allowed me to start live streaming in their Discords and made some good friends on X, and I talk with them like it's like at least daily on X Spaces, and like I was in an X Space tonight that had 15,000 people in it, and some of the other spaces. I mean, that's a really big one. But some of the other spaces where I'm able to show myself, they'll have like oh, usually like 1,000 people, sometimes a few hundred people, and sometimes as few as like 5 people. But I'll show myself to any of those audiences if they give me the opportunity. Now, Grant,
What's your X account?
it's
Yeah.
two X THOT. If you're like, why the fuck is it 2X thought? I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and they've all been banned, and that one just happened to not be banned. Most of them, I was of course Rabbi Rothschild, and I was best rabbi ever. I was everything rabbi associated, but all those accounts got banned. So back in like February, I created robots that spammed people on X, and so they went and just banned all my accounts. And but
Why would you do that?
self promotion.
Okay.
And so what I did was I had not a lot of accounts that didn't get banned, and that was one of them. So follow me, 2XTHOT. I'll follow you right back, and you'll see it. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to follow you right back. Just one moment. That's my practice. I follow everyone back. And all right, I see you. Follow back. Follow back. All right. Um, wow, I'm one of your 2 followers. That's baller. You're growing, man. Excellent. Yes, you are. And yeah, Twitter Spaces is like the epicenter of cryptocurrency in the world. It's like where all of the conversations take place generally. And so I've been aping into crypto a little bit. Um, People have given me cryptocurrency, so just to be a holder of their cryptocurrency. So that's been nice. And are you into cryptocurrency, Grant?
I used to do a lot of work in the crypto space, like developing trading strategies for people, like algorithmic trading and stuff like that.
Sure. I mean,
But I don't really trade myself.
okay, I understand. Um, but yeah, that's what I've been doing, and I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, since we last spoke, I was not promoting myself on X Spaces, and now I'm really well known on there. At least by, I would say, I've got 3,000 people following me, but that I've only been doing that for 60 days, and so that's what, like 1,500 people a month. But if I go into any space, I get people who ask me to come into their spaces and just chill, just tell them about what I do, because I've got such a good shield down. Do you mind? Can I give you my shield, Grant? I know I've told it to you before, but it's a little different.
Yeah, do it, man.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Look at that.
Excellent. So your boy who was in here the other day, I made him go down some rabbit holes. So you tell him next time you see him that he told Rabbi that he was going to be back the next day and he never showed, nor the day after he didn't show. But I'm waiting for him because I opened his mind up to a lot of new things. I was able to get him, and you can tell him that I said this because it's live on my stream, and I bet you, Grant, know how big of an accomplishment this is because he worked in the OmniDuck.
You know my name.
OmniDuck. Quit it. Okay, I'm talking to Grant.
My name is Grant.
Knock the fuck down.
Okay, OmniDuck. You know that there are other people in this world with the name Grant aside from you. OmniDuck. Just be quiet.
No, there isn't. I haven't seen any.
OmniDuck. You're being rude.
Yeah.
OmniDuck, you're being rude. So just please be quiet. So Grant, you're okay. So Grant, you tell your boy. Now you know what kind of accomplishment this is. I got him to say that Donald Trump was a scumbag, and that doesn't mean that Bill Clinton's not a scumbag. Bill Clinton's a scumbag as well. But I think that you would think that, wow, Rabbi must have really shown our friend or your friend or both our friend some interesting information if he could get our food.
I mean, he talked to me about the conversation y'all had, and if I remember correctly, right, just to be fair, I think he said, like, you gave, like, a list of allegations against Donald Trump, and he said he'd have to look into it to verify its authenticity.
I'm telling you, the words Donald Trump is a scumbag, along that, very close to that, were uttered by him. And I didn't give him a list. I didn't give him a list. Let me just say what the list was. It's the Wikipedia article, or entry, I should say, on the 28 women who have accused Donald Trump of sexual assault.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that he said that if those allegations are true, then yes, he's a scumbag.
No. That he can tell you that. That's fine. We even discussed if half of them were true, he's a scumbag. We even went into this. It is proven that he cheated on his wife with a porn star while his wife was pregnant. That alone, with nothing else, not even the 28 allegations, makes him a scumbag. We discussed the fact that he cheated on his first wife with his second wife. That behavior makes him a scumbag. No, he even said he's a scumbag for those reasons. But in addition, he was going to look into the 28 women and their allegations as well to see if he's a further scumbag. I mean, let me just ask you, Grant, if you have anybody who cheats on their wife while she's pregnant with a porn star, is that person a scumbag?
course.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now, I don't want to just play one side. Bill Clinton is as much a scumbag, if not a bigger scumbag, and accused rapist as Donald Trump. They're both scumbags. Like, and that's what I'm saying. And that's what I was trying to explain is because our friend wants to get into politics. And it's like, if you do that, you have to recognize that both sides are extremely dirty.
Yeah, I think he understands that. Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I think generally the politicians controlling our country right now, for the most part, are all scumbags.
Exactly.
Like,
That's and our friend was saying, well, at least from a policy standpoint, Donald Trump was closer in line to what he believed. And look, I understand he had a great opportunity to work in the White House. No one wants to shoot that down. I completely get it. I totally get it. And he has political aspirations in the future. I get that as well. He should just recognize, and I hope that he does, that the people at the top are all extremely scummy. And there's a very good chance that they're going to make him scummy as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knows that. I mean, we talk a lot. So, I mean, I'll say, yeah, I know he knows that. But yeah, I mean, I think a big part of why these politicians just act so out of line with the people is because their incumbency, right? Their election results aren't really necessarily driven by like what the people believe. It's really driven by what the lobbyists believe, right? Because they're like, because of our lobbyist system, they're essentially it's just an endless cycle of them trying to appease the lobbyists and over-representing their interests over all else. So it's basically whoever has the money has the political power. And I think that's a fundamental flaw in our political system. In fact, arguably even the most pressing issue of our political system, I would argue.
I agree with you with that. And so then we talked about, he asked me about my political views. And as I say that I think both sides are corrupt, and he's known where my political views stand. And that is I'm a libertarian communist, which is normally seen as is oxymoronic, but it's not. I believe in individual rights and the opportunity of all people to be taken care of by the state. I don't see anything wrong with that. And he said, I agree with that. If you could achieve that, that'd be great. Now, I would say that, every time the term communist is brought up in a capitalist society, they say that communism has failed every time it's been tried. And I get that. I'm not denying that. But it's never been tried in a world with drones and robots where nobody has to do the shitty jobs. And basically we can have everything automated and be able to perhaps live in a future where artists and musicians and other types of positions are held in higher regard than they once were. And I look forward to a future of that eventually. And when it comes to capitalism versus communism, just straight side by side, if you play them out long enough, you're going to end up in a situation where in capitalism, one person or a small group of people control all of the wealth. It happens every single time, 100% of the time. In communism, you're going to have the same thing, except one of the bases for communism is that there is a safety net for those people who are not at the top. And capitalism lacks that safety net. And that's why I am an advocate for communism over capitalism, with all things being equal.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a question. So if you could snap your fingers right now, or let's say better hypothetical is suddenly tomorrow you became all-powerful dictator of the United States, would you enact communist policies? And do you think that would, despite the fact that we don't yet have that kind of automation with like AI and whatnot,
We're close enough.
where essentially nobody has to work, right?
Okay, so
people need to work for the economy and the function. So, like, what policies would you enact?
Could I be promoted to UN Secretary General so we could just say this for the globe, or does it have to stay in the United States?
Yeah, you can do it for the globe too.
Okay, excellent. So what we have to do is perhaps give the military-industrial complex incentives to no longer be able to profit on war, weapons of war, and focus their industries onto robotics and drones, because we are moving into a world of automation. And I would advocate for agricultural drones and the things that I talk about, um, things like saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding. Additionally, things like certainly digging of wells, life straws, and desalination. All of that could be done basically by computers, or by robots, I should say. I would consider it a goal immediately of the entire of my administration as UN Secretary General to house every single person on Earth using 3D printed housing. I don't know if you've seen 3D printed housing, but essentially it can be, you can create a house in a day, and it's a really nice house as well. And if we needed a temporary structure for the people, we could use essentially container homes. I would make it I'd be certainly an advocate of the removal of borders and the idea of a global citizen, and that no one person is any better than any other person. I would say that people have some rights. They have a right to food, clean water. They have a right to food. They have a right to education, healthcare, and for those organizations that currently exist, like the pharmaceutical companies and um, the um, the perhaps like higher education, we could give them incentives to be able to transition into this type of society without necessarily having to go out of business immediately. So how could we do that? Well, let's just say uh, currently the United States gross domestic product, something like $4 trillion, just give or take. Well, if we don't need weapons of war, that's $1 trillion of that. The interest on the debt, since we're in a communist system, there is no debt. There's a debt. Um, there's a debt holiday. So that would be another trillion. Just take half of the gross domestic product of the United States and give it to the United Nations to be able to provide for the benefit of the people of the United States. So it's not like we're having to give everything away, but we would also help to supplement the other people of the world. Additionally, healthcare is like a third of that as well, with education, and we would be able to um, provide for those types of situations as well. So then $1 trillion, what's left for that? That's for infrastructure. That's certainly to help us bridge the gap between a capitalist system moving into a communist system. And if you're like, okay, well, um, let's say people reject that system. Okay, that's fine. Um, we could at least enact some minor changes. The tariff system is under a the tariff system, the way it's been rolled out, at least in the United States, is not what was advocated. There was supposed to be a removal of the income tax in exchange for tariffs. That didn't happen. We just got tariffs and income tax, and so that was essentially a blatant lie on behalf of the Trump administration. But what I do think we could do is put a tax on any stock exchange transaction, especially these microtransactions that occur within like really quick amount of time. And with the amount that we would generate just on the tax on microtransactions, you could potentially be able to educate every person in the United States. So it depends on how we want to do it. Now, what about a country like China? Well, they're doing pretty well under a communist system currently. So we might be able to enact that to the general public to some extent. What about India? They're not doing that well, but they're improving. And so we would just enact some of the changes that we have within the Chinese system into the Indian system. Now, at least in China, you don't have things like freedom of speech as much as some people would like. And I'd like to increase the opportunity for people to be able to have these discussions and education and um, perhaps freedom of the press and um, freedom um, freedom to the word for which I'm looking is freedom to congregate, essentially. But freedom to protest, you should have that opportunity if you want. Additionally, I would enact what's called an e-democracy. Um, that wouldn't necessarily be the be all or end all of the policies that we have, but what an e-democracy does, ideally, is it gives every single person a vote on a given issue. So how would this work? Every single, maybe like once a month or something, we would vote as a world, as the whole world on a given topic. So, for instance, the topic might be, oh, should we build a new, I mean, really, like new nuclear reactors in a certain area of the world? Uh, and at least people would have the opportunity to be able to make their opinion heard. That doesn't mean that's exactly what we would have to do, but this would give people the opportunity to be able to not just judge what their own beliefs are, but also perhaps make a difference in their society. We don't currently have that kind of a system. It's also been discussed called a smart democracy. But in the end, I'm not for democracy. I think democracy is a terrible type of governance. And anybody in society currently who says that we live in a democratic society, I know immediately doesn't know how politics works. Democratic society generally is one person, one vote. And that doesn't exist anywhere on earth. Now, people will say, well, we have democratic principles. We don't have one person, one vote. At least in the United States, we have what is called a representative democracy or constitutional representative democracy. That's not a democracy. The phrase that goes against democratic values or that goes against democracy, that's just propaganda that is used in people to make people feel badly about um, their certain political views. So, what would I like instead? Um, it's been discussed in different ways, but it's really a civilization that is run. It's a technocracy, so to speak, um, run by the run by generally like uh, well-educated scientists. That I think is a much better way to be able to run a society, but that have a human uh, a human aspect of it, of their um, of their government that isn't based on profit. It's based on people. So what does that mean? Instead of a CEO worried about his stock, not only stock options but his stock price, it forces him to not put as much emphasis on that and put more emphasis on how his decisions are going to affect the greater good of society. And I mean, like right now, we could generally like solve all of the major issues of the world if you gave all the power to one person. Um, Plato within the Republic calls this the philosopher king, that basically all people desire to live under a king who is very wise and very um, very humanistic and cares about the people. That's the ideal type of society. What ends up happening, though, unfortunately, is if you do get a king like that, what happens when they die? And so these types of governments only last for a few years. But with the advent of life extension technology and mind uploading technology, perhaps this might be an opportunity of people in the future. So this is the idea of a benevolent king. So we would have our desire in one person, and that person would make the decisions that are for the best of society. And if people wanted to communicate their dissatisfaction with that decision, they have an e-vote. They have the opportunity to be able to communicate to the philosopher king what their inherent desires are. And if the philosopher king feels that it's in the best interest of the society, then we would perhaps have that uh, how would we say it, the um, change or an alteration of a policy. So, for instance, let's say we're building nuclear reactors around the world, and everybody likes all the positions of the nuclear reactors except one nuclear reactor. Let's say it's going to be built near Washington, D.C. People don't want it there. Okay, well, the philosopher king should recognize that the people aren't going to want that. But if they don't, then he puts it out to the people. Where would you like it built? Here are 12 other locations, and we can choose to build it wherever you want. And it gives the opportunity of people to be able to give their opinion on how society should be organized, but also at the end of the day, you have a humanistic, if you want to call him a dictator, but it's usually called a philosopher king to be able to make the decision. Here's what happens within democracy that makes it so dangerous. If you have one person, one vote, what happens essentially every single time, if you're given this society without any control, is you get, let's say, 51% of the people. It's called a tyranny of the majority. 51% of the people control 49% of the people, and very easily 51% of the people could say to kill the 49% of the people, and then all of a sudden 49% of the population is gone. And then you have, of that remaining 100%, you could have another 51% of that population choose to kill off the other 49% and continue that until there's just a small segment of society remaining. That's what democracy gives you. Does that make sense, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there.
There absolutely is.
I agree with a decent amount of what you said.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not for pure democracy. I guess my first question would be, so like you, at the beginning, you talked about how if you were the head secretary of the UN.
UN Secretary General, go ahead.
The Secretary General of the UN. You said you advocate for things like desalinization, 3D printing housing.
Absolutely.
My question is, what would that application look like? Would that be organizing government programs to, or like government systems to develop or research those fields?
Well, they're already.
Or would it just be kind of like a political kind of activism, kind of like guiding the UN's kind of, I don't know, like culture or something. So other governments within the UN would enact their own policies.
So the United States' defense budget is about $1 trillion a year. We would not need to spend that $1 trillion a year as the United States under this system. Even if, just imagine, that's only 365 days without $1 trillion being spent. Imagine the United States, with as powerful as it is right now, if it did not spend $1 on military expense aside from salaries of the troops, the United States still would be absolutely fine, meaning no one would invade. We would not have any issue with development of weaponry. Usually that $1 trillion goes into black budgets. It goes into Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Raytheon, and L3 Communications, and defense contractors. And so we would right there get $1 trillion. And with $1 trillion, you could clothe, at least in the United States, every homeless man, woman, and child and give them $1 million each. Did you know that? You could give every single person who is homeless in the United States $1 million each if you stop defense spending for 1 year. And you'd still be able to pay all of the troops. So just to give you an idea, there's a lot of money out there. So I would say that what we want to do is give the military defense contractors a um, a um, an incentive to be able to build these types of homes and these desalination facilities. So we would say, all right, well, normally you guys build bombs, and that's been cool. That's great, but we just want you to, instead of building bombs in your factories, start to build desalination plants, and or at least the equipment that's needed for those. And for the people who are elsewhere in the world, all of their defense budgets could be done for this. Now, we could say this: if you want to go and kill each other after 1 year, just like you could right now, I understand that. Okay. But at least for 1 year, we're going to require everyone to give your defense budget. Everybody's going to be paused, basically, and give your defense budget to the United Nations. And what we're going to do is we're going to first and foremost ensure people have clean water. We're going to have programs for people to have wells built and desalination. And we're going to get rid of all drought in the world because we're going to have cloud seeding. And for the companies who are building planes, instead of building planes that drop bombs on people, they could create clouds that ensure that we don't have wildfires and that there isn't any drought that occurs in the world. And it can be adjusted so that we don't have massive flooding that, just like currently happens in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they just have it rain regularly once a week and it cleans off everything and it waters all the vegetation. That's what we want to do. And for those people who are also create tanks and those kinds of things, it's not that hard for you to transition those types of plants into the creation of of um, of not things, but of the objects that are needed to be able to create nuclear reactors. And for those of you who are creating aircraft carriers and submarines, we want you to be able to create tidal power plants, basically generators that spin in the ocean. And we'll incentivize that for you. Remember that $1 trillion we talked about that we're not going to use on bombs and stuff? We'll give you that $1 trillion. You just have to change your incentivization. So instead of creating weapons of war, you're going to create power plants, and instead of having creating planes that drop bombs on people, they'll create clouds for people. And instead of having submarines, you'll create floating greenhouses for people. And what else are we going to do with that money? We don't need to give every homeless person in the United States we don't need to give them $1 million. We could build each one of them a house for about $50,000, and that would include solar panels. I mean, the United States is a giant country, and there is a lot of land out there that's currently federally owned. We could give each person a parcel that's still government owned, but it would have a container on it. It could have on the container roof solar panels. It could have air conditioning. It could have windows. It could have a bathroom and plumbing. And if you have a bigger family, there could be versions of it that have extra bedrooms. But for people who are single or couples, it would just have one bedroom and a kitchen. And if you wanted to have a pet there, you absolutely could. And we could make it so that you have grass, because we could, if you wanted, but grass isn't usually that efficient, but we could have artificial grass, and you could have your own little piece of America if you want, for as long as you live. And if you die, then it goes to somebody else. That's essentially a communist system, or socialist moving into communism. And that's what I want people to be able to have. Now, that's just for the United States. Let's say for a country like, let's say for the continent of Africa. How do we help people in Africa? Well, they have a major corruption system, which I understand everybody does. But basically, any money that's given to any of the people there or is attempted to, it just gets siphoned off by the corrupt leaders. So, what we would do is have an excellent accounting system to ensure that 100% of any kind of funds are given to the people. And how is that done? It's currently done in some ways by the United Nations um, food aid program. Now, actually, I should say that's a very corrupt system, but we would make it very public. So, what would I do? What's the first thing that I would do to be able to make sure that everything's on the up and up? We're going to put cameras all over the United Nations. Um, the United Nations building in uh, in Manhattan, and there will be cameras everywhere, and they'll be live streamed. And so you could go to un.org at any one and be able to see what we're doing and the conversations that we're having. It wouldn't be this behind closed doors kind of a deal. So you can see where every dollar is accounted. Just like the blockchain, basically, where you can see everything on the blockchain, we would have the same type of system that would be for the global accounting. And so a continent like Africa will have the same plan. Every person deserves a container home, and eventually we'll build 3D homes for them. And everyone deserves the opportunity of clean water and food. And we'll use floating greenhouses and vertical farming and all the other things that I talk about. It's not going to happen in 1 year, but it will happen. You could give every man, woman, and child $50,000 today, right now, if you had if you equally gave every person if you gave every person an equal share of what's currently held by individuals today, 10 people on Earth control more than 50% of the globe right now. That's incredibly unfair. And that's what capitalism does for you. And I don't think that that's a very good system at all. If it is, then that's fine. Then I'm going to, just like everybody else, do everything I can to be at the top of that. And I don't think that that's really a fair system to people. And in an alternative that I want is a universal basic income where every person is given a stipend every single month for not for necessarily food. That should already be provided. And they shouldn't have to pay for a cell phone service. That should be provided. And Wi-Fi, that should be provided. And power, that should all be provided. But this would be for other things that you want. If you want to buy a video game, or if you want to go to the movies or whatever, you should have a stipend to be able to do that. And then what do you do in your free time? Because you no longer have to go to work, you spend it with your children. You educate them. You ensure that they have wonderful lives. Too often, we have single parents who are too busy making ends meet, and their children don't have them in the house, and their children end up falling prey to corruptive forces. And I want to avoid those types of situations. I'm not necessarily advocating everybody needs a two-parent family. That's how it's been traditionally. That's the nuclear family. But there may be some people, especially under this system, who don't want a partner and they just want to use a sperm donor or an egg donor. They should have that right as well and be able to raise a child in any way they see fit. That should be, so long as the child is not endangered and such, that should be a right of humanity. And so, what do we do in a country like, each area is going to have its own issues. India, we need to ensure that they get is proper plumbing. They have 1 billion people. It's the most populous country in the world. It's like 1.2 billion people live in India, and in many areas they don't have proper plumbing. You have a place like Mumbai that has giant towers, a place called Billionaires Row, and 2 streets over, it's absolute squalor. That's what capitalism gets you. I want to see the resources of the world shared a little bit better. And that doesn't mean that the people who are at the top immediately have to lose every comfort that they've ever had. No. What I would advocate is this. Look, you recognize that it's just a race to the top, and if you're not at the very, very top, then you're going to get destroyed eventually. So instead of having a 500-foot yacht or whatever, you can still have a yacht for as long as you need, but it's going to be 100-foot yacht. And guess what? When you have kids and that yacht eventually breaks down or whatever, then they don't necessarily need to have their own yacht. We could have open yacht rentals where people go out and be able to share those types of resources. That's what I envision the future of the world to be. And here's why I say this. If you look at any scenarios where humanity gets off world and starts to explore the inner solar system, the outer solar system, and then eventually other solar systems through interstellar travel, you need to have peace on Earth. You can't have a civilization at war on its own planet and still expect them to be able to do exploration. There needs to be peace at home. And so I envision a world where we have that peace at home prior to being able to explore the stars, which is what we're destined to do. And I want to move the world towards that faster. If we don't do that, what we're going to have is a situation where perhaps just one single individual controls all of the wealth of the entire world. That's what capitalism gets you. I recognize that there is no perfect system. I've talked about the philosopher king. If anything, I'd rather have a communist system where, okay, I understand that the people who are making the decisions at the top, they're going to force themselves to live a more comfortable life than those below them because that's human nature. But at least those below them will at least have the opportunity at a safety net. And it'll be a global safety net. And eventually there may be opportunities for the people in the lower class to be able to move up into the upper class. And ideally, one day, you would have a situation where there's as complete homogeny in the society as possible, where there is no color, everybody's the same shade, everybody has the same eye color, everybody has the same height, everybody's basically the same. And maybe there are slight differences, but really that's not what I'm saying. That's what at least alien abductees, I know I that's kind of a shock for me to be able to say, but that's what they say other extraterrestrial civilizations do. They war for years, and then they eventually begin this world of homogeny. And that's why whenever you hear about aliens, generally they're all homogenous. They all look the same. And we're just not there yet. And if you look at the Kardashev scale, I don't know if you're familiar with the Kardashev scale.
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. We're not even at a 1 on the Kardashev scale yet. We're moving towards that. And that might happen within the next 1,000 years or so. And when we're really moving to a 2 and a 3, you can imagine we're all going to look the same. We're all going to have the same eye colors. I mean, there might be mutations generally, but we're going to genetically alter ourselves to be as like perfect humans as possible. That's just the way that humanity's moving. So I know I covered a lot of topics, and whether this works perfectly or not, it's got to be a better system than we currently have, where any one country can go and invade another country, and there aren't a lot of repercussions for it. And the United Nations really doesn't have too much power, and nobody's talking about a world where we clothe every man, woman, and child. We feed every man, woman, and child. We ensure that they all have the opportunity at clean water and housing. Nobody's talking about that. I have never once heard a politician, even a United States politician, who has advocated that on a global scale. I've only ever heard it perhaps on a domestic scale. I advocate for that on a global scale. And I know I'm not alone. I know I can find any single person on earth, sit them down and say to them, there is no right of any one single individual to have anything more than another single individual based on just where you were born. And if we sit and talk and they're rational, they're going to agree with me. And I look forward to a day. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but someday when humanity is able to put behind us the very minor differences that we have and focus on unification. I say this all the time. 99.9% of our DNA of every human on Earth is the same. And even if you take the two furthest related people on Earth, because we all have like common ancestors, they're only 26th cousins or something along those lines. It's not that big of a thought that we're all family. And the sooner that we recognize that, I feel the better society will be. What are your thoughts, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot to unpack there.
Absolutely.
But I would say, like, the main poem that I kind of spiel that you just gave is, so you talk a lot about kind of, like UBI, kind of redistributing wealth.
Yes, sir.
I do agree that UBI will be necessary at some point, like, especially once we completely automate the economy with AI and robots.
Absolutely.
And I also agree that we have a major wealth inequality problem
100%.
in society.
Yes, sir.
But what I would argue is that our economy is not yet ready for UBI because our economy still relies on the incentive factor of money, right? So if you gave everybody UBI, the incentive to produce for the economy, for individuals to produce for the economy, would be, so that would be my main call. But again, like once the economy is completely automated, I almost completely agree with pretty much everything you said.
Okay, I can live with that. So let me ask you this, or let me ask you this. So we have the same end goal, and I'll be right back to where I was. I'm just adjusting my computers. We have the same end goal, which is world peace. So, right? That's the same end goal. Okay, well, it can't be roughly. Eventually, do you want world peace? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, what I think the world might look like in that world peace might be different.
Okay, I can live with that. But what I mean to say is there's no war on Earth. That's what I mean by world peace. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's an idea. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the same end goal, and it's just how are we going to get about getting there? Okay, so for the idea that how are you going to keep people motivated in society? All right, well, one way you could do it is to say you pick a number. I let you pick a number, but how would I really do this? I would get all the billionaires in a room. There are like 6,000 of them, and which could be done. And I'd say, okay, guys, at what point is it that you feel comfortable with your wealth? Now, Elon Musk is going to say, well, I have $600 billion and I need more. You're like, dog. That's not how it's going to work. Okay. Will you be comfortable with $1 billion? Will you be comfortable with $10 billion? You tell me. And we'll make it happen. And we'll get those 6 billion, let's say, billionaires. And let's say they agree on to be comfortable in this world, you need $1 billion generally. Okay, that's fine. So we'll have a wealth redistribution. Anyone who has more than $1 billion, you have to give that to a common pot that will give back to society. You're still a billionaire. You can still do whatever you want. Maybe you can't buy a company, but you could still buy a yacht and you could still buy a plane, and your kids are never going to have to worry about working. So you're taken care of. You're comfortable. And in exchange, what we're going to do is say to you, if you want to keep making money, you can. You're just going to be taxed at 99%. Whatever you make, let's say, between $100 million or $1 billion, you're just going to be taxed at it. So if you want to continue to work, you can. This is what the discussion I had with our friend the other day. So someone like Elon Musk, people are going to say, if you don't have someone like Elon Musk, who's going to create the next big company? Well, guess what? Somebody will. Elon Musk did not start Tesla. He only bought the rights to be able to call himself a co-founder. He didn't start it. He didn't start.
Built it for the most part. I mean, with the economic standing of Tesla was, I mean, they didn't have a product, but
He didn't start the company. Two other guys started the company, and because he had so much money,
he wasn't the founder, but I mean, he built it to what it is today.
because he had so much money from PayPal, he was able to essentially bribe the other two guys to making him a founder, so that when they make an announcement, that's fine. Okay, so we say to him, all right.
Regardless, what I'm saying is what he did with Tesla is nothing less than extraordinary.
I mean, it's the most overvalued stock in global history, but without perhaps Nvidia is up there too. But without saying whether it's a good company or a bad company, what we can say is this: if he hadn't have started Tesla, somebody else would have. There would have been Rivian or another electronic vehicle company. He started, or he helped to build it, and that's great. Now he wants to get into